Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha.
Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Split 2 Open Finals, where today is the final chance for teams to secure their spots in the Season 4 Challenge. Only 4 spots remain alongside that already claimed by Foot Esports, SK Gaming, Nouns Esports, and Zeta Division. And with 8 teams today heading into our Lions Den, they will have to fight for their tournament lives and prove that they have got what it takes to hang with the best in the region. It will also be make or break for the reigning Mobile Masters champions, Reply Totem, who have struggled to assert their authority over the EU&MENA region ever since lifting gold earlier this year in Tokyo, Japan. Will it be 4th time lucky for them in Open Final stages, or could their legacy be left in the dust? We're about to find out. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Going till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse, sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy. Today, of course, is the Split 2 Open Finals, and it's about to get very hot and heavy in here. I am still Ark, joined by Trav on the casting desk. Sunny is waiting in the wings and will be joining us later on today. So I'm going to start with you, Trav. How are you feeling, first and foremost? Great to have you back.
I'm feeling great. It's a good day to be casting some Brawl Stars. Thrilled to be back with the Snapdragon Pro Series once again for split number 2, and I'm looking forward to some exciting games.
It's going to be very exciting today. We've had so many in-game changes. We'll discuss all of them in just a moment. But if you want to keep up with all the latest and greatest of information here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, be sure to check out all of our socials at ESL Mobile over on X, or if you're still referring to it as Twitter and Facebook, and at ESL_Mobile over on Instagram. And of course, you can check out our Discord as well, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. And make sure as well to go over to faceit.com as well, where we've got a great deal of Brawl tournaments happening there, as well as the cup stages that we held here for the qualifying stages of the SPS2. So if you want to get involved in some of the games, make sure to do that very thing right now. And you know, Trav, as we know, the Split Open Finals have always been incredibly intense and exciting to watch. Let's go back a little bit and look at the Split 1 Open Finals for this season to discuss kind of where teams lie there, because it was very much a back and forth affair on all sides.
Yeah, it was a real really exciting split number one, and obviously the teams who deserved to go through did go through, and Nouns Esports really showed us what LATAM had to offer, and further again at LCQ we've seen some great LATAM gameplay, but these were the first showing of LATAM in a worldwide stage this year, and they really did prove themselves.
I've got to say they did, and fair credit as well to be said for Foot Esports there, as well as VN Esporting, who took them all the way to the fifth and final set. But nonetheless, they persevered. SK Gaming as well had a great upper bracket run, knocking down Zeta Division to the lower bracket to the first available opportunity, and then with 3-0 sweep against One Trick Ponies. And Zeta Division, of course, had to battle their way through that lower bracket stages. As Team Kesso were that first team that they faced, and they almost went out at that very stage. It went to the fifth and final set yet again. It was a very exciting day with a lot of upsets. I expect maybe we'll see some more upsets later on today, but Zeta did persevere. They went on to face VN Esporting in the next stage, and they closed it there.
I mean, you can even see Team Queso had multiple match points as well. That's how at risk Zeta were, and Team Queso back today to fight it out once more. So they're going to want their spot from there. We saw Foot Esports fail against One Trick Ponies, and Foot Esports, they brought dominance. That's what they did. Huge damage raining down on the safe left, right, and center in Gem Grab. We saw some bit more back and forward. One Trick Ponies tried to stay in the games, but it just wasn't enough to stand up to Foot Esports' might.
Yeah, of course, I think for me, Foot Esports' big upset was knocking out Reply Toast from that 3-1 scoreline as well in the low bracket stages. That was really quite commendable from them, and of course Zeta as well, going up against VN Esporting, what was a very close back and forth affair, and it could have gone either way. We're seeing more from VN Esporting later on today. They have qualified for the Split 2 Open Finals, but it is worth mentioning that Nob is not on their roster now, and Nob was competing with Navi in the Cup qualifying stages, and segueing very nicely into Navi. Where are they? They did not qualify. They are now not able to be in the Season 4 Challenge, which is a huge upset here, Trav.
It really is. I mean, that's the thing. Sometimes roster changes go well, sometimes they don't, and sometimes they just take a bit of a while to settle down. And, Nob moving over and playing on Navi, they haven't qualified, and his old team, VN Esporting, have, and they can even go further and qualify to the challenge season. I think that shows something.
Well, of course, the reigning Snapdragon Pro Series champions of Zeta Division did qualify for the Challenge 4 season. They are already there. Let's have a little bit of an interview now with Inso of that very team to discuss where things are lying with them right now.
My name is Umberto Santarello. My nickname is Inso. I'm the coach of Zeta Division. I'm 24 and I'm Italian. I think the most significant factor is that we work really hard and we have a good team synergy. So we always focus on the games and we have good mental health. Like, we never tilt. I think our biggest strength is that we are a good group of friends. So we have a good environment. We have fun playing the game, so we can play our best level in tournaments and win. So I think the 4 teams qualifying from the Split 2 will be Totem, Navi, Team Queso, and Vita Navitas, because they're all playing really hard for LCQ, and Totem isn't, but they're a really strong team, so I figure they will qualify in the second split. I think one word that defines us as a team is robots, because we play the game a lot and we do little mistakes. I think the key to our mental strength is, as I said previously, playing the game a lot. Like, we play a lot of hours scrims, and we also play a lot of Power League and ladder. So we're used to playing a good amount of time, and when we have important tournaments and we have to play for 4, 5, 6 hours, we can keep our focus and our best levels until the end. The Team Queso match was really intense from the start to the finish, but I think we always believed we could win it, and that was our thoughts when we were down 94 to 83% in the last set, 1-1. So yeah, we just kept playing. We knew what we had to do, obviously the damage to the safe, but keep the composure. And I think we managed to do that, and we had a great defense in the last 5-10 seconds. So yeah, we're really happy, and we didn't really celebrate too much because we knew we had to win another match to qualify, so we wanted to stay calm and collected. I think that as a champions, we have a little bit more pressure, but I'm confident that we can win Season 4 as well. And me personally, I won the 3 previous ESLs. Last year I won the 2 ESL with Totem, so I hope I can keep my streak going. I think we always had a lot of pressure from the beginning of the year, because of course we had to play for Zeta Division and they are the back-to-back world champions. So I think we had more pressure at the start than now, because we grew as a team. We have been performing all year long, so we're confident and we hope to achieve the same result as the actual Crazy Raccoon. My main tip for the newcomers will probably be to try and play as a team, like maybe with some in real life friends, or just trying out the people you like playing with in ladder, because it helps you understand more of the game playing together, maybe in a voice chat. So that would be my best tip. Thanks for doing this interview, and I love my team. I think they're great. Thanks Zeta Division for the support you give us, and also thanks to all the fans for watching our matches and supporting us in every tournament. Let's go!
Can you imagine if Zeta Division were to win Season 4? I mean, how many times is Inzo going to be on top? I mean, give someone else a chance, mate. But great to hear from the man himself. And of course, that's what it takes to be the best. And a lot of pressure that comes along with that. They seem to be handling pretty well on the side of Zeta Division at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there's a trend. If you've got Inso as your coach, you win the SPS, and it seems to be going on and on and on, so we will see if they do it for the 4th time. But it's great to see a bit of an insight into the mind of a coach, especially, saying they weren't worried about, being down against Team Queso and how they don't celebrate. Not that they celebrate anyway, even after winning that, calling themselves robots, and, it's always nice to have a bit of a look inside the head of the coach.
Absolutely. So, he was expecting Navi to be qualified, let alone not actually making this stage. So we'll discuss that in a bit more depth as well later in just a minute. If you are new to the Snapdragon Pro Series, of course, first and foremost, welcome. Here is a little bit of a format explain as to how today is going to go down.
The Brawl Stars season unfolds in 3 exciting phases, each one representing a step closer to regional glory: the Opens, the Challenge, and the Challenge Finals. We kick off with the Opens, a phase consisting of 2 splits. In each, players compete in 6 open cups. Anyone can sign up and compete against the best players. Each cup is a single elimination bracket, and the further you advance in the bracket, the more points you rack up. From here, the top 8 teams are invited to the Open Finals, an exciting double elimination bracket seeded based on accumulated points. The best 4 teams from each Open Finals move on to the next phase, the Challenge. The Challenge is an exciting league that unfolds over 4 intense weeks. It's round-robin format where each team faces all the others once in best-of-5 matches. At the end of the phase, the top 4 teams with the best records secure their spot in the ultimate showdown, the Challenge Finals. It's here in a LAN environment and in front of a live audience that the players will duke it out one more time in a double elimination bracket to determine who is the best in the region and who earns the title of the Snapdragon Challenge Champions.
Very exciting stuff. And again, just to reiterate, that is a double elimination here today, Trav. So if teams don't quite get it right in that first stage of the competition, they do have a second chance at grace.
I mean, that's the thing. 6 of the teams in total are going to be using that extra life, and whether or not they make the most of it is another question. But 6 teams going to be down in that low bracket throughout the duration of the today, and instantly 4 of them will be down there. So they'll be very, very pleased about this format.
Speaking of which, let's take a look at the bracket right now to see what our matches are going to be. We'll pick 1 match from the upper bracket quarterfinal stages to watch live, and then the other 3, of course, will be off stream. But Reply Totem facing up against FA India, the number 1 versus the number 8 seed. Humble versus VN Esporting is what we're going to be following on stream. Team Kesso versus FA Proxima, as well as Kebab versus One Trick Ponies. Some big favorite teams there. I've got my eyes firmly on Reply Totem. It always seems that when we don't follow their first match, they always always lose it and end up in the lower bracket. I hope for their sake that is not the case today, as our first match will be Humble versus VN Esporting, who we already mentioned a few moments ago, with Nob not being on the roster now. We don't know the full story there, but we did see in the qualifying stages that he was going to be competing with Navi, and Navi didn't make it to this stage of the competition. So, very big storyline shifts as we're going through towards the end of the year and the end of the BSC season, but definitely a big shocking turn of events there, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, they can make it to Worlds, but they can't make it to, the Open Finals, and that's a little bit worrying for Navi, I do feel. There's been a few roster changes here and there, as we did mention, Nob moving from VN Esporting, playing these qualifiers at least with Navi, and it's definitely a little bit worrying for them, qualifying through with a certain roster and then not qualifying to this and still seeing VN Esporting succeed. It's a little bit worrying in my eyes.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I guess there's a bit of give and take there because Nob obviously competing with VN Esporting in the LCQ didn't make Worlds, but now I assume that if things go well with Navi, then he's going to be at Worlds. So it kind of, it is a bit of a, silver lining there to be had. But I mean, we've also got to touch on the fact that we've had about close to 100 game-changing moments now with this new update. I mean, gears have changed, gadgets have changed, star powers have changed. Of course, the big shift being, when we look at the percentage differences of how a lot of the healing has come back into the mix from the star powers that have been readjusted, as was mentioned in the previous update, going to be left until this time around. But we've got more hypercharged brawlers in the mix, which does mean as well that they will not be playable alongside the 6 that are already not. There's a lot today, Trav, that we'll go into more detail on that's going to make a big impact here.
Yeah, I mean, so many changes. That's the thing. I think, you just had 90 plus changes to the game. And on top of that as well, the hypercharged banned brawlers, the hypercharged brawlers from before that are still banned out. And then we've got another couple of brawlers banned out the way, Sandy and Otis as well. And then 6 bans possibly on top of that as well. So there could be like 21 bans in a game or something like that. So yeah, it's definitely going to cut the brawler pool down a little bit. I'm intrigued to see how that, alters the meta on top of all the changes as well. So it's definitely going to be a bit of a wild one today, I feel.
Absolutely. So, I mean, obviously, we know, the game was, relatively down for the majority of yesterday as the update was going through. And the teams today, have had some very early scrims to get their advantage, to kind of get a bit of a feel as to how the game now is. I mean, normally it's just balance changes really to kind of have to worry about, and maybe a couple of bound brawlers from the hypercharge that's just come into the mix. But now, so much has shifted and adapted, but everyone is in the same boat. That you cannot deny, and ultimately it's going to come down to who's been able to adjust faster.
And that's the thing, I kind of feel like experience is going to shine through today because of how quick they have to adjust, how on top of these brawls and how much they play the game in general is really going to show, because you've got to be so diverse to be able to just change your mentality, change what brawls you're playing, on a point when all of a sudden some things go wrong and you have to play different brawlers. The experience is definitely going to shine through our field just because of that.
Yeah, I mean, no Rosa obviously got a new hypercharge. I mean, Colette as well, such a viable pick in the majority of modes where, kind of those more niche areas of things like Heist, Kabim Canyon. It's like very much the first brawler picks are going to be out of the question for a lot of the time here. Show Shelly, no Spike as we've already had, but there are some big heavy tank counters that are just not going to be playable. We'll probably still see Gale for that reason coming in to shine just a little bit. We saw an uprise of that particular brawler at the LCQ. We're kind of going to be looking back a little bit towards that meta with any kind of more recent shifts, but certainly, as we already mentioned, a great deal out of the mix, as well as looking at some of the gears that have had some changes as well. Look at some retunes there, and the gears make the foundations of a lot of the brawler's capabilities as well. So that is going to make a big difference as well, I feel too.
Yeah, that's the thing. And, as you say, gears do change a lot of the brawlers, a lot of the interactions that they go into as well. The gear can make the biggest of difference. You take some damage, your damage gear activates, and then you're doing a lot more to the opposition. And, that's something that this game does so well, all these micro interactions when stuff starts to kick in, passive abilities, abilities that you have to press buttons for, all of it comes together. That's when the game really becomes so thrilling to watch. And I think, a lot of these changes, we haven't really obviously had a lot of time for the players to adapt. So I'm intrigued to see if they just stick with the norm, what's been going on in the past, which is going to be hard enough as it is with all the bans, or if they do try some new things.
Exactly. It might be a case of he who dares wins, or he who dares gets punished. We'll see, as the players are currently in the lobby right now, going surely into game as we speak. Again, the matchup being Humble versus VN Esporting for our first upper brackets quarterfinals stages. The other 3 remaining matches will be played off stream, and we'll have some spicy results to kick us back off when we get around to them Humble, of course, Lukey, Cyclone, Tomsy, and Cannon, as we found out at LCQ. Not Kanan, as we were always referring to him as, but always great to have LAN events like that so you can kind of chat to the players themselves and find out.
Yeah, well, Rama, Buzzco, obviously coming over from that One Trick Ponies roster of the previous split. Buzzco moving to the VNE Sporting roster along with Mebius as well to round out this VNE Sporting team. And I think it's still a pretty solid team. I don't think they're going to be at the level that they were beforehand, just purely because of synergy, and I think that just makes sense. But I do think Buzzco's a capable player. We saw him playing in the previous split, and he did decent. Sadly, didn't make it through with his team, but managing to get another chance now.
This is the thing when it comes to roster changes in general, isn't it? That sometimes it can go really for teams and they just kind of excel, and other times it can be that period of uncertainty. But for me, VNE Sporting have always been that team that are just a little bit unpredictable. Sometimes they just have phenomenal results and they just look like a well-polished, really well, in timing with each other kind of team. And then other days, they just kind of have results that don't really kind of reflect the level of stature that I see the players on that roster having. But it will be definitely an interesting thing to see how he keeps up with the action, how he approaches things, because VNE Sporting were that very aggressive team, and the question in my mind is, without Nob in the equation, how is that going to have an impact? Maybe it's really did take the reins on that kind of more aggressive role over Nob, so maybe not necessarily there, but perhaps in some of those areas of more supportive control, we may see kind of like a little bit of a shift there in that regard. I mean, in terms of the qualifying stages as well, VNE Sporting did get that one win in the semi-final stages of Cup 3 in a 2-0 sweep versus Humble, but today is a very different setting for them, and they're going to have to be coming into this one very much prepared for everything. I think for Humble, they've got to be aware to those things that they might overlook that could then come back to harm them. Of course, the best of 5 is going to be a bit of a grace period in that regard. In the qualifying stages, it's the best of 3. But even if you do fall behind, the prospect of potentially finding yourself in the lower bracket where you could get the day done and dusted with just 2 consecutive wins is certainly going to be on everyone's minds here today in this first match.
Yeah, that's the thing. Everybody wants the 2 wins. Nobody wants to go through that lower bracket. As much and as nice as it is to have it there, have that extra life, nobody wants to use it. They just want to be going straight through, moving on to the challenge season and really not having any worries about it. And I think that's definitely going to be at the forefront of a couple of these teams' minds. I think Totem, Humble, VNE Sporting and Team Queso were the heavy favourites coming in today, and they're definitely all going to want to make their run through. But obviously for a couple of them, they can't. And especially in this matchup, Humble and VNE Sporting facing each other in the first round, that's 2 of the big teams out of the 8 here, and one of them is going to be knocked directly down to the lower bracket. It's a bit worrying.
It's very worrying. I mean, last split, we had some serious upsets in this very first stage of the bracket, and it made the lower bracket so immensely stacked. And that's kind of where we're at, coming into today, really, is, like you rightly say, one of these 2 teams, one of these 2 favorites is going to have a much longer journey. I still have a lot of faith in both of these 2 teams when it comes down to that lower bracket. I think that when you look at the kind of matches that we've got lined up and the caliber of teams, that, Reply to them should win that matchup. I feel like I'm just jinxing it as we speak, right? But I feel like they should, and I feel like Team Kesso as well should have a very, very good chance here today. As will Humble and VNE Sporting, in my opinion. I think my biggest reservation is with VNE Sporting, which was a bit of a surprise to me coming into the qualifying stages, how that would fare, because they did perform so well at LCQ and in previous qualifying splits, and in that regard, the #1 seed in season 3 going into those challenge finals. So they've had just great results along the way, but it's their inconsistency which has always let them down just a little bit. Now with this big change now as well added to the equation, I've got some reservations there. I'm very curious to see when we go into our first drafts, whether at least some of the ideas we'll be seeing will be reflected. And of course, again, just to reiterate, if you are just joining, Hypercharged Brawlers out of the mix, Sandy as well as Otis out of the mix here today. Ultimately, since the update, having a few issues with those brawlers in particular. Going into Super Beach, though, for Brawl Ball, the bans are in as Willow, Barley, and Nita for Humble, as well as Nita for Delius and Surge for VNE Sporting, and an early draft of the coin toss VNE Sporting of El Primo.
Yeah, I mean, seeing El Primo that early on is, by usual standards, a little bit unusual. But obviously, a lot of these hypercharged brawlers are tank counters. Spike, Shelly, those kind of brawlers are out of the way. We're going to see Gale coming in, which was one of the big players at LCQ. Thanks to all those hypercharged brawlers being banned, we needed more tank counters, and Gale was the answer to that. And it's the answer to Primo a lot of the time with those knockbacks. As soon as you get jumped on, you push it back, get it out of the way, get that super cycled, and carry on going. I think it's a good shout from Humble early on. But I'm still questioning this Primo pick first a little bit, regardless of all the tank counters out of the way.
Yeah, B wouldn't be a bad shout, but Gale, as we mentioned, coming into this matchup, a brawler which definitely thrived at LCQ, and this is going to be a very kind of similar meta, I would imagine. Yeah, and Buster just kind of reaffirms that for me. It's going to obviously be a little bit of a shift here and there, but for the most part, I would imagine that's kind of where we're looking at, as it is still relatively new for everyone involved. Ultimately for me as well, I think the need to ban on both sides makes a lot of sense. Pet Power as a gear did have a bit of a buff recently, going from 20% of an increase to 25%. So brawlers like Tara as well, definitely going to have a better run of things with those gears, and shield gear got an increase of health from 600 to 900. Speed as well had a nerf as well, from 20% down to 15% speed. So a lot of these ideas definitely going to be considered greatly in gears, because that's going to govern every single brawler. Ash to add to the primo. VN Esporting are not messing about. They are feeling like it's going to be a very tanky meta. We saw, didn't we, just at LCQ recently, that was quite reflective. But this third and final pick, will they have something else to add to this idea? Because they do need, in my opinion, to have maybe not a triple tank push, but maybe that's what they're going for here. Crow, yeah, to have a bit of slow, to add something of a bit more of a control-based idea to the equation makes a lot of sense for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think Crow is probably one of the better ideas, considering they've got Buster against them and they have the two tanks in their hands. And I'm quite worried about these two tanks, especially, if we do see Humble going something pretty decent against tanks. I mean, that is decent. It can break walls. Not that it obviously needs them, but with the opposition, not so much. Break walls, get a lot of damage down, get the stuns in, and I think it's quite bold, it's quite out there, but I actually don't really mind it.
I mean, if it's Lukey on Dynamite, then I feel like this could be so exciting to watch, because he is phenomenal with that particular brawler. Saw it a great deal at LCQ as well, just really popping up for his team. And, it's a very difficult brawler to make work. It really is, to land the shots, to just keep back big, tanky HP brawlers. You got to make sure that you are landing those shots consecutively but ultimately, it can be one of those brawlers that can cycle magnificently. So, looking at VN Esporting as well in their qualifying stages, 1 Grand Finals win in Cup 3, 2 Grand Finals appearances as well, to that of 0 for Humble. So, certainly, as far as paper's concerned, VN Esporting had the better qualifying stages, but coming into today, will they be able to do very much the same? Gadget missed there as well, and I'm assuming that is Lukey. But I mean, maybe I could be wrong here. Is there a roster change here for Humble potentially?
I don't think so. I imagine it probably will be Luki with a bit of a name change. Slow down onto Rama there as well. Nice stuff from him. Got the stun, but it actually didn't make a connection. That could have been big for Humble there if it did, because obviously Tomsy still had his knockback to get the Crow out of the way as well. Busko not having the best of times. Tomsy trying to assist Luki over that right-hand side, trying to get the slow so we can find those connections. But at the moment, Busko's just running it down, gets the jumps over the super. But Tomsy tries to push him away. Rama's still going forwards, gets the kill, gets the goal, and VN Esporting move 1-0 up.
Just start things off. Nearly shielded from Cyclone. Whilst on the right-hand side, just trying to find the shots. Rama goes down quite swiftly as well here, but a nice time jump there from Busko. Really lovely, and just continuously going forwards. Gets 2. Leaving Mavis and Tomsy. Super to hand for Mavis, but I don't think he's going to be able to get that ball at all. Tomsy just keeping things at bay until his teammates respawn, but that was a bit of a shaky moment there for Humble, and could have definitely escalated if Mavis was in a better spot towards having that super to go for the shot he needed. Rama gets the ball though, passes it to the mid, and now a bit of footwork for VN Esporting to try to close this early game out.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to do just that. Busko got his jump once more. Needs to go forward with that. Mebius has got his as well, so they can kind of get something together here. But nice shots coming through and a good defense. Not the best, coordination there from VN Esporting. Didn't pass the ball forwards as he was going for the break. But now he does have that jump slow down onto Lukey there as well. Throws the super forwards, but actually doesn't find a connection onto Rama. It kind of seems like Humble are throwing away all their abilities here. Rama surviving on 1 HP, does get taken down eventually. Little twister being dropped there by Tomsy. They need to find this ball, need to get this opening through. Breaks there, but some good shots coming through. Can they get the defense? I don't know if they're going to be able to get the goal. He's walking it forwards. He does force it in somehow, and that's going to be the evener.
1 HP in a dream for Rama, but it was not enough to keep the defense afloat. As now, VN Esporting with 2 supers to hand, going on the aggressive Rama though. Probably just a couple of shots behind, and if he gets this, it's going to be a very nicely timed push for VN Esporting. They can just hold firm into these later stages. 1 pass from Mavis to the right time. Busko wants to go in early though. Goes in maybe just a bit overzealous potentially. Goes down himself. Cyclone there trickling down HP. Rama going on the aggressive, and Tomsy will fall. VN Esporting will take the first game.
That's a good start for them, and Buzzco really showing his worth here. Coming in as the sub, some people will have doubted him, and I admit I was one of them. I didn't think they were going to be as good without Nob, but clearly they are doing very, very well. Being esporting taking that first game, and the tanks just running it down, even against the Dynamite who has these stuns, even against the Gale who's knocking them back. They just carry on going forwards.
Very good stuff so far from VN Esporting. I agree. I think Buzzco's playing a great game so far. Question will be, will he keep it up? That's a big stun already from Lukey and a great amount of value. Already a wipeout on that right-hand side. And most importantly, the wall's going down as well, which is going to keep that side so completely open. The shot was there, but maybe it's intercepted. And maybe a bit of a miss here for Humble. They're still in the mix here. Nice suplex there from Buzzco from the gadget. But will it be enough? A pass to Lukey and a walk-in, surely. And a goal in 25 seconds of play for Humble.
I mean, that's the bounce back they needed. Now, surely want to carry this on going forwards, but Buzzco's got his super. They need to be cautious about that, but just grouping up here, ready to use that knockback from Tomsy when he does choose to go forward. Cyclone just holding his lane slow. Nice stuff. Gets the shots through, and the blowback does take him out. Buzzco jumps forward and now gets some shots through. Does go maybe too over aggressive, and I think that's a bit of a recurring thing here. Obviously, with the tanks, it's probably the shout to do that, but Cyclone getting brought very low. Rama had to use a chill pill there and lost that rage. Couldn't get the shot on Cyclone to get the killing blow.
Oscar going in, but swiftly pushed back as Tom's in the scale pick is really being a bit of a thorn in his side, no doubt about it. And Rama just again falls victim. That same aggressiveness, can't connect with anything. A great sweep there from Lukey. The stun going out as well, just for good measure. Cyclone will be able to get it as well, despite the suplex. A goal, very nicely done for Humble, and most importantly, the game to match. Now we've got a real set on our hands. It's going to be whoever takes this next game taking the first set.
Yeah, I mean, that was really nice there from Humble. It just seemed on point directly off the start, getting the goal, and then obviously keeping composure on the defense and being able to flip it back around towards the ends to get that finishing goal as well. Maybe it's just going forward, maybe a bit too much there. Gets slowed down by Tomsy, pulled back there from Cyclone, but Rama is raged up, gets the shot through, uses a chill pill, so can't get the kill just yet, but a shot from Crow will assist him in doing just that, and even gets it and jumps Rama over the wall, but it doesn't make a difference. Good stun coming in from Lukey, gets the shots off, but the super doesn't connect with Rama, and they have to start from square one again.
Aggression though from Rama still. Robotic Rats going out for Cyclone, but not going to be too much of an issue. With the help of 2 versus 1 there, it's going to be an easy pickings for Humble. Maybe it's in that compromised spot. Low HP as well, to be forced back. Buzzco now will actually get the takedown before he does go down himself. Still a 2 versus 2, however, and I do prefer Humble's chances as there. Great connection from Lukey, doubling down on that same very thing. And a gadget pop, this time evaded by Buzzco. I think great stuff from him there, but it's going to be very much still being Esporting who are not out of the woods. Cyclone going for an opportunity, tries to get the gadget off, didn't quite manage it, and a bit of a fumble. The ball passed back, Tomsy gets it, and it will then be Humble with 1 goal ahead. Disastrous there from VN Esporting.
I mean, if he played for the other team, it'd have been the most beautiful through ball I've ever seen, but sadly it was a bit of a blunder. Buzzco's got his super though, he's going forwards, gets the jump, but the twister was placed down. Not sure if that really helped out too much. Looking to try and get this save now. Cyclone got no pulls left, so the shot comes through, but it's saved. The pass to the left, and Cyclone with the full clear now. Tomsy needs a super to defend this. Buzzco's too low to do anything. Twister plays, but it's a 50-50, and he goes wrong. Lukey respawning on the right-hand side. Tomsy with the defense. Beautiful from Humble, and they remain ahead.
Oh, look at Lukey as well in this position, just under the heat of things, but still landing everything. And there is another picking of Rama who goes down. I mean, it's just VN Esporting making attempts, but it's going to avail to goals here with 35 seconds left on the clock. They're not going to have much time for it. And I think the positioning that Humble have got and the amount of openings that there are left on the map, it's just VN Esporting struggling to even get past the midway mark.
Yeah, well, now Cyclone just carrying on his dominance of this left-hand side, keeping Rama back, and I think that's the smart thing to do. Buzzco does manage to get his super off being damaged though, and this is going to be a tough position now for VN Esporting to bring back. Has that super, but just can't go anywhere, constantly being kept low. Good shots there from Lukey, gets the damage through. Maybe it's going to go down, tries to pass it out, but Cyclone grabs the ball anyway. Can't do anything about that. Humble going to take the first set. Wasn't in a dominant fashion, but the games they won, they seemed confident.
Very, very nice stuff. Humble just adapted along the way. A bit of a tough one there as well for Buzzco on that 1 takedown to 6 deaths. Very much not the game that he was hoping for, but I think for me, VNE Sporting just had that early. It's kind of, it was almost a defense. I mean, maybe it's couldn't really kind of aggress it in the low HP that he was in, but I can kind of see the thought process. Just getting it to the, the feet of one of your own teammates does kind of, in a way, ensure that the ball goes where you want it to go in some way or another. But I mean, a bit of a tough one. It kind of landed into the hands of Humble, and that's where we know kind of we left off. But I've got to say, for me, like VNE Sporting had that early advantage. They just didn't really capitalize on enough, and feeding Luki so early on was definitely a big mistake in that third game. You just can't do that as a Primo as well, and an Ash. It leaves you so exposed to the elements, especially against the Gale. You've got to really prioritize those early moments of the match. Do not feed into those supers and just use the coverage that you've got to your advantage to get an early goal on the table. As time went on, it was quite apparent that Humble just knew that they had a better position in terms of that draft, and that's where they kind of came out on top, in my opinion.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, you've got to get those early goals if you're playing two tanks. And I mean, it's fine to play two tanks. It really is. It can work, and especially when we've got these bans that we have today, out of the way. But I just don't know about it being first pick. You're leaving yourself open to so many possibilities, so many counters. And I feel like, second and third pick definitely be a lot more viable. But having Primo as the first pick and instantly having to run that into a Gale, even just a Gale, it'd be difficult. But, add a couple more Brawls onto that and it becomes almost impossible.
Yeah, I mean, we literally called it. Gale was just such a prevalent brawler in LCQ, and it kind of made a lot of sense, seeing him come back into the mix with the bans that we've got in play. I think in terms of Buzzco's being Primo, it wasn't bad. I would prefer to send the other star power. I think speed is good, but I just kind of don't feel like it necessarily can always hold up, and having a couple more takedowns here and there might have been able to open the doors for some of his teammates to be able to come in and make something of it. Nonetheless, I think that VNE Sporting have certainly got a chance from what I've seen already today being displayed. It's clearly a roster that is still working, it's still functioning, it's still relatively new to the mix, so we kind of got to be a little bit reserved. But I mean, they were making some good adaptations. Again, some of what I kind of felt was going against them was in the draft process. I think that if they kind of have a bit more of a, an approach to that, which is a bit more reserved, and I think some different brawlers as well would certainly kind of help them out just a little bit there. I mean, they were going for that kind of tanky push with no healing. I mean, certainly there are some other brawlers in the mix which could have helped support those tankier ideas. I mean, Poker wasn't banned or picked. I mean, that's just kind of where I'm thinking. But as we go into dueling Beetles, however, let's see whether this could be a map and mode that VNE Sporting could turn things around. Bans being Pam, Crow, and Stu, and then Cadelius, Barley, and Sam bans there for Humble. An early draft in of Grey, which I do quite like. I feel like Grey has got a fantastic spot in dueling Beetles, the Walking Cane, to break open the map or ultimately just get your teammates back on the zone and play the objective. And that's ultimately where, for me, Hot Zone can go either for or against you. You've got to stay on that zone, and with those portals, it does help a great deal in carrying out that objective.
Yeah, it really does. And I mean, the rest of this draft, Dueling Beetles, I just really like that Grey pick. I mean, it just provides so much help for getting onto that zone. And, we saw it with Rosa, I believe it was, in the LCQ, just constantly TPing forwards from that spawn. But obviously, Rosa being out the way now, you've got to substitute possibly a different tank into it. And, with Buster taken on the other side, it becomes a bit more difficult to get a decent tank. We might see the Primo rise up again, but this time for Humble. That's the issue here. And VNE Sporting obviously compensating for them not having the Grey, and Lola going to be the next pick from them. I do like that, going to be able to keep some range and have some good DPS for anybody TPing as well.
Me as well. I think Lola's always been a very solid pick, but with Bell still on the table here, potentially to pick up for Humble, I'm a bit worried. I think that's the best kind of brawler to have into her, and Bell's always been good on dueling Beetles regardless. You have the nest egg as well, just to kind of buy your time and get that slow, get your teammates to really focus their attention onto the vulnerable opposition. But I'm not sure. I think Buster certainly has a very good place. And Lola here as well. Not a bad shout out. And there is Speak of the Devil. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that if you're going to have Lola and prioritize her, you kind of have to double down and pick Bell at the same time these days, or kind of go with a different approach. Maybe have Buster first, then bring in the Bell on your side, and then maybe follow up with Lola later. It's just a bit of a concern for me that Humble very quick to the mark on that front. No pun intended, being that it's Bell. But with a third brawler to add to this, I mean, Humble are playing this pretty well. I mean, I'm not too sure about the great first pick. Ems I really do love here, though. I mean, that could be so suppressive. I feel like, for me, VNE Sporting might have problems there.
I actually really like the great first pick regardless. I feel like even just an M's TPing in or something like that with Super can get so much done, and I feel like it's a pretty decent composition overall. I definitely really like it. The Bell, as you said, you've kind of got to take it along with the Lola if you're going to take the Lola itself, and it's a great countermeasure to that. But Squeak coming in as well, we know how suppressive it can be. Place down some of those residues, really solid to be able to just block off the lanes completely. There's 3 choke points, and we're not seeing any wall break here either, so it's going to be very difficult to push past some of them for Humble here.
Squeak is always one of those brawlers which I'm surprised to see this late in the draft, and one that I tend to often forget being so suppressive, especially since the introduction of that extra gadget from that gear. It's just going to be sticky residues all over the place, but ultimately that did receive enough. So there is that to consider here as well when it comes to Squeak. It's definitely not the same brawler which has had so much success in terms of the picks and the win rates. That residue duration decreased from 8 seconds down to 6. So it will make a little bit of a difference nonetheless, though. I mean, the slow is still the same, and the visibility that it brings to the equation as well. Great walking cane, though, there from Lukey, as Tomsy there does pick up a nice take down the Busco and just continues the assault onto Mavis. Nice mark, though, but actually it's going to be Mavis who gets the last laugh.
Yeah, good piercing damage here from the M's against this Lola, but Cyclone's not going to have the best of times being outranged, and obviously it's nice to see. I mean, obviously, I'm wrong in saying there wasn't any wall break, because obviously we're seeing those walking canes come in, but TP should now be set up. Actually, he probably wants to do it from spawn. Busco can't be let out of this situation, and actually might be able to get out of it if he does use this. But actually, we're not seeing any shots connecting from Lukey whatsoever there. And it's Viennese Sporting extending the lead. TP comes in now, just setting up for the future. Don't really need to use it right this instant. But Cyclone going to go in and not really going to find a lot there. And I feel like this is just a Viennese Sporting game all over.
Very convincing, isn't it, in terms of the scoreboard? And so far, Humble just not really getting much of a look in. Another walking cane, but not going to connect with anything at all. A great shield there. Basco just to keep everything at bay from Lukey. Great spray, and yeah, this is looking very strong. And I'm kind of surprised because Humble have not got a bad comp for this at all. It's just they're not playing it in the way that they need to really assure that the percentages go their way. 8% is all they're able to achieve in that game. And this could be a very quick turnaround in terms of the sets to tie things up by Viennese Sporting if this continues. I think if you're Humble, you've got to approach this one differently and really value those early moments, getting the upper hand, and just try to secure yourselves in place. But Viennese Sporting, if they don't achieve that, I'm just going to run away with this.
I mean, that's the thing. That's exactly what we saw in the first set, right? We saw Humble taking an early loss in a game and then bouncing back, and I'm sure that's exactly what they're going to do right now. Great start from Tomsy, connecting so many shots. The residue was there, but Cyclone not surviving over the right side. That's going to be really disappointing for Humble, especially after the start they had. But Bounce is now coming back and forward between Rama and his Ego, but actually he's going to be able to out-heal that now. TP comes in from that spawn. Cyclone going to get the knockback on Busco, but a pinch coming in on him should get him down. But Lukey just puts himself out of position once again. Got the TP back, got the heals, but it wasn't enough to keep him alive.
Certainly better, though, for the most part. I mean, when you compare to the last game, it couldn't really get much worse for Humble, let's be honest. But nonetheless, they are keeping things pretty much afloat for the most part. Great healing as well from Rama there as a result of that star power. We saw a great deal in the East Asia regions very early on this year, and just kind of trickling its way down now into the other regions around the world. And these TPs from Lukey much better, and just keeping everyone afloat. And now it's actually going to be Humble, which start to approach taking a bit of a lead here.
Yeah, well, good positioning from Humble now, and slow from Cyclone's absolutely beautiful there to keep them back. Lukey just overextending himself a little bit there, but now Cyclone trying to take over and get some damage down, puts himself out of position as well, and this is disappointing. So many times we've seen them just step out of line and get punished for it, but the bounce is really nice shots there from Tomsy. He's not missing too many shots, but it's still not mattering that much as VN just keep on coming back, keep on re-pushing. Cyclone getting TP in now, actually does use a friend zone there for the knockback. And the TP still set up. Nice move forwards there from Lukey, but it's actually Busco waiting for him, but he's just marked up instantly and taken down. And this is what I mean. Humble, they just bounce back every time.
Perseverance, as now connection from Mavis is there, and the slow to follow as well, so they put Cyclone in a perilous spot. Busco coming in now. This is the best chance that Viennese Sporting have got to turn things around. With that team wipe, they do, but they cannot lose the mid now. There's 9% remaining for Humble to be able to achieve, and if they time it well, they can absolutely do that. But Viennese Sporting have got a chance, and if they get a few takedowns here and there, they might be able to hold things off. As meanwhile, Basco does go down, making it a 2 versus 3, and huge taps there from Tomsy will surely bring Humble to bring this set close to a tie, and they have. It's one game apiece, and a very precarious position now for Viennese Sporting. If they don't get this next game in the bag, they'll end up being 2 sets down, and that could be potentially too much to come back from. They do not want to find themselves in the lower bracket, the first hurdle today. And as you mentioned, Humble are adapting on the fly, and that was a night and day difference to that first game.
Yeah, it really is. Every time we see Humble, they just bounce back in that second game, and now we're going to be able to see if they do exactly what they did in the first set again and close it out to make it 2-0. And as you said, it might just become a little bit beyond repair if we don't see EUR&MENA Sporting winning this one and bringing it back to a 1-1 overall in sets. But it is a good start for them. Humble are pretty much low all the way across the board here, and Luki not having the best of times avoiding these shots from Rama. Cyclone trying to push forward, but definitely overextending a little as well. Very, very low, but does back off just in time.
Good connection there from the walking cane of Luki, and it does secure the takedown, but Cyclone again just times that beautifully well there. The ego he just cannot find, and Tomsy there with the pickup keeps him in the mix. Really being a thorn in the side of EUR&MENA Sporting at the top left-hand side, finally taken care of. And now is a chance for EUR&MENA Sporting to turn the tides, especially with that swift eradication there of Luki. Now Cyclone and Tomsy got to push very carefully into this mid, and ideally get Tomsy to land some of these taps. And as soon as I'm saying that, Buzzcut comes in with a great deflection. 60% now in favor of EUR&MENA Sporting, as now we need to see more from Humble.
We really do, but good TP in. Oh, that's beautiful. And it's always Cyclone making the plays. Beautiful TP, beautiful kills. And now all they have to do is keep this control. Heal's obviously going to be able to be available from this TP as well. And having this lockdown position, especially with Ems, especially with brawlers like the Grey here, who's actually going to break some of those walls. And I don't know if that's the best thing, especially with Cyclone in that established position that he was. But now Luki not in the best of spots, has to back off, allow Rama some room. But now the TP comes in, but it's actually tanked out. And Heal's coming in from the star power as well. Cyclone moving across. Super comes in from Mevis, but no connections found. It's so close.
It really is. You can just break the tension with a knife here as well. Tomsy there just gets the shielding as well, so keeping him on a much better amount of HP. Consecutive taps there onto Mavis as well. The Cyclone comes in again off the portal, straight into the hands of Rama, and again more value off the back of that super. And it's just looking like now Humble should have enough to walk away with this, but it's so close. If Luki goes down here, it could change very quickly. The support is there from Tomsy, the mark placed on Rama, 100% to 88, and Humble are running away with it.
And now you've got to be very, very worried for EUR&MENA Sporting, because Humble have done it twice. They bounce back instantly, and even if we see something coming out of EUR&MENA Sporting in the next set, they've got to do it 3 times over, and that is the difficult point. Obviously, it's not going to be over if they do lose this next set, but Humble in such a convincing position now that if I'm VN, my head starts to go down.
Momentum is a very dangerous thing, and again in that set we saw Humble just adapting to the problem. I mean, when you look at the first games of these sets, you know, Humble were only able to walk away with 8% to their name, you know, compared to what followed. Such a stark contrast. And you know, when you look at the the teams on paper, it was EUR&MENA Sporting who had the better run throughout the qualifiers, you know, certainly so. But as the number 4 seed against the number 5 seed of Humble, there's very little in this. There really isn't. And what today so far is kind of surprising me the most is that Humble are not taking this lying down. They're learning from their mistakes better than EUR&MENA Sporting. So despite them having that early advantage on the side of VN, they're just not following through towards the very end of things. And now time is very much against them. I mean, this is looking like a 3-0 sweep if I ever saw one. And for EUR&MENA Sporting, I don't think the problems are lying too much in their draft, arguably more so in set 1. But in set 2, I mean, they demonstrated to ourselves and everyone else that in that first game, that comp is fully capable of, you know, 100 to 8%. I mean, and that's just how you play the comp, not necessarily, you know, anything more than the comp itself. I mean, I'm really impressed so far with Humble's ability to stand the heat.
Yeah, no, I am as well. And honestly, I'm impressed by what EUR&MENA Sporting are bringing to the table, because obviously they have just had a roster change. It's tough to go through that at any point in the year. But, you know, towards the end when one player's, you know, possibly moving away, moving to a different team, it's quite hard to swallow, you know, and having to bring in a new player so late on in the year, it's not what any team wants to have to do. And them having done it and still being able to put a battle against one of the best teams in the region, being Humble, I think it's pretty commendable for EUR&MENA Sporting, even if it's a 3-0, even if they get swept. The performances that they've brought in these first 2 sets, so commendable.
I mean, if there's any team, I don't want to speak too soon and jinx this, but if there's any team that can come through and prevail in the lower bracket, it is EUR&MENA Sports. I mean, they took Zeta Division to a 5th and final set in the Split 1 Open finals of this season. So I've got a lot of faith in their abilities, regardless as to what happens next. But nonetheless, they would prefer to stay in this upper bracket. There's no doubt about it. Going in to safe zone for Heist up next, then there's the bands already in, being Daryl, Grom, and Sam. For Humble, for EUR&MENA Sporting, the Bonnie, the Nani, as well as the Eve. I mean, these are the bans I kind of expect to see, but there are still some tough brawlers in the mix that could be picked here. 8-bit, I think, is going to be a very quick and swiftly picked one as far as I'm concerned. There it is. It has to in the current bans that we're looking at. The hypercharged brawlers being out of the mix. I really like that from Humble. Brock as well is a big contender here that's still on the table. But no, Colette, of course, the hypercharge that's coming to the mix for her has made her globally banned here today.
Yeah, which is very sad to see, because I do like seeing the Colette on this map, and I think it's a really great map for it. But the 8-bit starting things off very, very strong, and obviously massively heightened by the fact Colette can't be here. So definitely a very solid first pick there from Humble, the amount of damage it can rain down on the safe. But they do choose to go with a Piper. I don't hate it. I think it's a pretty solid shout, especially against that 8-bit in the early game when it doesn't have its turret, when it's going to be slow, sluggish. Piper needs to hit those shots, and they're going to need a great start if they want to be able to win with Piper, because if you're locked in spawn, you're not really moving anywhere.
Yeah, and Humble for sure are going to be very much aware to the strength of Piper into that 8-bit matchup. I mean, I distinctly remember in the LCQ, it was on Kaboom Canyon versus SK Gaming, and it was actually Humble versus... it was Humble that brought in the Piper to the 8-bit of SK Gaming, and they were getting some great results with that. I mean, that was almost a set going their way as the Cordelius joins the mix. VN Esporting certainly going to be a very strong counter to tanky options if Humble bring them in. But I mean, without those tanky options there, I worry a little bit for Cordelius' effectiveness on this particular map, and that's just something of a consideration here. I think that if Humble now just play this right, they can work around the Cordelius. In fact, into the 8-bit, it's going to really kind of struggle to do much at all. Ruffs as well with the sandbags can really counteract a lot of what Cordelius can bring, as well as the Piper as well. So, I mean, certainly, I feel like this could be a draft that's swaying a little bit more towards Humble if they get this third and final pick right.
Yeah, I do think so too. They in a good position, and as you say, without tanks, Cordelius is not going to be the best of brawlers in this matchup at all, and I think that's something they can just stay away from at this point, because you don't really need tanks on a map like this. It's not a massively tank-heavy map. Well, I mean, it can be, don't get me wrong, but if you're just playing it, then it doesn't have to be. Brock going to be taken as well by Humble, and this is a comp. This is a very good comp from Humble, and I honestly, as much as I want to see VN Esporting start to bring something back, start to make a comeback, with this, I just don't see it happening.
I feel like it's a GG go next. The call coming in, surely going to be played by Mabius, and that may have swayed me very slightly. I mean, certainly the aggressor that you need to have on a map like Safe Zone to go in and just keep your opposition back, and with the nanny ban again, with others out of the mix today, makes a lot of sense. But again, 8-bit combined with Ruffs, I mean, the supply drop buff over time is just going to be such a safe shredder if they are all in place and landing those aggressive connections onto the safe and getting those takedowns along the way. I mean, this is just going to be such a strong thing to have to stare down the face of the barrel on, and sort of VN Esporting. Brock as well, honestly, the Incinerary just going to be adding to everything. I really hope for VN Esporting that they've got this, in their mind as being something which they can handle. Because if they don't, I mean, this could go from bad to worse. I mean, Busko's not really going to be able to do anything at all. I imagine running jump to be able to try to get behind Soapin when he's weakest, but even then, he is. But even then, it's going to be very, very tough on the side of VN to get what they need to have in terms of their establishment on the map.
Yeah, I mean, look at Luki just tanking forwards as well. Piper's too low to really put up a fight, and now maybe it's in a tough spot. Keeping them both low, beautiful from him, because he doesn't need the kills. He just needs to get himself in a position to be able to rain down this damage. Tom's going to find it, though. Maybe it's going to get cleaned up, even though he used that flying hook forwards. Busko was trying to make something happen there, but the rocket laces from Tomsy keeps him away. And I believe, actually, maybe we just saw Luki pick up a power-up as well as being in this turret. That's going to rain down a lot of damage, and I mean, look what's already come on.
Yeah, extra credits on the safe as well, whilst in the damage booster. I mean, it's just no surprise why Humble have got so much of a head start, approaching now 50% remaining on the VN Esporting safe, and VN Esporting are just going in super on the aggressive. They are getting damaged now, it must be said, and that is something of a great amount of support for them as far as their peace of mind is concerned, I'm sure. 41% now remaining on the side of the Humble safe, but in the meanwhile, the Ruffs of Humble is still there, and Cyclone is landing shots and just taking this safe down very slowly but surely. Once his teammates join the mix, I mean, this could be a match point.
Yeah, I mean, it looking that way, and Busko not got his super just yet. Another super coming down from Cyclone, but Busko jumps over it, gets the kill. But Tomsy raining down some damage shots coming through. Piper eventually gets that tap, but this is 15% left on the safe. Luki's just going to wait this one out, burn down some time, wait for his team to come back up into a decent position. But Busko going to drag him straight into the realm, and now this is the time VN needs to go forwards. But Tomsy with some beautiful shots to shut both of the damage dealers down.
Tom's doing a great job on defense. Misses a couple of rockets there, though. But now that Luki's back out of the realm, able to help clear up the scraps. And that means that Rama and Mavis have got to land these shots. More importantly, so here to keep the aggressiveness of this potential position going forward. Cyclone there does concede one and healing up now. But VN cannot lose control here. Maybe it's going in super on the aggressive. I quite like this, though. 33% remaining. Tom's the last one standing, and this should be enough damage. Rama's running the damage gear as well, and there's nothing sign of damage on the other side of the field. And it is going to be a game going the way of VN Esporting, but only just.
I mean, that Carl pick was absolutely phenomenal as the last there, and the plays were even better than the pick itself. Maybe it's something Brawler is dangerous, so dangerous, and that's something that Humble have to watch out for. But looking at the trend, looking at what we've seen in the past 2 sets, VN win the first, Humble win 2 in a row, and I think they might be able to do it again here.
Let's see. Certainly is the moment that they've been waiting to have on their front, and they cannot falter now in this moment. They want to give a good match on their hands towards Humble, and they are landing a lot of shots early on. Maybe it's just keeping his distance from there from Tomsy. Nicely done as well. And as Klo goes down, that might deflate things slightly. Rama's getting some taps for his time, but will eventually have to go back and going to go forwards. He's going to go for the opening there, but not going to break obviously any of the map apart from a bit of bush, but he's still going to be an issue taken care of now. And Humble are now going on the offensive, and I think they've got to make up for some lost time here.
Yeah, Buzzco just being a bit of a pain in there as well. Tomsy going to go down, and they do have a lead as well as all this control that they have. But with Tomsy and maybe Buzzco being in the realm there, Ram was able to excel quite heavily. Little break coming down from Tomsy, not finding any connections on the opposing brawlers. Now a flying hook forwards. Maybe it's going to go in once more, and Buzzco's going to join him as well. Cyclone needs to get the kill, but they actually both fall, and no defense left. Flying hook away as well. Keeps Mebius alive and keeps Buzzco on the safe.
A lot of damage raining down, just 10% remaining now, and this will be a set going the way of VN Esporting. Robert jumping in and just does find himself in a pinch, and Luke is surviving on 26 HP. Can Humble now get a push together and hold this front, because they're going to have to really hold together well. Great connection there from Robert with the gadget onto Tomsy, and now maybe should be able to go in, and this should be the game that we've been waiting for VN Esporting.
I mean, that's what they needed. They needed this win, and they needed to push forward into this 4th set, and they played it beautifully there. You know what I said? Maybe it's going to be GG. That comp looks so solid, but that Carl last pick really was something special for VN Esporting there. And, the Cordelius, he did his part. It got the damage. It dragged the 8-bit away, who's obviously pretty much the range on the side of Humble, along with that Brock. But Brock going to be really difficult to hit those shots with. So if you clean up the 8-bit, you can move forward with the rest of these shorter range brawlers in the Carl and the Cordelius. So I think overall it was a pretty solid comp from both teams, but VN Esporting just outplayed him in that one.
I agree. I mean, I was saying GG go next. To me, that says a great deal about VN Esporting's ability to handle that draft situation, and they played it fantastic. They were much more aggressive, but controlled in their approach, which we didn't really necessarily see as much in the previous sets. They had a lot of aggression, but it wasn't necessarily timed to the best it could be. And for Humble as well, especially as that would have been them in a match point scenario, really looking to continue on in this upper bracket, that's going to slow the pace down a little bit. Get another good draft in for VN Esporting in this next set, and they could find themselves going to the 5th and final and keeping that reverse sweep dream alive. I think this one is still very much far from over here in this matchup here. We've got a very exciting one to come.
We really do, and I mean, VN Esporting, they need to bring something special now, because, if they lose a set, they're down to that lower bracket, not going to be out of the competition. They've got 2 lives, but if they win it, it's all even, and then it's all to play for in that last final set. So, what seemed so far out of reach for VN Esporting just before we saw this set go in, it had to be 3 in a row. Now they only have to win this one and another one before Humble win 1, and that doesn't sound anywhere near as difficult.
Exactly that. I mean, VN Esporting are that team which can go the distance to that 5th and final set and still put up a huge fight. They don't seem to get very much deterred in terms of their approach and their stamina going into those maps, as they are new bands. Yeah, I was double checking because they are quite reflective of what we saw previously. Out in the open, up next is the map for Knockout, and Bonnie banned, Squeak banned, Fang banned by Humble, Piper the Eve, as well as the Buster for VN Esporting. We'll soon see the first sign of the draft to come, but certainly a very challenging map if you find yourself in the back spawn areas. Got to make sure that you're able to survive and ideally have a bit of a wall break in the mid. I mean, Nani, I really like, and we have seen Nani just immediately off the back of the round use a peep to break open that first bit of bush, but it's definitely a very tough brawler to play into. You can't really go as squidgy as you might like, Gene, and there's going to be a lot of heals off the back of that particular brawler, and Meg joining the mix for V&E Sporting. We've seen them play Meg a great deal recently.
Yeah, I mean, Meg it's a dangerous brawler if in the right hands. I feel if in the wrong hands, it throws the game. But if you put it on that person who just knows how to play Meg so perfectly and everything just lines up right, it can be so good on a map like this. The Gene as well, I like it. It's a very, very solid brawler. Nanny going to be there on the side of Humble. And, Nanny, it's the first, but you've got to go for the Nanny, right? Long range, the TP forwards, the break if you go it, return to sender if that's what you're choosing to go for, and then the Brock to join it as well. That's a couple of very powerful long-range brawlers. But a few jukes from Meg, get towards their face, and you're in danger.
Brock as well. I mean, I really love that brawler. I wouldn't be even opposed to it being a first pick on out in the open, just simply because the rocket fuel is such a great way of getting immediately onto the map. But for Humble, against the Meg, Nanny's going to be able to strip pretty nicely into that as well. And Magic Hand, of course, as we know, can turn the game at those later stages as we get Mandy joining things for Humble. I mean, I quite like Mandy a bit now that I've been playing her more. I kind of do like some of what she brings to the table, but I haven't really in the past really taken to her in competitive, I'll be honest. I mean, it's not really kind of a brawler which I find is that exciting to play in, especially in a map where being pushed back is very threatening. You can find yourself in that position a great deal with Mandy because you have to stand still to really get the most out of her, and that's not really helping your team, whereas a really versatile high-flying brawler like Carl coming into the mix for V&E Sporting can do exactly what is needed to keep that aggressiveness on. This could well be a set for V&E Sporting here, but they've got to value their lives. That's the thing, and Knockout playing that objective is so instrumental to victory. And we're going to see that break immediately so for Humble as they get straight into the thick of things.
Well, we'll see if this Meg does pull through, and obviously Carl is a dangerous brawler in this man's hands. So that's something that Humble have got to be scared of. But a little gadget coming through there from Luke. He gets some great damage down, not finding the killing blow, though. But everybody's so low. Flying Hook had to be used out, and that even leaves them in a 3v2 and a gadget down. So not the best of ideas there. But obviously had to get out, try to make something happen here, because nobody wants to be going around down so early on. And Lukey, Uguay, whatever you want to call him, getting some shots in here from the onto the Carl, and now Rama low as well, and this is just not the spot that V&E Sporting want to be in. This is what I meant. It's just either you come strong and you're looking extremely good with the Meg, or you put a round down so early on by stepping out of line, and sadly for them, they're a round down.
Very convincing start, let's be honest. There's a little bit of value there for Luke. You just find the connection onto Rama with the super there, but V&E Sporting do survive on. Now, maybe it's flying hook and a great rocket rain over the top of the wall from Toms. He will secure it. 3 versus 2, but a super there from Luke was far away from a lot of the action. I guess hoping that he would find somewhat of a connection. Didn't happen. Rama, they're just going to utilize this wall to the best of his ability, juking wondrously well, as now Buzzco can come in with the aggressiveness. Cyclone's pretty low here as well. They can just find one takedown and get a 2 versus 2. V&E Sporting's still got a chance in this game.
Do indeed, and they get it. 2v2 now, but the shots coming through. Meg's out of mech, but the heals coming through from Gene. Big stuff from him there, but Mandy tap is going to be big. They get that down, but now he's looking for this kill. The super comes through, but he's getting the shots in. They're not finding the kills. Eventually, Humble get it done. They're moving on to match point, but that was not convincing at the end. Meg, even out of the mech, almost clutched that up.
Really exciting stuff from both sides. I mean, the jukes were so on point there for V&E Sporting to evade a lot of what was being thrown at them. The perseverance there of Humble is what won the game and brings them onto a match point scenario. And what do V&E Sporting have to do then? Because I felt like they had a fantastic chance there of just turning things around, and it wasn't the case. Cyclone low, now in the mid, and a big early aggressive push here from V&E Sporting, now hunkered down for those heals, but Rama not really able to be present now. Cyclone getting aggressed. 108 HP, but Buzzco can't finish him off. Great body blocking, but it's going to avail to actually both members of V&E Sporting going down, leaving just... there's just Lukey there for Humble left, and the 3 versus 1 is not going to be anything that Humble can get away from. A great round there for V&E Sporting.
I mean, this is exactly what they needed. They needed to bounce back after that disappointing first game loss. in knockout, and Mebius with this obviously flying hook in hand and super as well. It's dangerous for for Humble to be faced against, and now he comes in, shots coming through. Rocket Rain did come down on him, and Tomsy actually survives. Cyclone gets Buzzco out of mech, but he's carrying on his push forwards. Return to sender was popped, then wouldn't have done much damage anyway, but Vengeful Spirit's in the pull from Rama, clutching up. Cyclone's still alive, but I don't think it's going to be enough against the mech and Rama, both still alive.
Be a really tough thing to make work, but Nani's not a bad brawler to have. The problem is that it's just got nowhere to go, and yeah, exactly that. Viennese Sporting really did just tie things up nicely here. They're surviving on, Travis. They're literally by a thread at the moment. Can they bring us to a fifth and final set? That is the question. I think for me, Humble definitely had a chance there just to finalize things and move on with this one, but Viennese Sporting are holding on. It's got to be said.
Yeah, I mean, they are really putting out a really good show here, and even with the wall break, they even in control, and usually with Brock, you know, you break the wall and you're instantly in control, but it's actually the complete opposite. It's Humble who are just losing control every time, and VN who are pushing forward and getting in the good positions. Now some shots coming through, and actually a flying hook out once more, just giving Mandy over the right a bit of a chance to heal, but not going to give that same chance to Cyclone as he does fall down. Two of them focus him, and you know, it's the sharpshooters. If they connect the shots, they get the kills, but they're just not finding the connecting shots.
Tomsy playing a risky game here, trying to find a space as Lukey tries to clear a path on the right-hand side, going really aggressively forwards, but not going to work out well as Buzzco will pick it off. Nicely done from him as a 3 versus 1 now. All Tomsy can try to do is get super, and he missed 2 out of the 4 rockets there. Does get super off the back of things for the next round, but it's not looking good for Humble. Lukey there with a shot in the dark. Don't know whether he connected much with it. We'll see in a minute. He did find Rama actually there, so a little bit more towards the super as Tomsy breaks a bit of the bush with his rocket fuel just to allow there for a bit more of a visibility, but it seems that actually this time around Viennese Sporting the ones that are being sheepish to the mid, and oh, what a connection there from Lukey. Maybe it's Nose has got to go in on the aggressive now and try and get something for his time, but he's taken down himself, and Lukey survives on. It's now a 3 versus 1 against Viennese Sporting.
I mean, this is a big round for Humble now. They're getting the shot through, but Buzzco just trying to get back into his mech, and even if he gets the super, it's not really going to do a lot for him because he can't carry that over into the next round. Humble now 1 round away with 3 supers in hand against VN, who have their 1, but need to try and get this to move it to a set number 5, but supers all in the hands of Humble.
Misconnection there from Lukey this time around. Cyclone shots though are piercing on that left-hand side. He's just keeping both there, Rama and Buzzco at bay, and meanwhile maybe is doing his best on the right-hand side, but it is a 2 versus 1, and a missed pull from Rama isn't going to help things at all. Buzzco now out of mech though, and that's definitely a consideration as Rama just evades the rocket. Now he goes down. 2 versus 3 as Cyclone falls. 2 versus 2 now, and this is going to give both sides a bit of a fighting chance.
No flying hooks left for Mebius, and he's getting hit hard. He gets taken down. Even the super was wasted on though. Buzzco, the last alive, no mech available, and he hits the shot. Mandy finishes things off there. Beautiful shot from Lukey, and Humble take the series.
Oh, a strong stat scoreline there for Lukey on that very challenging brawler pick. The supers can really hit the mark, or they can come a little bit short as they can be spotted a mile away, but if you just get lucky in those early moments off the spawn, as you did quite a few times, let's be honest, you can give yourselves a bit of that upper hand advantage. But certainly for Viennese Sporting, they're kicking themselves a little bit. There's the connection there, which just availed to a great amount of aggressiveness to follow. But I mean, a tough new start for Viennese Sporting. Now they're going to be in the lower bracket. They can't skip a beat. They've got to get every single win, or they won't make the Season 4 challenge, and that's it's a huge prospect that must be dawning over them now, as they were in Season 3. I mean, they were the #1 seed coming into the challenge finals. It's just not going their way at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking good for them. I mean, honestly, it's not looking good for them, right? Because they played very well, and they played with a player who they haven't been playing for very long at all. They looked good whilst doing every set was a 2-1 that they lost, and the set they won was a 2-0. And they did look very good, especially for this new formed roster, or at least the new guy coming in being Buzzco. They still looked very solid, and especially against a team who's been together all year long, been playing together so often, so much, scrimming every day for the past year, and way more than that as well, bear in mind, because they've been together for so long. Being able to take this to a 3-1, I think is good for them.
Yeah, I do agree, and we'll see how VN Sporting fare later on in the bracket. Let's now see who Humble are going to face then in their next matchup and where the score lines were in the matches that were played off stream in those upper bracket quarterfinals. Reply Token got the 3-1 against FA India, and they will face Humble in the next stage. Team Kesso with a good, nice, clean sweep of FA Proxima will proceed on, as did One Trick Ponies. So that will be our next upper bracket semi-finals match to determine our first two teams into the challenge season. For VN Sporting, they will face now FA India, and Kebab will face FA Proxima down in that lower bracket stages. But for those four teams, a singular loss will then see the end of their tournament journey. It's such a tough position to find yourself in, but that is the nature of the format. You know, you are given a second shot at grace. You know, that is more than we get in most other formats.
It really is. And I mean, the top bracket is looking so stacked, and pretty much every team we expected to win did win in the end. But that lower bracket, now they've got to win 2 in a row, the teams who have been knocked down there from the start. And let's not forget how stacked the upper bracket's looking. Even if they win their game, they've got to face one of these teams from the top bracket, and that's dangerous in itself. Everybody in this bracket is looking so good, but those lower bracket teams, they've got to be really scared no matter what position they come in after this game.
I couldn't agree more. That lower bracket, it's going to look very, very scary, very daunting very soon, as we'll find out who is going to be going forwards into our challenge season very shortly. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after a very short break. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. We are one game down, but the upper bracket is still all to play for in our search for 4 teams to join. That of for esports, SK Gaming, Nouns Esports, and of course Zeta Division in our challenge season. I am Stelark, joined back on the desk with Sunny. Sunny, I mean, you're watching from the sidelines. Great start to the show, right?
Definitely so. I'm interested in seeing the other drafts that the players are still going to show us today. I'm so eager to find out more about this new meta. We kind of have a different banning system today. We have all of the hypercharged brawlers out of the way for only today. Let's see how the next few weeks are going to go. But so far, we have seen some surprises. Of course, Dynamite came in as a bit of a niche pick there. But other than that, I feel like we're going to see a lot of tank counters. As you and Trevor already mentioned, we don't really have those anymore.
Well, I agree. It's going to be a very interesting day, that is for sure. Let's take a look at the bracket as well, just to revise our memories on where things are up to in terms of the competition, because as we just saw, Humble did get the win over VN Esports, which places them into the next stage of the upper bracket semi-finals, facing off against Reply Totem next. And the other matches we saw, we didn't see because they were off stream, but we looked at the bracket prior to the break, and Reply Totem did get the victory against FA India in a 3-1 scoreline as well. Sweeps all round for the other teams, and Team Kesso proceeding on as well, who's a big favorite looking into the competition. But again, in that match against One Trick Pony, it's not going to be an easy feat by any means at all. And inevitably, 2 of these teams out of the 4 in this upper bracket stage are going to find themselves into that lower bracket one way or another, Sonny.
They will have to. I did try to keep up a tiny little bit with all of the other matches that has been ongoing as well. Some interesting things happened there as well, looking at the draft, but also just at the matchups, how the teams were playing against each other. Now, in this match we did watch on the stream, VN Esporting versus Humble, I don't feel like Humble have been coming out on top over VN Esporting or any of the other big names recently. They haven't been looking the greatest, just very consistent. They made it to every single one of the cups, just never beyond the semifinals. There was always someone to prevent them to make it into the finals. So seeing them now prevail and come out on top in a 3-1 against VN Esporting, they have been preparing for today and they look really on fire. I'm really looking forward to what they can do now against Totem.
It was looking much better, wasn't it, for them here today? So far, at least, it's got to be said. VN Esporting, it was definitely a tough thing to come in with a brand new roster. But for this team that we see on our left-hand side, Reply Totem, they are no Boy Scouts when it comes to the SPS. They are the Mobile Masters champions, but they are also, in my opinion, a little bit of the curse of SPS ever since. Joker, Maru, and Maori have got to make good on their approach previously. They've struggled in Season 3 to be able to get to the challenge season, and they could be doing the same again here today if they don't get it right. Lukey, Cyclone, and Tomsy looked very, very good earlier today, as well as Cannon from the sidelines, to go into our first draft for Kaboom, Canyon, and Heist. Reply Totem banning out the Eve, the Nanny, and the Bonnie. For Humble, the Crow, the 8-Bit, and the Amber. Really liking the bans, and what I'm seeing so far for me looking pretty decent for the most part. Going to remind ourselves as well that the hypercharged brawlers are still banned, with now 6 new ones coming into the equation to add to that ban list. So a great deal of bans. But in terms of how these teams will fare, I've got to side with Reply Totem here. I mean, you'd be foolish not to, really. Let's be honest. I mean, through both stages of the splits, in terms of their qualifying prospects, I mean, they are the #1 seed in both Split 1 and Split 2. For Humble, they've got to get this draft very much on point and try to find something of a weakness in Reply Totem, which is no easy feat.
Both of those teams didn't make it in the first qualifier in the Split 1 Open Finals. Both of them didn't make the qualification. Humble not even making it into those Open Finals now makes them the underdogs in this one a tiny bit. They need to get this draft on point, and what we already see, I feel like today is going to be the day of Gale and Cordelius. Those 2 are the only 2 tank counters you really still have available. They came back into the meta with great speed, with Shelly, Spike, Maisie, all of those banned out all the times. Definitely 2 of those picks you want to keep in mind, as well as the 8-Bit that is banned out here already. I did watch a bit of Totem draft before. They did play a lot of Gale also against FA India. Terra coming in now. Kaboom Canyon is one of those heist maps where you can allow yourself to play a bit of short close range brawlers to come in play just to keep the mid control. Kaboom Canyon is all about, do you have this middle push on the control or not? With Cordelius, Humble has something on their own hands to do just that. Bell is going to be the long range brawler to snipe Totem players away to get a bit of safe damage even from the far.
I really do like this from Reply Totem. I mean, that easy access into the mid. And I'm surprised in that same sense that Humble haven't gone with a wall break, because ultimately that's going to be something that's going to go against them. They won't have the luxury of just eradicating the effectiveness of that gadget on the Gale side. And now Piper to add those big long side lanes. Again, Cordelius is going to struggle in that matchup for sure, as the massive range of Piper to the very short range of Cordelius. Reply Totem, rightly so, not feeding into the tank idea, and Cordelius is that insurance policy there for that reason, but without it to really gain the value, it's going to be a tough thing to make work. The Battle and the Squeak, I don't mind those brawler picks, but I do feel like Reply Totem have a serious amount of aggressiveness to add the equation. And again, with various buffs that we've seen coming into the balance change side, you know, with the gears, pet power is going to make a big difference with Tara in particular. The increase of effectiveness from 20% to 25% on those pets, it can wreak havoc on the support from beyond. If left untouched, can just see a game end in seconds.
Let's see how the start will turn out. So far so good for Totem, already with the mid control. 2v3 situation now as Tomsy jumps back into mid, gets immediately Maru into the Shadow Realm as well. Doesn't get a takedown though. Maru just decides to go and safe already as soon as he comes out of the Shadow Realm. He's going to be able to put those pets that Art just mentioned onto save. Some damage already happened for Totem there. 15% only. They are in the lead. Humble can come back from this one. They just need a good push. Tomsy still with another jump gadget coming in here now.
Right, jumping from Joker, not going to get the most amount of damage at close range, but nonetheless keeping the pressure on and also opening up some space. But will that go for Reply Totem or against them? It has provided at the same time a bit of a pathing into the mid, and you know, it's going to obviously be keeping those pushes away from things, keeping them more exposed. Nonetheless, though, not too sure as we see Tomsy in the realm right now, just trying to battle this 1v1 against Maru. And he actually won't come out on top and goes down himself at the end of things. So Reply Totem all stays standing. And it's Humble who are dropping like flies right now.
Totem again with the mid control, Totem again with the push. They have already a great lead there. It's now on 73% only, the save of Humble. They need to come back from this one with a good push, but how do you push up against the Terror of Super with Mari on that Gale on the right-hand side, completely holding his lane on the control pull coming in now. Cyclone falling, so is Tomsy. Master Uguay, Luki, the last man standing there trying to defend, but this is going to be a very tough one. Another great amount of damage coming on to save from Totem.
Luki is weak though as well. Cycling just getting aggressed here with a nice gadget from Joker, just taking no chances with the homemade recipe just to ensure that that left-hand side is cleared up. And Maru just going to bring the support from beyond, actually gets a kill with it onto Luki on that right-hand side, and now continuing to tap the save. 11% is all that remains, so the only 4% that Humble have been able to deal out to Reply Totems is looking so convincing, but Joker going to probably finish things off with a tap, and then the support there of Maru to finish things off. A nice, clean first game for Reply Totem, and they need it. They do not get today right. This could be the 4th open finals that they will have failed to qualify forwards into, but so far so good. It was, in my opinion, a bit of a strange season 3 in the SPS without them, so I hope for their sake that they do land the mark. Last time round in the Split 1 open finals, we saw that they were quite under the weather. They were mostly sick on their side of things, which would make it very difficult to land the achievements that you need to get into the challenge stages, but today looking much better so far.
They definitely are. Humble did play in Season 3, now they try to get into Season 4 here as well. Not the easiest of opponents, but as we already said, Totem didn't look the best in the first split open finals either. Again, Totem with the early mid control, Humble holding off a lot better, though they do have the first percentages on to save 3%. It's a very tiny lead, but Humble, if they can continue to push them back like they are doing now, another great snipe coming in, Maru falling. They could eventually turn this set still around. Maru with his Terra Super, they're now in mid. It's going to be a very tough one for Humble to come back into mid.
Lovely tap there from Joker as Maru popped the nest egg at just the right time for me, because ultimately you want to be doing that when your opposition is not already there to aggress the mid, and they're all spawning back in on the side of Humble. So now approaching the safe, and a double sub so he gets the double takedown. That is ridiculous. Mario evading the shots from Cyclone at the same time, getting some massive value for his team. What a play from him. Unreal stuff.
Very well played now, also not overextending. Maru still staying alive there, falling back and holding mid control for Maru to push back into mid again. Once again, very aggressively with the jump pad that Maru puts down at the start. Maru again just trying to evade. Tomzy there is in the Shadow Realm, does get taken out there. Not another round of gadgets on to save there. Great snipe from Joker. Tomzy is falling. Great lead for Totem, and only 40 seconds left on the clock for Humble to come back from this one.
Looking low here as well. Joker finds Tomzy, and that's going to be everyone on the side of Humble very, very exposed here. Somehow Cyclone gets a kill, but in the meanwhile, Tomzy with the gadget just going to go down to his death as well. It's just everyone dropping on the side. Humble. It's going to allow Maori as well, Joker, to heal up accordingly. Maori comes straight into the thick of things, into the mid, and tries to find a connection with the portal. Won't happen though. Nonetheless, it's a great position for Reply Totem just to sit back and just gain some damage, keep the control. They haven't really got to do anything here, so I don't think there's enough time for Humble to get the damage that they need, even if they are all on the safe.
The last 4 seconds, and it doesn't look like Humble can even reach the safe anymore. This is going to be Totem's game and Totem's set. We'll play to them. They won this one simply because Joker was tapping Maru every single time he had a super. Even if he goes into the Shadow Realm together with the Cordelius on the other side, he just decides to go and save, throw his super and the gadgets onto it. So much damage output from the side of Totem. Not really a lot of damage control or control over mid in general from the side of Humble. Squeak Nerf might have played a role there as well. Not the best gadget anymore, Residue. But yeah, to round this one off, I feel like the draft was just so completely going towards Totem. They played it perfectly. Humble needs to step up their game now.
Yeah, big time. And they can't take risks early on in these drafts because Cordelius was that really first early pick, and it tells your opposition so much about how you want to play things. It's a tough thing, right? It's like you can save it until last, and then it can be taken out of your hands. But ultimately, if you're picking it so early, the majority of teams are just not going to feed into the broader comp that it's going to face best against. I mean, Daryl's obviously at that point going to be a bit of a waste of time, and if it does come in on the other side and combined with the Cordelius, well then there's other ideas that you can use to counteract it as well. So for Reply Totem, it was also the way in which they just played. I mean, for me, just Joker really landing the mark with that Piper pick, and great to see Piper coming back in a bit more so into the competitive side of things recently. I mean, a lot of that has to do with the amount of brawlers that are banned because of Hypercharge, but we shall see. Maybe she'll even get one of her own prior to Worlds, who knows? But nonetheless, for me, Humble didn't really look like they were the same polished team against being esporting previously to this. Reply Totem, again, a bit of pressure, no doubt, on their side of the field because, yes, they've made the World Finals this year. They've got that to look forward to, whereas for Humble, they won't be there. They were not able to get through the LCQ to do so. But for Reply Totem, they want to be able to keep up with the competition going into that. It's a great amount of value which you can obtain through the SPS going into the BSC as well. And to not have them in Season 3 was disastrous. It wasn't the same without them. If they're not in Season 4, I mean, that really does put their legacy to big question marks, and whether they really are keeping up with the competition in the EU and MENA region. For Humble, a great opportunity to get a huge upset here. But nonetheless, whoever loses this matchup won't be out of the competition. They'll have a second chance of grace. They'll be in that lower bracket. But certainly for Reply Totem, they can't really afford that, as it's happened every qualifier so far, and they haven't been able to escape it and get through to the very end to qualify for the challenge season.
Yeah, I mean, for Totem, it would be a great opportunity to keep up the learning, keep up the, getting to know the new meta throughout this next season. For Humble, it would be one of the last few big tournaments they can still compete in. As you already said, they didn't make it into World Finals, so they definitely want to make it into the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 4 now. Hard Rock Mine is going to be the next map we're going to see here. Crow is going to be the first pickup here from Totem, one of the other tank counters that is still available. Gray, Max, and Rico all banned out. All three of them are one of those brawlers we see time and time again on this map. Kaboom Canyon already went the way of Totem. Humble needs a good answer now to counter that Crow and to go in hard on Hard Rock Mine.
Good stuff for me from Humble. I really do love those bans. For me, for Reply Totem, I actually quite like the Rico ban because of the amount of brawlers that are out of the question here today. It makes a lot of sense to ban that kind of niche idea. Normally not, but today I can understand it for sure. Crow being their first pick, which I don't mind necessarily, but does require a bit more aggression. I mean, it's a great map, some tankier ideas, but again, you kind of want to save them to the later stages. Nita coming in for Humble. A really good choice, actually, for me. Again, Pet Power as a gear has received a really favorable buff, and that's going to go hand in hand with Bruce, ideally. We haven't really seen a bit of a decrease in the speed gears, surprisingly to me, despite that nerf, but nonetheless, I mean, teams are still utilizing that more often than not, and this is a map which is a prime place for it, let's be honest. Nani, though, is definitely a bit of an odd one for me. You know, the Hard Rock Mine, I much prefer like a Bell into that. Speak of the devil, go for that, 100%. Love that from Reply Totem, but I mean, Nani here, I'm not too sure.
I mean, honestly, I feel like Kaboom, Kenny, and Humble tried to go with the Bell. Totem picked the perfect answer to it. Piper just comes out on top of those two brawlers more often than not. Now going in with the Nani, they kind of prevent Totem from going that Piper again. Also against Bell, it can do a great job in general, just thanks to the return to center gadget. From Totem, we have a mid now already. We need another lane, preferably one that can go up against Anita. Or you pick something else that can counter our tanks. Last pick is gonna go the way of Humble. They could still come in with a tank, but against the Crow and Gale, I wouldn't really recommend it. Let's see, something with a bit more range would be what I would go with here.
Certainly, it's a bit of an insurance policy, I guess, for the tankier ideas. But again, that's placed Humble in a good spot here. They haven't got to feed necessarily into the tanks. They could do, and try to exacerbate these Crow gadgets over time. Mr. P gonna come in. I don't mind it. I mean, it's not necessarily gonna have. It's definitely gonna have the hardest matchup with the Crow. The Crow's gonna be struggling into that, but yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. It's definitely one of those brawlers that you kind of forget just how annoying it can really be and how effective, therefore, it is in the comp. But I mean, ultimately, the Crow, I just kind of prefer it to have on the side of Reply Totem. Eventually, you can just have that matchup be cleared up with a great, nice assassination attempt at the right time. But I don't know, for Humble, they got some nice ideas. It's definitely not the draft that I was expecting to see. Certainly not on actually either side of the coin. I mean, the Nani is kind of like the weirdest one for me on Humble's side. I mean, I think for me as well on the side of Reply Totem, the Gale's probably the weirdest one. But I mean, there's a few 10 counters at the moment in the meta. So, I mean, when it comes to the bans that we've got globally, so I can understand why they've done it, but it is a bit weird.
Yeah, you say Gale is weird. I feel like Cordelis and Gale, again, are gonna come in a lot more today simply because of the bans we had to do today. Great start here from Humble, already great push up here. Cyclone completely controlling his lane on the left-hand side. Mari can't really do much with his Gale. And Joker being tapped up there quite low, still aggressive and trying to pick up a few gems. Great connection here. Luki does hit a Nani peep onto Joker. 4 gems already on his name. Looking very good for Humble at the moment.
X-Star to Luki, and he was almost in a very compromised spot, but now back out of it, and Joker's the one who's the weakest. He actually gets taken down by a Porter. Follow-up shots there from Luki as well. We'll leave 3 gems in the mid for easy pickings. Pops the nest egg in the meanwhile, so we'll only get the 2, but still, this is a flying start here from Humble, and they're 1 gem away from countdown, and Reply Totem are all over the place. That's the 1 gem that Luki needs, and not taking any chance it's going to pop the return to sender, but he's going to be walking away with things, and it's down to Reply Totem to get the reset.
10 seconds left on the clock for Reply Totem to take out Luki. He's the one that they need to take out, otherwise the reset is not going to happen, and it doesn't look like he's going to get even a single scratch on Humble. Winning this first game, Cyclone playing it so well at the start there, just playing so aggressively because he knows as soon as he has his Mr. P porters. Again, the gear got a buff, so his porters are also going to deal more damage now. He can win his lane consistently on the right-hand side. It felt like more of a stalemate in mid. It was Nani against Bell, and what can I say to that other than the gadget carries Luki there a tiny little bit.
Well, Joker just tries to get that early start, finds the 1 gem, but does get aggressed again by Luki, who's playing a fantastic Nani. Honestly, I was questioning it coming in, but if he keeps landing these shots like this, there's nothing wrong with that at all, and he's just coming out on top every time. And meanwhile, Cyclone as well, does his left-hand side, has been doing so well, and despite the lane swap between Maru and Maori, he's still coming out on top now. Gonna have to back up a little bit as he's burning down, but Joker in the meanwhile just find a bit of space to maneuver himself forwards. It's a bit more of a closer affair, as I think Reply Totem realise they've got to play a bit more calculated against Humble in this respect.
Yeah, I take it back. Luki doesn't even need to return to sender. He can win his mid consistently against Joker here. Both of them 4 gems now. Great connection though from Joker with the super. Very important. Luki is going to receive a bit more damage now. Peepad coming in. Let's see if Luki can find a connection. Only finds the wall. Joker still falling though. Great pinch coming from Tomsy there on the right hand side. Luki trying to pick up the gems there. Mari is ready for him though. Mari falling. That's are going to be the gems on the side of Humble now. Great takedown there. Also very important one onto Joker once again. And Luki can run away with 100 HP. Countdown for Humble.
I love this from Humble. They're seizing the opportunity. If they continue this up, the curse will remain, and Reply Totem just won't really have an open door, an opportunity to see themselves into a challenge finals, let alone a challenge season. It's one set apiece now, as Humble just bringing things back slowly but surely. And this is not looking good. I mean, I felt like in the first set, Reply Totem really, for me, were asserting their authority very early on and looked, dare I say, easy. I mean, with that matchup, I did question the draft more so on the side of Humble, but I mean, Luki, star player, absolutely so. I mean, just landed time and time again taps. I mean, look at that. I mean, it was just quite wonderful to watch, in all honesty, and certainly a bit of a reality check for Reply Totem.
And it worked out great this time around. They had a better 1v1 brawler here in mid. Also, the lanes did a fantastic job there. Both those teams did lose one of the sets they just played against FA India and also against VN Esporting. For Totem, it was set 2, so they already know this situation. Winning the first one, losing the second one, they can still turn things around, but so does Humble. Both of them are not new to dropping a single set. That doesn't mean they can still turn around everything. Looking at the draft from both of those teams so far, they seem to, at least Humble, have seemed to learn a tiny bit what Totem likes to go. They went Gale both times this time around. They did have an answer with the Mr. P.
Yeah, and I feel like as well, like if it had been the other way around in terms of the drafting process, I'm sure that Reply Totem would have liked to have gone in with something tankier. They are that aggressive idea, that big team which like to cause a real problem on those side lanes. They couldn't really do that. They were kind of forced into the spot of having to go with the Gale, and I mean, it just didn't really have a place in the kind of matchup that we saw go down. And I mean, again, Luki in that mid, just absolutely going to town with the taps. You know, the Bell was not really able to contest against that, and that's where those side lane aggressive ideas really help deflect a lot of that mid control away and just force back into the spawn area. But Hard Rock Mine is done and dusted. Build goal up next for Brawl Ball, as the bans are in. Reply Totem banning out the Needs, the Cordelius, and the Barley. For Humble, the Willow, the Barley, as well as the El Primo, and the first early draft of Buster, which, let's be honest, is a fantastic one to have in this map mode with the current bans we have in process. B's the response, and Daryl coming in for Reply Totem, which makes a lot of sense with Cordelius out of the way. I'm liking these early tanks.
Totem played Super Beach before against FA India, playing the B and the Daryl there already, so it's a comp they do like to play in Brawl Ball. Gale was the last pick there. Let's see if he is gonna come in as their last pick. Would be definitely a good pick against the Buster that Humble already has in their rows. Humble did like the Buster. They played Dynamite and Gale on Super Beach, so both those teams kind of wanting to go for the Gale. He is still open. Let's see if he's actually going to get picked up here with Cordelius and Nietzsche out of the way. We don't have that many tank counters anymore. Max is going to come in now. Definitely good synergy with any of the tanks. Buster will have an easier time to close the gap between himself and the opponents. Also, Max not too shabby against a B. Can try to dodge those shots a tiny little bit easier. Let's see what the last pick is for Humble now. They need something with a bit more range still, I feel like. See what it will be. Ems, never mind, tank counter is going to come in now. Nietzsche and Cordelius would have both been great against the Ems as well, so I do like that last pick from Humble.
Dynamite coming in for Reply Totem this time as opposed to Humble. I kind of expected that on the side of Humble, I'm not going to lie, but I mean, both sides play very well. I've got very fond memories of Reply Totem playing Dynamite in, Hot Potato in Heist, and it just really does pop off more often than not. But the problem is the max, the max speed coming into the equation for Humble, landing a lot of those Dynamite shots is going to be very difficult on the defensive. And I hope for the Reply Totem's sake that they are able to, just not feed into that and bow down to that, because that will certainly be a bit of an issue on that particular Brawler's draft side of things. But the B I mean, into the Buster, going to be able to take care of business quite well, and the slow it into the Max as well from the B is going to work in their favor as well. So certainly good ideas on both sides. Very different kind of drafts, but both make a lot of sense. There's a great connection there from Joker with the Rattled Hive. There onto Cyclone. Maru as well survives the interaction on the left, and has now got a chance to roll in as Maru, full HP, going to be a real problem in the side of Reply Totem. What a roll from Maru, but he can't find the ball on the other side of things, and it's just going to come a little bit short.
Very nice aggression coming in from Totem at the start here. Mari looking dangerous on that Dynamite. I kind of would hope for Humble now that they did go with Gale instead of the M's. Don't really have to range to go. Mari there. Push now from Humble. Stun at Cyclone. Mari gets the takedown there. Totem with another push now. Humble doesn't really look like they have any sort of control in this Brawl Ball set.
Luki just doing his best on the left-hand side to keep Maru at bay, and Joker with some great support keeps that entire left-hand side slow, but Maru does not quite connect there with the stun. Tomsy low regardless. That big bomb is going to pop, and there is the ball booked to the side. Lovely goal there from Maru, and that puts Reply Totem on the map with 1 minute 15 remaining. Certainly though, if Humble can get some speed to the mix and just get a takedown here and there, they can certainly get a response. But Joker is dangerous, and the support from Maru on the right-hand side continuing to land the mark, bringing in everything that he needs to land these shots.
I mean, Mauer is known for his Dynamite, and rightfully so. He's absolutely wreaking havoc on the right-hand side. Humble doesn't know how to face this Dynamite. They don't have any lane that could go up against him. Still, they do have control now. They do have the opportunity to score this one. Tomsy can just pass it to Luki, and Mari, as the Dynamite alone, can't really defend this one still off. It's a 1-1 situation. We have 40 seconds left on the clock. I do feel like the whole game has been dominated by Totem overall. Humble, it was able to strike back in a moment of weakness of Totem now. Joker pushing up aggressively. Mari with a super doesn't get to take down to Cyclone. Very important one. Speed coming in from Luki. This could be the pushback now from Humble.
Still time for it, but they do need to go now. And Luki has not got the speed to add to the mix, and just trying to find shots, but not really connecting with much. As a great roll in from Maru does keep Tomsy at bay. Can the face should find something here as Luki's going down the right-hand side. Fakes it, passes to Cyclone. This could be the moment, and the goal is there with 2 seconds left on the clock. Unbelievable stuff, and what a turnaround from Humble.
In the end, Dynamite never got taken out, but he wasn't able to defend the goal alone. Very well played from Humble there. They do manage to get this very first game in Brawl Ball, despite Totem having most of the control in their hands. Minute 30 now once again. Let's see who this time around comes out on top. Humble with a lot more aggression at the start. Tried to get the takedown onto Mari. Mari revenges himself, getting the takedown onto Cyclone there. 3v2 situation. That's an early goal. Tomsy just sneaking up there, getting that ball slotted in. 20-second goal for Humble.
It's looking so convincing, and at the moment Reply Totem are just starting to crumble more and more. Now look at the aggressiveness coming in. Tomsy evades the bomb, and now dash in from Luki. It's a 1 versus 3. It's just Mari all alone, and what can he realistically do in this scenario? He's going to have the support of his teammates, and they're not there. That's done. The set is over as quickly as that. Reply Totem falling massively behind here.
What a crazy set we just witnessed. Totem, such a great amount of control in the first game. In the end, Humble coming out on top of the first one. Also the second one was a very clean sweep to Humble. Now advancing and getting an early lead above Totem now. 2-1 overall. They could already close this one out in the very next set if Reply Totem doesn't manage to hit back.
I mean, this is really dangerous stuff for Reply Totem now. I mean, from going from that first set and how convincing that was in Heist to where we are currently at. I mean, I've got to put this, down to more than just the draft. There's definitely some team mechanics to iron out a little bit here. Communication side, maybe Dynamite wasn't the safest of ideas to have as a third and final pick. Certainly the meta's causing a bit of a ruckus in the grand scheme of things today regardless, but those teams that adapt the best around those scenarios are going to be the ones that come out on top. And so far, that is Humble in this series. No doubt in my mind, who are just playing it safer when it comes to those ideas. If Reply Totem don't turn this around now and take it all the way to the 5th and final set, they're down in the lower bracket where they've been time and time again in open finals, and they've never come out of that lower stages. I mean, arguably the teams in the second split are not necessarily as fierce as we see in the split one, because that is just literally all of the best top 8 in the entire region just battling it out, and it's just a complete and utter mess. It gets rid of 4 of the top from the region is what I'm trying to say from split 1 regardless, because they make it to the challenge stage. So with that in mind, Reply Totem should have a better odds of persevering through it. But I mean, if they face Viennese Sporting later on, or any one of those top contender teams, perhaps maybe even like Team Kesso, if they don't continue forwards and qualify for the upper bracket, I don't know. But what I do know is that Reply Totem cannot afford to lose this match. It's their best possible chance here today of just going home early and having a victory to celebrate. For Humble, this is going to be a massive result if they pull this off.
To me, it just looked like overall Humble had their communication down to the point, not only in Hard Rock Mine, but now also in Field Go. Whenever they needed a pinch, it was there immediately. Now, whenever Lucky had speed on his max, himself and the boss were able to just walk through the defensive lines of Totem, completely ignoring Mari in the end. As I said, I think the Dynamite didn't fall one time, but they were just able to get the takedown onto the other 2, walking it in the end. Fourth set is going to be Ring of Fire. The bans are going to be Bell, Carl, and Gray from the side of Totem, going with the Eva's first pick. Interesting to see that one. Didn't see her too often on Ring of Fire, especially now with a lot of tanks in play. Interesting to see that, to say the least. Humble trying to go with a Pam. Now they have a tank counter in their hands, also betting out the Buster, which is one of those picks that Totem likes to play in this map.
I'm not sure on E first pick. Like, I'll be honest. I mean, it's not the best map for it, in my opinion. I mean, it's not a bad brawler to have here, but it's certainly not my favorite when it comes to the draft. Pam, certainly so for me, makes a lot more sense, and Amber as well. I mean, I really like that starting hand here from Humble. I mean, Pam with the healing station going to provide a great amount more survivability, and I really hope that Reply Totem brings something better to combine with this Eve. I mean, it's going to have, sure, a good solid run of the mid. The hatchlings are going to place a role in terms of pushback potential, but Lola makes a lot of sense. Cordelius now added. I mean, Bell could be, well, it's banned out, so that's actually quite strategic from Reply Totem to then ban it and then pick Lola into it. I've got more faith in things now, and the Cordelius can always have a good time of things, and that's the best time to bring it in. That may have swung me back a little bit more towards this being more even, but even so, I mean, I'm liking where Humble are coming from here.
I do too. At the same time, it feels like to me they have a lot of damage output now to deal with the Pam, with the Lola. Then going with the Cordelius, once again, one of those totem picks that they just have to go with in order for them to prevent a tank pick coming up from Humble as last pick. That's kind of the curse. Whenever you're first pick, you can't go with tanks yourself, and you can't really prevent the tank other than going with a short range option. Here Cordelius is the one, and Cordelius doesn't really have to match up into any single brawler that Humble brings out. Now Byron is going to be the last pick, so a lot of heals from the side of Humble, a lot of HP on all 3 of them. It's going to be very tough for Totem to even get a step into mid. Once they have mid control though, it's going to be tough for Humble to reach Cordelius once he's standing in there.
You've got to consider as well the buffs that come into the equation now since the rebalancing of a lot of the brawlers in the map. I mean, Byron and Pam are both up there when it comes to that same idea, and the star powers now as well as their gadgets. So it's bringing them into a much better spot with regards to the meta, as they were kind of ruled out a bit more so as they had to get the numbers sort of tweaked on the game side of things, and that wasn't as easy a process as you might think. And meanwhile, it's Humble who are making this one look a bit easier than Totem, who've got that first takedown there of Jokers respawning back in now. But 20% to 13, both sides getting their time onto the mid. Burn down, not going to connect there from Humble, as the left-hand side Joker going very aggressively, thinks better of it, as the Rumble Squeeze star power will deter him. Kills coming in from Mario as the result of the Silver the Kiss star power as well, so better from Reply Totem. They've got to keep this up though.
Joker having a very tough time on the left-hand side. As I said, he doesn't really have the matchup into any of the brawlers that Humble is showing us today. But I also feel like I don't like the Byron against the Lola. completely alone there. Cyclone is trying to help him now. Definitely that's the better matchup into Alola. Whenever Mari has his shadow, his clone, it's going to be so tough for Byron to win that lane consistently. Humble did pick up the lead here. Reply Totem slowly but steadily coming back now. They do have some mid control. Cyclone, the last man standing, getting some heals from behind now. And again, Tomsy just trying to control the left-hand side lane. I would love to see that pan mid as well, but it seems to work out fine for Humble so far.
Nice super connection there from Joker, forcing Tomsy into the realm. But it's Maru, and Maru who've got to clear up house in the mid to be able to really make this count. Good splash heal though there from Luki, keeps cycling very much on that left-hand side as Joker's continuing to aggress, but overly so there goes down himself. And meanwhile, the healing station is going to keep Tomsy and Luki in a better spot for longer. Maru finds the connection on that. But this is a position where Reply Totem cannot lose from. Great takedown from Joker, leading just Cyclone. He should be able to go down here with just the nick of time. 4% is all that Humble need and all that separates them from a match point. But if Reply Totem can hold this position the remainder of this game, they will stay in the mix. What a connection from Joker, jumps over as well. A swift takedown is exactly what he needed there. As now they approach 80%, they can do this.
Very important takedown there, Cyclone falling. Luki is one shot there. Tomsy is low as well. Reply Totem is getting the lead almost. Humble back in mid now. Tomsy in the shadow realm though. Still, it's going to be Totem taking on this first game. Very well played from them there, holding on to their control in the last few seconds. It was only 4 percentages that still were between Humble and the winner over this game. Reply Totem definitely pulled out a few aces in the last few seconds.
That speaks volumes to me. Reply Totem will not take this lying down. They are fighting for their lives. That was exactly the play to make and very hard to pull off. Let's be honest, you cannot falter once you land towards that kind of 4% needed mark. But the introduction into this game was not what they wanted to have happen. Very much similar to what we saw in the previous match. That's a very important takedown from Maru to be able to alleviate some of this. The Joker there forces Tomsy yet again into the realm, and it's a great time for it. The moment Squeeze Star Power not going to have any effect whilst he's in that scenario, and a beautiful gadget to stay alive. He might still go down, he does, but in the meanwhile, it distracted Cyclone long enough for Mari to come straight into the thick of things.
Honestly, Joker's playing this beautifully well. I still feel like he doesn't really have the matchup, but Tomsy's playing it so aggressively, giving Joker a super early on. And of course, in the Shadow Realm, Joker will have the upper hand on this matchup there. Tomsy's still forced to play the left-hand side lane, leaving Cyclone and Luki alone in mid. Totem actually did take over the lead at the start this time around. Humble now slowly crawling back, but it's still looking overall a lot better for Totem than we just saw the first game, which they end up taking.
Very close in terms of the scoreline. Completely even, actually 43 to 43. Reply Totem just take the lead here, and Joker just continuing to land these supers. I mean, it really is wondrous to watch. He might just choose to time out the zone now and come back in. He does get one for his time as well. Fires the super straight away off the back of it. Healing station gone as Maru taps it down. And again, Tomsy is having a continuously terrible time in this realm. Joker is the MVP and the match is not over. There's one, there's two, making it three. Wonderful stuff from him, and he may well have just made to Reply Totem survive this set.
Totem reaching 92%. That's the moment where they got swept off their feet. Humble the last time around. Can they turn around things and return the favor? Let's see if they can actually do 4% this time around for Totem to still take up here. Humble needs complete mid control, otherwise this is going to be the set for Totem, and we're gonna see a fifth and last set. Joker mid there, the last 2 percentages catched up there, and this is going to be Reply Totem set again. I want to emphasize that one, Joker wreaking havoc. It shouldn't be possible to do that much, to have that much value with the Cordelius there. Very well played from Joker and his teammates. Totem moving on into the fifth and final set. Whoever comes out as the winner of that match here is already qualified for Season 4. Is it gonna be Humble that we have seen in Season 3 already, or Totem that finally break their curse?
Joker with the biggest of backpacks here today. My goodness me, I mean, he really did land every single mark that was needed in that set. I mean, just wondrous stuff I mean, we've always looked at Joker as being that moment that took Reply Totem from being, certainly a World Finals caliber organization into the stratosphere. And he is himself the first to say that it is a team game. He doesn't put himself on a pedestal. He doesn't have that ego that you see with players of that caliber time and time again across the titles. He is very much a team player. And that will be the words in the locker room downtime that we have between now and the fifth final set of this series. It will be him picking up his teammates and saying, like, they did an amazing job in support, but we need more of that kind of consistency across the board and everyone doing their thing on the side of Reply Totem if they're going to be able to persevere through this. This has got to be their set. I cannot emphasize that nearly enough. When you look at their legacy in the SPS, in order for that to be maintained on some level, they've got to be in the challenge season. And without this set being theirs, they'll be in the lower bracket. They'll have, sure, a second life in the tournament here today. But time and time again, they've faltered in this stage of the competition. It cannot be the case in Canal Grande for Bounty up next, banning out the Buster, the Gale, and the Cordelius for Humble, the Cordelius, the Carl, and the Mortis. Picking the Eve early on for Humble, and the Willow and the Nita for Reply Totem.
Interesting to see that both of those brawlers that ended up working so well for Totem in Ring of Fire have now been either banned out, the Cordelius, or picked up by Humble as their own first pick. Canal Grande is going to be the map. Eve, definitely one of those brawlers you want to have here just to get that blue star. Walking over Water definitely comes in clutch here. Totem with the answer of the Willow and the Nita. Some, again, tank counters to already prevent Humble from going an early tank. Dynamite now picked up once again by Humble. Didn't work out for Totem on field goal. Let's see if it brings more luck towards Humble. But so far, I do like the Totem comp a tiny bit better. They just have a better balance. Willow can hold on to their ground. Also with their super, Dynamite will not have the best of time if Totem decides to go with a tank or a Carl or anything other aggressive. Carl banned out, of course. Squeak now coming in as well. We don't really have any counters towards aggression from Humble.
Dynamite, as we've seen in the hands of Humble, it can really bring in the goods, and the ban of Mortis was there for that very reason, because they wanted to go Squidge, they wanted to bring in Squeak, they wanted to have the Dynamite combo as well. But it can be tough for Squeak to do much against the might of the Bruce, and I mean, it's a perfect counter. I mean, it just left things open a little bit, but nonetheless, Reply Totem still need to get the value with it, and it does require going into those kind of more perilous positions if you don't time those runs correctly with the Edgar, and if your opposition is ready for those moments to really land, you could be going and actually feeding more stars over. I like ideas on both sides. Certainly for Humble, the early blue star is going to be there, obtained very quickly with the Eve. No doubt about it. And then they've got the control to add to things. But these early moments where the Butchers are all still there, and it's not really anything except for the Dynamite that's going to be able to prevent and break those open. So it really is all down to Humble in that regard as to how they want to play and shape the map. Let's see as the blue star quickly with Humble as they get hunkered down. Gadget pop for Lukey, but they've seen that on the side of Reply Totem now. He's got to time it. And then we see the power Joker going in. Gets one, gets two again. And 4 stars already above that man's head.
As I said, Humble just doesn't have anything to put up against the Edgar. He can just get a takedown onto every single one of those brawlers. I was expecting to see a Fang, but of course he did receive a tiny little nerf, so Totem now trying to go with an Edgar. We didn't see him in a very long time, especially on Bounty. Canal Grande, probably one of his best maps, so let's see what Totem can do. They did lose the lead, they did lose the blue star as well. Cyclone, of course, picked it up with his Eve right from the get-go, and this blue star is what gives Humble lead for now.
Very much back and forth, that burn will be there, and Tomsey will falter, but there's a return of it as quickly as that from Lukey, and he gets to take down Amaru. It's 11 stars and the blue for Humble. Less than 1 minute on the clock, and again, the map continues to disintegrate over time. It's going to make it harder for Reply Totem to start to work their way forwards. Joker's lurking, low HP, but Humble have found him. Wonderful pinch there. It really was between Tomsey and Cyclone. And now they're extending the lead. The Cyclone could falter here. There could be the blue star going over. Joker going in immediately, so 11 to 13 now. But he might fall. He does fall. And that's going to be more stars. Humble are continuously having trades, but they continue to keep the lead.
23 seconds left on the clock. Reply Totem needs 2 kills to get back from this one. Humble only needs 1 more to reach the cap there. Maru with Super. Joker has his as well. They're waiting for the very last seconds now. Maru falling though. This is the 20 stars for Humble. And they go into match point. If they win the next game, they are your qualified team as first for the season 4. Very interesting to see that interaction every single time Joker going in. The only way Humble can win this one is completely focusing this Edgar, so even if he gets a takedown, they can at least get the stars back, get revenge immediately. That's exactly what they did. Joker never survived another day.
Unreal stuff from Humble, who are really landing everything they've got to throw at this situation. Joker that comes out with 5 stars this time as opposed to the 4 in the previous game, but he's going to outstay his welcome. And he can't really come back. He's got no super, he hasn't obtained it back. But I mean, this is the downfall realistically of the Edgar pick, is you've got to be able to time those runs, get the results, but most importantly, get out of harm's way with the results. And there's a great example of that. Brings back the blue as well for his time. 11-6 now for Reply Totem. We need more of that from Joker, and less stars handed over in the process. Oh, Lukey timed it!
Gets stunned.
Oh, terrible timing. Lukey saw it coming.
Very well predicted there by Lukey. Gets the stun on front of Joker. They take over the lead. Blue Star going the way of Humble now. Maru getting the takedown though onto Lukey, revenging his teammate from just before. 1 minute left on the clock, and Humble this time around needs some more stars to get the lead in this one to close off onto the match point. 17 stars now. 1 more kill for Totem. Or 2 actually. None of the members of Humble have more than 2 stars. Lukey gets the takedown here. It's so close, but Reply Totem is in the lead.
Yeah, 1 singular takedown and this will be over for Humble if they do not stay on their feet here. Joker though low. Lukey's finding the super, but still better of it, allowing his teammates to push forwards. And there's a big blast that's not actually going to pay off for Luke on the left-hand side. Joker's juking his way around Maru, though, low-hand side there. Cyclone fires the pickup, and Joker could be the person to go down here if he's not careful. Maru staying in the mix, but this is a terrible spot for Reply Totem, and they've got to hold on and try to get something for it on the way out here. 10 seconds now. Joker goes to the right. He's trying to find Tomsy, but that might be the wrong approach. He goes down. 19 for the blue, still with Reply Totem, and then goes down at the very end. Humble take it, they steal it, and Reply Totem choked it. It's Humble who are your first team to qualify for the Season 4 challenge.
I have goosebumps all over. It was either Joker or Maru. One of them was allowed to go down, but Humble got to take down onto the both of them. Well played from Humble. I didn't think that this comp would withstand the Edgar. Joker did an amazing job, but in the end, Humble just got the stuns off when it mattered, got the revenge takedowns when they mattered the most, and Humble winning this one 3-2 after not having the best of seasons. Reply Totem once again in the lower bracket. Ark, do you see Reply Totem still qualifying after this one?
I just don't have any words, honestly. I mean, it's you know, if that one moment of the echo just landed on someone else, and the thing is you've got to give credit to Humble. You have to give it to them because they were just all ready for the one player which could have made that move, that play. And I mean, Lukey, again, playing out of his absolute mind. I mean, to predict that Joker was going to be going for him, to then preempt it with the gadget, to get the stun, to just land everything that they had to throw at it. I mean, Humble deserved that today. They thoroughly deserved that today. They were playing the best that I've seen them play for a very long time. And just wonderful stuff. I think we're going to take a look at the bracket. I'm still in shock, so I'm not too sure that is what I heard or not. But I mean, unbelievable scenes here, and thoroughly what we expected, no less from the SPS. I mean, upsets have been the flavor of every open finals we've ever had here, and that is a huge one to add to the tally.
It's lovely to see, though, that this one was such a close one. Humble taking it in the end. Congratulations for them qualifying already for Season 4. Team Queso versus One Trick Ponies is going to be the next semifinals. I hope for it to be just as close as this one, Ark.
I mean, that's how we're going to start the day. I cannot wait to see what more we bring to the table in our following matches. I mean, Humble thoroughly deserving of it. For Reply Totem, again, you know, huge question marks as we've had ever since Mobile Masters on their heads, and they're going to have to put some of them to rest. They're going to have to battle for their lives in that lower bracket if they're going to see the Season 4 challenge.
I mean, I hope so. it was a very weird season not having Totem, the #1 seed in the BSC, also the winners of the Tokyo Masters we had. And yeah, would be very weird. We don't have Navi. Let's see if we have Totem or one of the 3 new teams. We're going to see more of them later on as well. Proximal, Kebab, and India are playing for the very first time in Snapdragon Pro Series. And somebody that knows me knows that my heart is always beating for the underdog. So I'm kind of also secretly rooting for those teams.
Yeah, I mean, they've shown themselves and demonstrated their worth through the qualifying stages. Can they make it all the way into the challenge? That is the question. We're still going to find out who in the upper bracket stages is going to qualify alongside Humble here today. But that is the first team down. 3 more still to search for here in our Split 2 Open Finals. Do not go anywhere. We are just getting started. Be right back after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It has been an absolutely incredible day so far, and how close that last match was. But Reply Totem once again knocked down to that lower bracket as Humble come out on top and guarantee themselves that spot in the challenge season. I'm Trav, back again with Sunny. And how are we feeling about this next game?
Just as excited as I just was at the end of the very last game. I hope you have been watching in the wings, as this was one of the games I was looking for all evening. A close one, and I hope this one to be just as close as the winner of this match gets already the ticket into Season 4 as well. Both are looking into redeeming themselves. Both didn't qualify in the Open Finals. Split 1, they both did make it there, but in the end it just didn't work out for them. Team Queso versus One Trick Ponies, two very strong contenders.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, both of these teams were here in the previous split. Split 1 didn't make it through, sadly. They both put on incredible performances, though. Team Queso came so close to beating Zeta Division there. It took it to the last set, and they were actually on match point a couple of times as well. So quite sad to see them not go through in the previous one, but for this one, I've got high hopes for them. If not for in this game, throughout that lower bracket, obviously, as well, because both of these teams do still have that life left. But on the side of One Trick Ponies, I mean, they are a very good-looking team at the moment. Pretty dangerous, I will say, as well, for the team that will face them now. Obviously, Team Queso, or the team that will face them in the low bracket. Take a little bit of a look at the bracket, though. Obviously, we have seen a couple of games so far. We saw Humble beat VNE Sporting 3-1, and then they went on and beat Reply Totem as well. So what a road they've had to go through. They've probably had the toughest bracket and still come out on top. Up next, we have that One Trick Ponies versus Team Queso, and obviously there's some lower bracket games still waiting below for us as well, but they will be very, very good. Sonny, I'm going to ask you this one, though. I'm going to ask you, because you know I love a prediction. Give me a prediction for this one. I'm going to side with Team Queso. What are you thinking?
Honestly, I'm surprised to hear that to come out of your mouth ever. You're siding with Team Queso. What if I just refuse to give my prediction there?
I feel like we won't be friends very much longer if you do.
Oh, we are friends. Well then, Team Queso, I didn't know. Team Queso versus One Trick Ponies. I mean, Team Queso did look a tiny bit better throughout the season. They did win Cup 5, so I kind of have to side with them as well. I'm even going to go that far to say it's going to be another sweep, since both of those teams come out with a sweep. 3-0 versus Happy Proxima and 3-0 versus Kebab. It's going to be 3-0 for Team Queso, which is a very bold statement, I feel like.
Calling a 3-0 for Team Queso. I mean, I'm Team Queso sided 3-0. I don't really know. I'm going to give 3-1 to Team Queso. I feel in my eyes they are just a little bit stronger as a team overall. They've been not really having the best of years, to put it quite lightly. They hadn't made it to the last chance qualifier. Didn't really narrowly miss out on that either. They were kind of a little bit further down in those leaderboards. And obviously, World Finals didn't make that either. Had a bit of a tough time through some of these Snapdragon Pro Series qualifiers and seasons as well throughout this year. And it's just not been the best Team Queso year. And I think the same goes for One Trick Ponies. The players on this roster, we haven't really seen much of them. And I think, you know, considering we didn't even see them in those first games either, because we watched Humble versus VNE Sporting, it's going to be quite intriguing to see these guys play it out, because, as you said, both of them were sweeps. So clearly both teams on good form.
They definitely are. We don't know how well they're playing today with the bans we have in charge today. Team Queso, usually known for their O2s, will not be able to play it today. So maybe there is where my mistake lies in when I said the 3-0. Let's see. I love to get surprised. So One Trick Ponies definitely have the chance to make it into the challenge season now as well, and they would deserve it just as much as Team Queso. We do, however, have to say that off-season Team Queso hits different, so let's see if they can prove themselves today.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need to hit different if they want to take down this One Trick Ponies roster, because they are quite a dangerous team in themselves. I will say, though, you know, we haven't really seen the most drastic of changes thanks to all these bans. Yes, we've still seen a lot of tanks coming in, but considering we can have, you know, a max of 21 bans in a single game, including the 6 obviously coming through and the 15 that are pretty much banned out through the entirety of the competition today, the meta hasn't changed that much. Nothing's really been too unexpected. I wasn't really expecting to see an Edgar or anything like that on a map like Canal Grande in that previous one, but at the same time, I'm well open to some of these wild picks that do come out, and I think if there's a time for them, the time is now.
I have to agree with you on that one, Trev. As I mentioned before, I love to see the meta evolving, and with the bans we have today, this today has to be a meta we have never seen before in esports. However, that being said, we kind of did see the same brawlers we see time and time again. Gale came in a bit more often. We see a Dynamite coming back to meta, which honestly I love to see worked out more often than not. And the Edgar was a very risky pick, didn't work out in the end. Cordelius worked out even better for Totem, as we just witnessed before. So yeah, I'm eager to see if those teams we haven't seen today so far will show us even more brawlers coming back into the meta, coming in for the first time ever. Let's see. Obviously, both of those teams are very well capable of making it into the challenge season. Emmerich, Gas, Equak, and Filippo have not been playing for One Trick Ponies in the last season. This season, though, they have been looking very fierce, even making it into one of the finals in the cups.
I mean, that's the thing, right? It's been a bit of a while since we've seen Equac or quite a few of these guys in the competitive, or top level of competitive, I should say. And I'm more than open to it because he's, you know, such a big name in the Brawl Stars scene. We need to see him through these esports as well. Getting into the picks and bans, though, we're starting things off on Kaboom Canyon, then Hard Rock Mine, Field Goal, Ring of Fire, and Canal Grande if we go all the way to the end. Ban-wise, we're looking at Cordelius, Buzz, Buster. One Trip Pony is going to get rid of the Bonnie, the Crow, and the Eve. Carl as a first pick.
I do like the Carl. You have an easy entrance into the middle ready, and as I mentioned before, Kaboom Canyon is all about having the mid control, all about having the control over those bushes. 8-Bit and Gale going to come in now for One Trick Ponies, doing the same with the Gale jump pad as the Carl is doing with his flying hook. Now the 8-Bit is there to hold control, and it's so hard to get down an 8-Bit now with the shield gear even getting above. I feel like 8-Bit basically counts as a tank now, even with range, so definitely like those two pickups here for One Trick Ponies. Team Kaizo needs now something with a lot of damage output. I could see a Lola come in here. Nani is going to be their pick. Definitely something with even more damage potential, as they can always teleport onto safe.
Yeah, I like the Nani. It's got a good amount of range, and obviously when the 8-Bit's a bit slow, it can do quite a lot against that 8-Bit. Once the turret gets activated, you know, starts to move around a bit more, it gets a bit more difficult, and especially if you can't really see in these mid bushes too much. But I do like the Gale. Obviously it can provide that launch pad through the mid as well, and it gives you a good bump if you obviously don't get hit very, very hard when you land by something that could be picked a little bit later on down the line by Team K. So we're going to see that Lola come out. Got a good amount of DPS. I like the overall kind of well-roundedness of this comp from Team K. So the Carl aggression, Nanny range, good bit of Lola damage in there as well.
I mean, Team Kaizo listen, so I have to side with their comp now. Lola, Nani, and Carla is going to be the final comp for Team K, so I still do like the 8-Bit on the side of One Trick Ponies. They have so much damage output. If they ever make it onto safe, with the Gale, it's going to be even easier. Terra could come out now as last, as we did see from Totem. They're going to go with the tank instead. Of course, Team Kaizo doesn't really have any tank counter. Maybe the Lola does count as one just because of the damage output, but all three brawlers on the side of One Trick Ponies with such a huge amount of HP, it's going to be pretty tough for Team Kaizo to take them down.
Yeah, it really is. Daryl is very, very dangerous, and especially if there's a launch pad there, you jump forward, roll in. It's pretty much just a cycle, death cycle, forwards and forwards and forwards coming out of One Trick Ponies here, and a little bit of a damage boost from the 8-Bit. The damage is going to be rolling down for the side of One Trick Ponies here. It's just a question if they're going to be able to, you know, play this comp to its full capabilities, because I do really still like the Team Queso comp as well, but they don't have that much to deal with that Daryl roll when it starts to go aggressive.
And the Strap put it so beautifully. We have a little damage output buff from the Gale and a little bump from the 8-Bit and the bump from the Gale. And still, Team K's immediately taking over mid-control, getting a double takedown at the start. Ewok and Filippo both taken down immediately when they jump in. Filippo now with the first Daryl roll, and there is the death cycle that Trev was mentioning. They can now do damage themselves. Team K's still with a slight lead. Their boss still on that safe.
Yeah, well, the jump forward again from Emmerich now. He's trying to equal out this damage that the Carl's doing so successfully. Boss just going to stay up there, and now it's One Trick Pony just going forward. Roll comes through, and now Emmerich uses that extra damage to come through, the extra credits, and now still rolling down some damage onto the safe. Equac still forward now. The super coming in from Blaxy that actually avoids the knockback of Equac. Beautiful play from him, and the damage is still coming for Team Queso, but One Trick Ponies have been backed off a little bit, but now once more coming forwards.
That timing was fantastic. He would have been knocked out of super, but Blaxy evades it in the end. One Trick Ponies still needs a few more damage percentage to take over the lead here. Team Queso has a 3% lead. Filippo now rolling in there. Boss just doing the same, going on to save with flying hook. This is a base race. Who is going to take this very first game? We have Boss still on save, gets taken out eventually. Filippo is taking the last percent of the save of Team Queso, and One Trick Ponies therefore winning the first round.
Yeah, good stuff from One Trick Ponies there. It really was, and it was just, you know, Team Queso couldn't deal with how aggressive they were going. They even left the car. They were that confident in the amount of damage that they were going to be able to output, and it came down so fast. Extra credits, Daryl roll, 8-Bit turret there as well, and it was just too much for Team Queso to handle in that moment.
Boss going in aggressively. Filippo does so as well. Ewok this time around stays back a bit, as they both have been taken out immediately at the start. Filippo already close to his super now, so this takedown wasn't the worst for his side. Emmerich going down there. Javi doing an amazing job holding control in mid. Boss going in aggressively after the roll, so he doesn't lose his super. This is looking great for Team Queso once again, Trev.
Yeah, really. Here's now Emmerich coming forwards. Turret going to be placed down, and extra credits placed as well. Boss has got this spin, but can't really get past this Gale. He's looking in such a good position here, and Filippo's going to jump forward again. Team Queso not in a good position whatsoever now. Good tanking from Eklek as well. Gets the kill, but Javi eventually finding that ego. No freeze frame pop just yet, and that does get taken down quite quickly, and still one-trick ponies in the grass control.
And that's how quickly a game can change. Team Queso with the mid control at the start. One-trick ponies getting the 8-bit super down in mid, taking over the lead and the control for now. And Team Queso pushing them back as soon as this 8-bit turret is down. And also the wall is broken up, so the 8-bit turret doesn't find any cover anymore. Team Queso can fight back eventually. 8-block is unsafe there. However, getting the takedown onto Javi, another few percentages onto save, but we have Boss still onto save at the top as well.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. What can Eklek really do? Even if he is unsafe, he hasn't got that much damage. I believe it was about 2,000 per shot. A good cleanup there from Emmerich on the right-hand side. Javi's going to be rolled on by Filippo now. Gets the shots off, but actually barely took any damage thanks to his ego tanking a lot of it. Boss going to fly hook in. Gets the spin off as well. Brings them so low, and now going forwards with this TP. Black's going to find some shots unsafe, and Team Queso are in a narrow lead, but Filippo cleans up that defense nicely.
But trying to get back some mid control for his teammate. Filippo gets the roll in, Emmerich with the 8-bit super. This is looking strong for one-trick ponies now. Maybe they can finish this one in one single push. Filippo gets taken out there. Great defense by Team Queso. They also get to take down onto Equak. They themselves can push up now, get some more damage into save. Boss is falling though. Filippo trying to do the same with Blax and Javi. They survive, but Team Queso still needs a few more percentages.
Yeah, Javi's there for it as well, but Filippo's going to be able to tank. It's down to 3% difference between these teams. Boss has still got flying as well, but needs to defend Emmerich first. Filippo going forwards, got the roll onto the safe as well. Should get some damage, but it's only one shot. Still 5 seconds left, and Boss and Javi are pushing forwards. There's one call, pickaxe the shots. Not finding it onto safe, though. Team Queso falls short, and one-trick ponies take set number 1.
Very well played by one-trick ponies there. Team Queso, Boss even gets the star player there. He did do a lot of damage onto save, but it just wasn't enough to go up against the 8-bit Gale comp that one-trick ponies was showing us. Every single time Emmerich did have an 8-bit turret, they had so much control over mid that they were just able to chip down the save. On top of that all, Filippo, as Trev mentioned at the start, just jumping into mid, rolling onto save, death cycling, and getting the percentages they need to win Heist.
I mean, it was well played from one-trick ponies, though. They were just going forwards, as you say, just death cycle, and that's all they really needed to do with that Gale launchpad. There's not really a lot else you can do, and what Team K is going to have such a tough job defending that. Even if they get these nanny peeps, even if they get these Carl supers and the flying hooks forward, Daryl's there to deal with a lot of them, rolling through those peeps, knocking him back out of some of those supers as well, and there just really wasn't a lot that Team Queso could do in that circumstance.
And I love to see my prediction go down the drain already.
Yeah.
So one-trick ponies take over the first set. Now maybe they heard us and we're like, we're gonna show them who is really qualifying for the season 4. Kaboom Canyon was all going the way of one-trick ponies, taking it in the end 2-0. Really eager to see what they're going to show us. I did love their draft in Kaboom Canyon. Now Hard Rock Mine is going to be next up, and again 8-bit is going to be left open, this time picked up by Team Queso. I do love an 8-bit on Hard Rock Mine. I feel like it's one of the best mids. What would it be for you, Trev?
I do really like the 8-bit as well. I mean, I like a Gene, but when 8-bit's in the mix, you can't really play it thanks to that TP. So I think 8-bit's a very solid, versatile first pick in terms of needing a gem carrier, but not really wanting to be too out there. In terms of the rest of it, you know, for Hard Rock Mine, you know, I wouldn't, you know, we saw a Nanny in the previous one. We saw a Nanny, and I don't dislike Nanny by any means, and it did work out for Humble in the previous. Nita coming down again, pretty much just mirroring exactly what Humble were bringing to the table. It worked well for them. We'll see if one-trick ponies can, you know, bring similar energy with it.
But I did like the Nanny a tiny bit better into the pick from Totem there. Towards an 8-bit, I don't really feel like you can do as much. I would have loved a Bell a lot more, but Bell, of course, being banned out by Team Kaiser, they already knew that they wanted to go with the 8-bit there, and their plan went up perfectly. Nita now coming in from the side of one-trick ponies can be countered by something with a little bit of range, which Squeak definitely brings in to play. Residue gadgets still available, of course. They get a little nerf, so might not be the best gadgets in the game anymore, but still a very good one. I do like the Squeak. Squeak would have also been the perfect counter towards the 8-bit.
Yeah, I think Squeak's a pretty solid pick, and as you say, getting it out the way against the 8-bit's probably a smart thing to do as well, being able to shoot those shots and just pretty much pierce through the walls by having the radius of it hit that turret. Buster going to be the last pick from Team K, so going with something a bit aggressive. It's definitely going to feed quite a lot of Nita bears if they don't get the matchup right, but then again, they might not have a right matchup, as One Trick Ponies had this last pick and can kind of force it straight down this straight down one of these lanes, because they've got the nanny for the mid, and it's not going to do bad against the 8-bit in that early game, so it should be a lane coming through. Depends what it is for One Trick Ponies, though. You got any ideas, Sonny? You doing pretty well on predicting today?
I mean, they already have the Nietzsche. Gale could be coming in again as Cordelia suspend, and I did say we need some tank counters. Never mind. Yeah, doing well in draft today. Thank you, Trev, for jinxing me. We're gonna have a Mortis coming out of One Trick Ponies. I do love to see that one so good against the Squeak, but what does he do against the Buster or the 8-bit?
Yeah, I'm not really 100% sure what the kind of thought process was here. Maybe they're just being a bit bold and just kind of going for something. You know, maybe Airquack needs a bit of a montage for his YouTube or something like that. I know he likes rolling around with the Mortis, but I'm genuinely not sure. I think there's better picks at this point in the game, and I don't know if being 1-0 up, being so bold, is really that much of a necessary thing to do.
I love you for saying that, Trev. Gonna start into the game. Hard Rock Mine is gonna be the next set, and One Trick Ponies, of course, already in the lead here, 1-0 up overall. Filippo pushing in very aggressively there, already trying to go up against Boss. Very close to his very first super, so even if he goes down there, he definitely had a lot of value already. 2v2 situation now. Emmerich versus Javi in mid, and so far not a single gem being picked up by Team Kesa. They need to play very defensively to not fall towards Filippo. Buster did. Or in the end, Filippo gets another takedown. Javi the last man standing, and what does a Squeak do against the Mortis? Filippo making this Mortis work.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not even just the Squeak he's going on to. Like, he's dealing with the Buster as his main kind of subject here, and now they're quite going forward with the bear. Gonna use that faux fur as well, get some shots off onto Blacksea here, heal up that bear a bit, I feel, in there as well, and Filippo's gonna get another kill, another bear coming down, and 9 gems to 0, as Team Queso can just stand and watch.
The bear still wreaking havoc in the spawn, so is Filippo once again deciding to go on to Boss. That Buster is taken out. Blacksea is one shot, not a single gem being picked up by the whole duration of the map from Team Queso.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about Team Queso, to be fair. They're going to have to fix something, and even if they do, then they might still not even win, because Filippo is just popping off so much, and that is just ridiculous. All of the members of One Trick Ponies playing that perfectly, but Filippo especially just dominating Team Queso over and over now, and this might be beyond repair in this set.
I mean, talking about Mortis montages, what they usually tell you to do is going onto the tank so you can farm your super and then just get your super off onto the teammates so you can eventually get the takedown onto the tank. I feel like Filippo has watched those, and he's definitely doing a great job at that, focusing on Boss whenever he has a super, just to get all 3 brawlers low that Team Queso have on their reins. Now trying to go into Javi's first. Boss immediately takes him out though. This is a 3v2 situation. Team Queso needs this to push up now, but they still play it so passively. Still not a single gem picked up now. Blacksea finally finds 2. Ikbok in the spawn of Team Queso, however, Filippo is there as well. 1 shot more, and he has a super.
Yeah, just going to stay alive in this spawn. I can't blame him for it, really. As I say, can't be far off a super, so the chain should be coming out. Gets it now, straight to all 3 of them. He might go for the rest of them as well, but good shots from Blacksea coming through, but the shots from his teammates assist him as well. Just Blacksea surviving this one out now, but doesn't actually have much of a super cycle there, I feel, but he goes in now, gets a few shots off, tries to get his super back. Airquack's going to redeem 3 of these gems, but might even go down because of it. Great slow coming in there as well, and he does survive narrowly, but maybe he doesn't even really want to in that scenario.
Queso with the tiniest of leads at the moment, as they did get to take down Emmerich right at the start. Filippo still in the spawn of Team Queso, though this time around not getting another takedown. Boss and Blacksea have been ready for him, now always focusing him as soon as he's coming close. That's exactly how you want to play this matchup. Mortis can't ever be full health whenever he's going in. Boss focusing him once again. Filippo too low to go in once again, and Team Queso only needs 1 more gem for the counter.
And at the end of the day, though, it's never over when there's a Mortis on the other side. Those team wipes can come down so fast. Nice return send there from Ember, but he's still going to fall. Now trying to go forwards. Wanted to get a bit of a cycle on, but Blacksea with a nice TP back to safety. Going in now. Goes through the turret. Should be able to get the kill on boss, but I don't think he's getting any more for his troubles there. Goes down, and the gems are dropped from One Trick Ponies as well. Team Queso going to even it out in gem grab. It's not over yet. They really do need this one to be able to even it out. One Trick Ponies just, they're not finished yet. I've got a bit of a feeling.
Team Queso definitely found a way to go up against Filippo on that Mortis, playing it completely different, playing it a bit more passively, but also just focusing this guy whenever the Mortis trying to go in this time around. He didn't find a single kill. Team Queso in the end winning the second game of Gem Grab. Can they take it? Can they even out also in sets? We're gonna find out in the next 3 minutes.
Well, Filippo going quite aggressive quite early on. Equack is there to join him as well. Both down this right-hand side, but Blacksea going to try and get some gems. It's 3, but does feed quite a lot of that peep, and actually the peep's going to come in now. Going to use that shield to block it out. Nice stuff from Boss there. And Equack still down this right-hand side. Filippo coming around the flank, and some good shots coming in from Nani. Blacksea's low. That might be the target now for Filippo, but he does get pulled back in. Not without his gem carrier going down, which isn't the best for them. There's 5 gems on the floor and another one spawning shortly.
Nobody can really pick it up as all members have been falling. Emmerich versus Kavi and Boss there. Blacksea now finally back to pick them up again. The target of Filippo finds the teleport though in time and can pick up a few more gems. 8, now 9 gems onto the name of Team Queso. They might be able to finish this one off, as you said before. Whenever there's a Mortis in the game, it's never over. You can still get the takedown onto either Boss or Blacksea, and you can still get the reset.
Well, I might take it back at this point because this feels pretty over. 9 seconds left, and Filippo trying to make a move around this left-hand side. Equack attempting to pinch in, but I feel like they've just got too much damage here. They're in the zone, and the bear can't even get placed down. Taken out before he even gets a shot, and Team Queso going to even this one out. Bring it back to 1-1, and that was a good performance, especially in those second 2 games. First one, they did get dominated, but from there, a little bit of confidence is built up.
I feel like we had 2 perfect examples today already on how to counter a tank when almost every single tank counter in the game is banned out thanks to Hypercharge at the moment. The Edgar for Totem didn't really work out, as well as the Mortis now for One Trick Pony, simply because they focused him at all times. Every single time Filippo tried to go in now in the second and third game, they managed to get the takedown onto him instead. Even though Filippo did play a fantastic Mortis, his 2 teammates were being left alone more time than not.
Yeah, that's the thing, and I just don't feel like Equack did a lot. He really needed Filippo to get in those positions to be able to make something for himself happen. You know, in the last one, they were pretty much all focusing Filippo. Not that they weren't in this one either, but he could get bears, he could, you know, pinch in, but when they were actually dealing with the Mortis so successfully, he just doesn't really have that entry route that he needs with such short amount of range.
And that's always the problem when you play an aggressive tank like a Mortis or even a Fang, Edgar, whatever. If you go down, you leave your 2 teammates alone, and then even an Equack absolutely dominating his lane at the start can't do enough to go up in a 2v3 situation there. Gem grab in the end is about picking up those gems, and Blacksea had them in the end. Team Queso evening out the score now. Overall, we have a 1-1 situation this one as well, so this promises to be another very close semi-final.
Well, we are into field goal now. Team Queso going to ban out the Edgar, the Grey, and the Mortis. Don't want to see any more of that Filippo Mortis coming through. Willow was their first pick, taking a thrower. And with One Trick Ponies banning out this Barley along with the Nita and the Cordelias, I don't mind a thrower as that first pick, but Bonnie going to be picked and Primo following up after that as well. 2 brawlers that can jump on Willow. It's a little bit worrying for her.
It is. At the same time, whenever Willow has her super, it's going to be an easy one to just lead the tank away again, or Bonnie. One Trick Pony is going in with a lot of aggression. That's what we expect to see from those guys. Field goal is, however, a map where you also need some sort of control. It has a mid lane where you want to play it a bit slower. Bonnie is gonna be the mid brawler probably for One Trick Ponies here. B is gonna be the answer of choice, and of course it's a very obvious one. You can counter the Bonnie out so easily. B just such a huge amount of damage. Okay, so now needs another lane. Could be something aggressive, could also be something to deal with Primo. So either a tank counter could come out of them now. M's still open, Gale as well, or they go attempt themselves.
Well, I must say I do like the B, but the Buster's going to come out for Team Queso now. Gives them at least 1 tank to go with, and I think that B was a very, very solid pick from Team Queso there, especially with what they were opposed with at the time. Bonnie and Primo not really going to have the best of times against the B. With that Buster last pick, it gives them some aggression. It gives them, something that can push forward. And they've proved in that last set that they can make Buster work against pretty much anything. So maybe they'll be wanting to try and do the same thing yet again. But with one-trick ponies having this last pick, they've got to be cautious. They've got to be a little bit afraid that they're going to be able to be countered out. And the dynamite does come down. We've seen it time and time again today. And it's worked a lot of the time.
Dynamite versus Willow there. Both throwers have the upper hand in terms of you can't ever reach me, right? They can just walk around, ring around to Rosie, around those blocks, and they can hold on to their lives. In the end, it's all going to come down to the push that both of those teams are going to show us. Whenever the Buster is super, they can push a ball together, try to get a goal slotted in. Whenever the Prima is super, however, one-trick ponies is going to be able to break up the map. It's going to hurt eventually also there on Dynamite, but it's going to open up the goal of Team Keizo towards just easy scores, right?
Well, let's see how this goes. I believe we're using jump there. I think he went straight over to the right-hand side with a jump, but not 100% sure. Might still be using demolition, but Blacksy's going to be able to pick that one up nice and early on. Jump available from Filippo. Does get the connection, but actually does go down along with it as well. Blacksy looking for a little bit of a mind control here. Not going to need to use it on Emmerich. Does try to use it on Ekquak. Not successful, though. Now he's just trying to defend this one out. Needs to try and get behind some walls, or he's going to have a tough time against that B.
Dynamite does use that fast speed to evade any super coming in from Black Sea. Quick again. All susceptible to Black Sea there. Falls finally to him. It's a 3-1 situation. Emmerich, the last man standing, can't defend this one, and it's going to be an early goal from Team Keizo. One-trick ponies looked very strong at the start. They do now have a Primo Super available to turn things around, but Team Keizo is in the lead for now.
I mean, Blacksy goes straight under the water there, dives down and avoids that Primo Super. Should be a pass and a goal straight underneath the jump coming through, and Team Keizo move ahead once more, but it's only behind one game this time. There's still a lot left to say in this set, especially for the side of one-trick ponies, if they want to be 2-1 up.
Well played by Team Keizo there. I didn't really think the draft was that different, that they could just roll over one-trick ponies like they just did, but they did make it work. Whenever Blacksy had a Willow Super available, they just use it to their advantage, pushing up very aggressively, and we can see that one-trick ponies can't really do anything against the B, especially at the start. Also in overtime, it's going to be just such an easy one for Team Keizo to get rid of that one.
Yeah, based on that shot from Ekquak as well, and actually does provide him with a super, but honestly at this point with Team Keizo's dominance, I don't think it's going to matter too much. We'll see if one-trick ponies are now able to bounce back a little bit, but Blacksy's just dominated Ekquak so hard on these sides, and that kind of just leaves Javi and Boss to do their own thing, slow people down, get some shots off and get the goals. But Ekquak's starting to fight back now, and that's what one-trick ponies need.
I do want to see a comeback from one-trick ponies now as they have two supers available. Filippo uses his one, doesn't get to take down to Boss. Boss gets a double takedown. Emmerich also falling equal to last man standing. And we did see before Dynamite isn't really the best bowler to defend a goal alone. Does manage to do so. 3v2 situation. Now Blacksy with another super available. Doesn't get it off in time. Emmerich gets a takedown onto him. It's really just a back and forth, but Team Keizo is still in the lead. 1 minute 20 left on the clock for one-trick ponies who still get Brawl onto their side.
Yeah, and that's the thing, we don't really need to see that much from Team Keizo. Just need to hold this ball, keep one-trick ponies out the way of their goal, and they might be able to get this win. Gadget was popped there by Boss. Does have to use it on Emmerich instead of going for a bit of a miraculous goal. Black's going to get taken down, but Boss and Javi still there aggressing. Gadget was popped by Ekquak. Might be a bit of a waste as now Filippo goes in, uses his jump. Boss escapes, but it's a 3v1 in this mid.
Was the last man standing for Team Keizo, trying to get rid of the ball for now. As you said, Team Keizo just needs to stall some time. With 40 seconds left on the clock now, one-trick ponies needs to do something right now, otherwise this set is going to go the way of Team Keizo once again. Emmerich with super available, so is Ekquak. They could do something with this. Now Filippo can't be too far away of his as himself. Coming in from Ekquak doesn't hit a single target. Emmerich trying to do something on the right hand side, gets taken in by Boss. Does get a takedown. 3v2 situation. Can one-trick pony still turn around things here now?
Still got a bit of time, but they're going to need a Filippo jump. They're going to need a Primo jump as well. And Ekquak using jumps of his own, but not really too much success. Eventually getting something done now, finding some connecting shots, but not really got a lot to show for one-trick ponies here as Boss still on the line. Gets super though, and that might be a double pass comes through. Doesn't find its way to the goal. And Team Keizo going to take set number 3 and move 2-1 up.
Well played by both of those teams, but in the end, I feel like speed just made the difference here, as well as the dynamite. That is just a very niche pick. It can work out so well. It was the last pick for One Trick Ponies as well, so they definitely put a lot of hopes into this brawler, but it just didn't work out the way they wanted. Maybe it was the Dino Jump in the end, just not getting the damage they needed to take down the Buster and the Willow. Team Queso played this one perfectly. They don't have their favorite brawler, Otis, in their hands at the moment, but they make Buster work just as well.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed to work pretty well overall, I will say, and Team Queso now up in the overall game and then looking good whilst doing it as well. That set was probably the most convincing we've seen so far. The gem grab was a bit hit or miss. You know, we saw some very good moments from One Trick Ponies coming through in that, but overall, Team Queso were stronger. But in that one, they would just look so dominant all the way through, especially in that second game, getting that really early goal and then just playing it slow, playing it defensive. They didn't need to make any aggressive moves, so they just did exactly what they needed to do, hold on to that ball and keep possession.
Both of those teams come out with a 3-0 in the first round. Then One Trick Ponies just continuing and getting the first set as well. We both said Team Queso should be getting this one overall. They just have been playing so long together, whereas One Trick Ponies is a pretty new roster. I mean, they know each other. They can all speak French. Also from the community, they should be... Philip actually Italian, sorry. They should be knowing each other from Leather as well. But other than that, they don't really have that much competitive experience as Team Queso, so they should be coming out on top, and it hurts me to say, but Trev, your prediction would actually still be relevant.
It still stands. It still stands. They're going for it. Team Queso want to back me up. Paul, after all the stuff I've said about Team Queso in the past, never predicting them, always saying they're going to lose, laughing at them when they went 0-7 in Season 2, they still got my back. They've still got my back. They're going to win this 3-1. I've got a feeling. But we're going on to Ring of Fire now. We've got the Grey, we've got the Ruffs and the Eve bands from Team Queso, Stu, Buster, and the Bell bands coming in from One Trick Ponies. Squeak as a first pick. Clearly don't want to see any of this Buster against them because it did work quite well in the previous one. Pam and Cordelius coming now, good pairing from them. I like what Team Queso brought to the table so far.
Those three brawlers are probably the three we see the most on this map specifically. Squeak, one of the most annoying brawlers to deal with, especially thanks to his gadget that did get a tiny little nerf. Cordelius, we did mention it before, just needs a tank to really get the full potential out, apart from being played by Joker, of course. Then he can work even into long-range brawlers, and Team Queso with that already have two brawlers that wouldn't do too bad into any tanks, as we do still have some of them open, the best one being banned out, of course. Buster is banned. One Trick Pony is now trying to go with a bit more damage output just to go up against this Pam. Bell banned out, so this would be the usual pick to go up against the Pam, just to get those bounces in. Tara and Lola, what do we think about that, Trev?
I mean, you know, I'm never going to say no to a Tara, right? That's even if Tara was completely dreadful, had no legs in the game whatsoever, I'd still like the Tara pick. But overall, I do think Tara's pretty solid here, right? If you get some positioning, some pulls, you can cycle quite nicely off of Pam. You know, I think we saw it in Heist in the previous one, where they just came out of that Cordelia super and the Tara managed to pull out a double pull, which was really nice. But Carl going to come down, obviously not got the best matchup up close, and when Tara's got a super, Carl's going to struggle quite heavily, but up until that point he doesn't do too bad if he keeps that range and can pierce through the Lola, do very well against the Squeak. So I don't mind the pick. I think Team Queso have possibly got a bit of a better comp here.
We did talk about it before as well. Sometimes you can't go with the meta picks, you have to go with whatever you feel comfortable with, and Carl definitely is one of those for the side of Team Queso. I do like both of the comps. I feel like One Trick Ponies comps looks a bit more conservative. We did see that comp before, whereas to Carl in combination with the Cordelius, I don't know how well it's going to work against the Terra and the Lola.
Well, let's see. Team Queso now win this set and they move on to the challenge season. If they lose it, they'll be heading down, well, not heading down just yet, they'll be heading to a set number 5. Support from beyond coming down from Equac here on the left-hand side, and they're getting some good percentage early on, but Blacksy's starting to aggress and wants to start getting the super for himself. Jump over there and might be able to pick up the Squeak, does get that, and now brings him into the realm, but was a bit of a waste there. Didn't manage to pick up any mushrooms to heal that one out.
One Trick Ponies with the early lead. Now Team Queso coming back though quite quickly, as Javi and Boss now both are standing mid quite strong. Emperor is going to come down. Emmerich tries to get rid of it. Residue Gadget comes down as well, so control is back on the side of One Trick Ponies. Equok on the right hand side struggles a tiny bit against Blacksy though. Blacksy with a lot of control.
Yeah, this is nice from Blacksy here. Gonna pick up some healing mushrooms along the way as well, which should keep him topped off, give him a nice bit of HP, and now going forwards, going aggressive when he comes out of this, does fall. And Ekwek round the back with a nice pinch, but Boss in a great position. Pull available for Ekwek though, so can't really do too much. Now going in, but the spins there from Boss, should be able to pick that up, and the healing station keeps Javi at max HP, even with that Tara super coming down on him.
Ekwek does find the connection, but it's not enough to get the takedown onto Javi. In the end, Team Kaiser comes out on top of this, taking back the mid control and getting an early lead now themselves with a 30% lead almost. They are looking very, very strong, getting another sweep there. Filippo falling with 3 members of One Trick Ponies coming out of spawn. Now they need to push up very aggressively. Team Kaiser only needs 20 more % to secure the set. The game.
I mean, you said Carl was a comfort pick, and it definitely looks exactly that way. Javi going to get pulled in there, though, but it's not going to matter. 8% is what we need, and Boss is going to be able to clean so much up top. Blacksy helping out there as well, and Team Queso heading onto a match point. If they can bring the same energy, the same gameplay, the same skill, then I think we might be looking at a 3-1 for TQ here.
So interesting to see, for me at least, that Cordelis is always focusing on the Lola and not really getting the takedowns. Still, it did work out for Team Queso in the end. They're just having the Pam to stand in mid, very HP-y, a lot of HP on the hands of them. Yeah, English is my first language, you can tell.
Yeah, they're looking pretty HP, to be fair, but from Leon coming in now, and nice pinch from Boss there as he does get the kill. Spin available now as well, and a turret established pretty high up there from Javi. We are seeing an ego available, but I mean, Boss can pierce straight through. That is going to do some more damage at range whilst he's, not in range of that Lola. But the human station is going to get taken down. Team Queso are in the lead. Javi healed up nicely, but Boss not in the best of position. Cordelia is going to bring the Tara into the realm there, which means that support from Leon's going to be going towards the Pam. But actually, in the end, it doesn't really matter as he keeps that squeak so low. And Ekwek is behind, but Blacksy getting super off this once more.
Boss not in the best of positions, does manage to get the takedown on the top left, falling in the end, but still giving his team members a bit more time in the zone to catch up even more percentages. It's still Team Kaiser in the lead now. Finally, One Trick Ponies gets some mid control back, and it's going to be so tough for Team Kaiser to come back from this one. They do have a Pam turret now, however. Maybe that's their possibility to come back into mid. Emmerich still with a few more gadgets, also has a super, trying to find the connection to Blacksy. Blacksy jumping over, getting his super. Miko coming down, Boss now falling as well, and we have a 3v1 situation once again.
Pretty similar in terms of percentage at the moment, but Ekwek coming down this left-hand side, and Blacksy was looking to try and drag him into the realm there, but now going to go for the swap, trying to send Boss over to that side, which isn't going to be his preferable matchup. Emmerich has to back off as flying up forwards from Boss was pretty nicely placed, and now Team Queso starting to get back on the zone once more, but a 3-way pinch onto Boss forces the spin out of him to even try and get it, but he gets the trade. That could not have been better there from Boss, really. Now it's an Emmerich versus Javi 1v1 as we see Blacksy versus Filippo in the realm. Have to force him off, and now it is Team Queso in the lead, but everybody's falling, and it's just surely Boss alive here. Javi gonna fall, and this should be a One Trick Ponies game, just a slight lead still for Team Queso.
They do take over the lead now. One Trick Pony still standing in mid. Panther, it's still down, so Team Queso has every possibility to push back in themselves. 8% left for One Trick Ponies, and Team Queso managed to get the takedown. All 3 members of One Trick Ponies falling. They themselves take over the lead now. Ekwek, giving up already, knows this game is gonna go towards Team Queso. And with that, they make it 3-1, as Trav predicted. This hurts to say.
Yeah, and I'm sure it does. But, with time, it gets better. But no, it was a 3-1 to Team Queso. They do move on to the challenge season. Huge congratulations to them. I think after the last split, they did thoroughly deserve to make it through after taking such a close game against Zeta Division and ending up with a loss after a couple of match points. They now take the win against One Trick Ponies in a big play there. Boss, he's just played so well throughout this last set here, but overall, Team Queso just played phenomenally throughout these 2 splits of games, and I'm actually quite pleased that they're heading to the challenge season.
Well, congratulations to Team Queso. They're taking the 6th spot in the season, in the challenge season of season 4. But also, honestly, I'm so much looking forward towards One Trick Ponies in the lower bracket. They still have every chance to make it into the challenge season themselves, and what they have been showing us against Team Queso now, I am looking forward to even more crazy plays coming out from them whenever they know who their opponents are, which we don't even know yet.
Yeah, so I think they're in the same portion of the bracket as VN Sporting, though, so it's a little bit worrying for them if VN Sporting do manage to get the win, and even if VN Sporting don't, it's going to be worrying for them because that means their team's managed to take down the might of that team. But overall, it was Team Queso who did come out on top of this game. One Trick Ponies still got a lifeline, head into that lower bracket, not out of the competition yet, but so far, Humble and Team Queso do move forward to join the 4 teams that we crowned in Split 1 to move on as well. So huge congratulations to Team Queso once more, but there's still a lot of teams fighting it out in this lower bracket, preparing to face off against each other. Still got a lot of games ahead of us as well, so we'll see. Have a look at this bracket, see how things shaped up. Kabak did manage to take down FA Proxima in that far lower bracket game, which means they'll be facing off against Reply Totem, I believe, in the last game of the day. Up next, it should be VN Sporting versus FA India, and then the winner of that will face off against One Trick Ponies in that lower bracket round 2.
Either way, it's going to be 2 very, very interesting matches we have in the lower bracket round 2. First, we're going to go into the match between FA India and VN Sporting. And I have to say, again, just coming back to the match we just watched, Team Queso must be really happy because they did show us that comfort picks can prevail over meta picks. I also have to admit, we don't really have a meta at the moment, but they also did show us that they can't only win with Otis, which was kind of what the people out there have been saying. So congratulations once again to them. And I'm looking forward to all of the teams we're still going to see in the lower bracket now. So far, we have Totem and, never mind, yeah, Totem in the lower bracket. We have... help me. Humble
And Team Queso.
Humble and Team Queso. I'm still flashed by that win from Humble, I guess.
Yeah, no, it surprised us all that they managed to take down Reply Totem in that upper bracket game, but obviously it's definitely not been the best of runs for Reply Totem through the Snapdragon Pro Series, at least for the last couple of seasons. Didn't even make it into the last one, and this one still might not make it, but they do only have one game in between them and that qualifying to the challenge season, so it would be very nice for them to return to that season. But that's the thing, and I'm sure Team Queso was so glad that they managed to get this win under the belt, move on straight away, and not be forced down into that lower bracket, just like One Trick Ponies have, because at the end of the day, nobody wants to play out in the lower bracket, depending on, never mind who you're facing, never mind if you've got, you know, VN Sporting in your bracket and another really tough team like FA India up there as well. So it's not an easy bracket at all for them, and I do fear for their future. Obviously, they are one step ahead, so that means they only have to win one game instead of 2 in a row like the teams who have dropped out the first phase. But still, it's not the easiest of roads, though.
For this tournament today, we have as many brawlers out of the way, banned out as we never had before, I feel like, in any single tournament. So it also shows which teams might be the most flexible ones. They didn't really have time at all to scrim with the rules we have implemented for today, but they have proved to us that they still know their meta, they still know their comfort picks, and they do make it work somehow. So Humble and Team Queso have proved to us so far that they can be the most flexible. Now we still have so many teams on the line that, in my eyes, deserve it so well to make it into the challenge season themselves. A few of the best teams we have in the region, 3 that we never had in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Of course, Proxima, sadly, already out. We didn't really have the chance to see them on stream today, but Kebab and India still with the chance to make it into the challenge season themselves.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's kind of been, you know, who's been adapting to the meta better, and so far it's been Team Queso and Team Humble who have managed to adapt the best and qualify to that challenge season. But we've still got 2 more spots to give away, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my...
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy, where we are 3 games down here today, 3 more still to come, and it is getting very, very heated, Trav. Some upsets, no doubt about it. Reply Totem in that lower bracket, and certainly some things that we've sort of predicted coming as well, happening along the way. But ultimately, we have got 2 teams locked in for the challenge season already as a result of those victories in the upper bracket quarterfinal stages and semi-final stages. Humble and Team Kesso to join then Foot Esports, SK Gaming, as well as Zeta Division and others from the Split 1 Open Finals.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of those teams have deserved to qualify. If you can beat Reply Totem, you've earned your spot, in my opinion. And I think Team Queso, after the last split, they might have had a bit of an easier run here today than, you know, the likes of Humble and the likes of Reply Totem have. But at the same time, they took Zeta Division to a set number 5 when they had 2 match points in the previous split. So I think even that just earns another spot in the challenge season.
Lower bracket now is where it all comes down, and Reply Totem, as you can see down the bottom there, will face against Kebab very shortly today. Next matchup today will be VN Esporting versus FA India. As we already saw, VN Esporting, they went through a grueling matchup, took it all the way to the 5th and final set, weren't quite able to sort of turn things around in that regard versus as their opposition earlier, but now they've got no more lifeline. This is the lower bracket. You know, if you lose your match, you're going home. You have no opportunity to be in that challenge of season 4. And for them, I think that they should have this one in the bag. I mean, ultimately, you know, for me, FA India by far the underdog of this matchup, and you know, that's I'm pretty sure it's going to be your sort of analysis on it also. But you know, again, when you're in these lower bracket stages, anything can happen. And you know, I've got to be honest, this was actually a match that VN Esporting lost in the Cup qualifying stages. In Cup 4, they lost to FA India on a 0-2 scoreline, which was, in my opinion, one of the strangest kind of things that I would have never expected to happen realistically, because VN Esporting, despite that roster change that we already discussed with Nob moving over to, you know, Navi for those qualifiers, you know, they are still a very, very experienced team. I mean, this is not really a match at which they should be losing, is it?
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, if FA India managed to do it, if they managed to beat them and managed to beat One Trick Ponies, then they deserve to be in the challenge season. And if VN Esporting managed to lose, then they never deserve to be there in the first place, because this should 100% be VN Esporting's games to win and just move on pretty simply. But I think at the end of the day, if you know, FA India managed to pull off not the unthinkable, because you know they've thought it and they've done it, but if they manage to get a win, then I'll be happy for them to go up.
I feel the same way, absolutely. I mean, ultimately for me, this is a different format to the Cup stages, it must be said. Cup stages being the best of 3, and now in the Open Final stages being a best of 5. And that is certainly something which plays a big role here, I think, when you make that kind of A and B comparison. I think that VN Esporting, because of that experience, are able to go those long distances and then turn them around if they make a couple of mistakes regarding their draft and things here or there. But, you know, we cannot count out the kind of decline that we've seen a little bit with VN Esporting as of recent. You know, when you look back to Season 3, the #1 seed going into those challenge finals of Season 3, yes, they turned up there with a different roster, which wasn't their main, and that kind of led to kind of what happened next, that as far as it's concerned. But even in the qualifying stages, getting into Season 3 in the first place, you know, they were very much up there in the high rankings of the seeds. And you know, this time round, you know, not necessarily able to say the same. You know, seed 4 now in the open split finals of 2, and then last time round, you know, ranked down at number 8, right at the bottom of the pack. And yes, they sort of turned our, you know, eyes to the fact that they could get through to those later stages of the bracket when it came down to things, and the pressure on against, you know, a team like Zeta Division all the way to the 5th and final set. But today, this could be their final lifeline. It is their final lifeline. So they've got to take this one seriously into Kaboom Canyon, which is our first map, and the mode being, of course, Heist in this series. The bands being Griff, Gale, and Cordelius for VN Esporting. For FA India, the Eve, the Nanny, and the Bonnie.
I mean, I love a Carl first pick. I can't complain about that at all, really. And, you know, from my eyes, I think from what you've just said, I think, you know, there's one roster change is one thing, you know, bringing in a different player like Buzzco, who's already experienced, who we've seen before. But if you still manage to lose against 3 players who, you know, as a caster, I haven't really heard of that much. They're pretty new to competitive. The roster change shouldn't make that much of a difference. You should still be victorious in my eyes. Daryl's going to come in as the pick from FA India here. And, you know, it's pretty good against that Carl, but do I like Daryl this early on? Not particularly. There's still a lot of tank counters on the board, regardless of, you know, the Gale, the Cordelius being banned out of the way, but they're going to add an 8-bit to it. The issue is, you know, we saw these 2 brawlers before, but it came with the Gale, with that launch pad that got them into the spot where they needed to be.
I like this, honestly, from FA India. I mean, 8-bit does have some vulnerabilities against a Piper, which Viennese Sporting might be considering on their side of things. It's going to be tough into a Daryl, no doubt about that, but the auto-aimer can sort of stun that out, have the slow effect, and then allow for your teammates to help to ensure the takedown. But 8-bit on this map, slow and sluggish, absolutely so. And obviously the damage booster will bring a lot of that with the plugged-in star power if it's run, which it normally is for the most part. But Tara joining things with the Carl for Viennese Sporting, I really like it. You know, again, with the buff to pet power as the gear recently, it's in a even better place than it was, and Tara was always doing pretty well in competitive prior to the most recent changes too. Bell's a very safe pair of hands. The nest egg, of course, can make your opposition more vulnerable to attack, and that can just deflate a push very, very quickly. A 3rd and final now for FA India to add to this.
Well, this is the chance that they need, and you know, I do like overall the comp that Viennese Sporting have got. The individual brawlers, I think, are very, very solid. Now we're going to see an Amber come in from FA India here, and I kind of feel like at the same time, you know, it's kind of hurting them as well as helping them. Daryl's going to want all that grass to be up and be able to kind of maneuver between underneath it, you know, under the radar, and Amber's going to be wanting to get rid of that and allowing the 8-bit to, you know, use that range. But Bell, I like that pick, bouncing back and forward off the 8-bit turret, the 8-bit, and Daryl should be around that area as well, trying to get the rolls in, outranges Amber. I think overall prefer the FA India comp, but individual brawler-wise, I like the VN. If they've got that individual prowess that they always have, and if they bring it to this game, I think they can win.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. I think that the aggressiveness of Viennese Sporting in their playstyle really is going to be, you know, complemented by the draft. I mean, the Carl for Mabius, of course, we know what he's capable of doing. And I think the safe pair of hands of Rama, you know, always is there with that Bell pick too. Quickly as that SKS goes down, leaving the mid control firmly with Viennese Sporting and just keeping their opposition low. As Mark on the left really does need to heal up. Don Polo not in a great spot either, to be honest, to land these shots, and the flying hook goes in. Maybe he's getting a ton of value for his time. He's gonna be on the safe now, landing consecutive shots with the pickaxe against the wall, and gets out well. Scaves away perfectly as well. Beautiful stuff from him.
Yeah, it does get taken down though. Does waste quite a lot of the time of SKS and Don Polo though there, and Buzzco does have this pulse, so if SKS goes for a roll and can quickly get rid of him, drag him into his teammates and get some help. But I believe that was the mark from Rama there. Didn't really find a connection, and I didn't really like the placement of that, just going, kind of just throwing it out there in the grass and hoping it connects with someone. But this turret not providing any speed to Don Polo, so just going to be that damage boost and not in the position to get any damage on safe, so clearly playing a defensive game regardless of being down.
So far, FA India struggled to get a sign of damage as SKS rolls in, does secure armor. But now Buzzco very firmly there with the help of the pets as well. A little bit of burn on the save, but now Don Polo really is landing all it's worth with the extra credits connection with that damage booster. No plugged in star power actually, so again, a slightly larger radius for his teammates to be able to get under, but it is going to be at the sacrifice of some speed in the mid, and hence the speed gear is going to be able to provide that. But over time, if those pushes do go down, the help in hand of his own teammate, and they choose to burn, which it wouldn't be the best of things, but it has been happening on that bottom left. Might be putting him into a more vulnerable spot with the mark as well, especially now. Rubber tapping on the left-hand side, keeping Marco low, but actually almost goes down himself, gets a bit too close for comfort. Damage still continues in. FA India can turn this around, but time is trickling here, Trav.
Yeah, I don't know if they really can. That's the thing, the positioning that VNE Sporting have got, and obviously we're going to be seeing Tara return here with the pull. It's not going to be the best of positions to get out of, especially when he gets slowed down. Pull comes in, Don Polo should fall. Damage Pet gets the kill, might even pick up Marco as well. Damage Pet was going for the double, but it's just not going to be enough for FA India. The defense isn't there, and VNE Sporting take game number 1.
That's the start that we expected to see from VNE Sporting, but they have faltered a little bit here and there today. So I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but they did look comfortable. That cannot be denied. The comp as well, being run by FA India, should be able to perform a little bit better than what we're seeing so far. So there is still plenty of room for improvement going into this next game. But certainly for VN Esporting, they will know the seriousness of the situation to be able to just secure things smoothly. And that's a good start already, as Rama and Mabius on the right-hand side can be very safe and sound as a result of that swift takedown to SKS. So now can start to get some damage for their time, and really nice positioning and great awareness as well. Mabius goes with the flying hook, and now they're just going to base race this. I think that's a bit of a mistake more so on the side of FA India. These taps over the extra credits will land a lot of value, and Rama just comes back a little bit. I think that was needed there.
Yeah, well, Rama just trying to find some shots, but there's so much damage going down. Daryl on the save too, and that should finish it. Marco trying to get the shots off, and SKS gets the damage through. Burn damage, he gets the last shot, and the damage from VN Esporting just doesn't match it in that base race. FA India take the win, and I mean, if you can base race it, why not?
Didn't quite expect the damage to be as fierce, did they really? And just overestimated themselves, a bit overzealous on that top part of the map, and you just can't really do that. Doesn't matter who your opposition is. An 8-bit with a damage booster is always a very, very scary thing. And if there's two members of the team, then you've got double bang for your buck. As now Rama tries to connect in the mid, Marco, they're keeping themselves out of harm's way, and that's a mark that you can't really afford to miss in the position that Dompoyo is in. You've got to start to be a bit more defensive now. Maybe it's getting some great damage, sure, but it's these defenses that have been lacking on the side of FN Esporting.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's going to get his super there as well, have the control. Nice shots from Rama coming through onto the safe there. Adds a bit more damage to it. Marco looking to try and burn some bushes down here, surely. Buzzco not found in there either. The roll comes in from SKS, but did get slowed down there, I believe, by a nest egg. Maybe he's trying to clean him up and go forwards now. Does miss the pickaxe there, but gets into a good position to deal some damage. Dompoyo trying to pinch here as well, and Daryl should be able to roll and clean this one up nicely. Not without him getting another shot on the safe, though, and it's brought down to 56, but that's not beyond repair for FA India with the damage they've got.
They got a decent start, though, for VN Esporting. They just can't afford to lose control. It's going to escalate, as we saw in the previous game, very, very quickly. Super available to Basco as well, but acts as a great deterrent in the eventuality of a push. And Dompoyo as well, when it comes down to it, can't really evade that. It's got to be very, very cautious of that range and keeping it, most importantly, as Marco is marked on the left-hand side, so he can't really go on the aggressive as much, and Rama knows it. Gets tapped for his time, but can't quite follow up with the others. SKS rolls in, though, and VN Esporting are not ready for it. It could be costly, as now the damage booster does go down, and good connection, though, from Busco is going to alleviate a lot of this pressure. SKS tries to roll in, but Rama is there, and Marcus should now fall as well. So that was a solid defense for the most part. Marco survives on, and is choking for his life here for a little bit of time. In the end, though, it is VN Esporting with the defense.
I say he should fall, but he almost didn't there. Maybe it's just trying to get a shot with the pickaxe. I'm not sure why he didn't try and survive that one. I'm going to roll here coming in from SKS, and don't know if he just didn't realize Buzzco had a super there, but he did cycle that quite nicely, I feel, as well. Rama needs to get that finish off, or this could be a bit of a dangerous position for them. They're only 6% in the lead, and Dompoyo with cheat card, well, extra credits on the safe, sorry. Bounces coming through now as well, and Rama needs to find some shots. Someone needs to get some damage for the side of VN Esporting. No flying hooks left either, so can't just go straight up the map. Roll available too. Buzzco has this pull, but nice move from Mebius there to open up some room for him. Gets the kill, but down goes the left-hand side. Pull comes forward, gets the double, and Mebius might be there. Can the damage get done? They shoot the safe, but it goes 1%, and VN Esporting managed to do it, but that was so sketchy.
Unbelievable scenes. I mean, and a very calculated one, wasn't it? From VN Esporting, you could see that Mebius hanging behind the wall, just ensuring his survivability, which you could tell towards the end was exactly what they needed. It was essential for them, and in getting that game win and then the set to follow. Wonderful stuff. I mean, there was just enough time, but it was very close. You could cut the tension with a knife, honestly. And wow, I mean, but should it have been that close? That's my reservation. I don't really feel it should have been. But their defenses weren't the greatest. This was beautiful. I mean, stunning stuff. You can just see how tight it really was, and both players needed absolutely so there. What a dodging of a bullet for VN Esporting.
I mean, that could have gone very, very wrong for them. Losing the first set against a team who, in reality, I'm just going to say, should be dominating. They should be able to dominate FE India quite quickly, quick 3-0. But with the gameplay that FE India were showing, they looked pretty good. The base rates that they got, yes, it's a base race. You know, it doesn't take much skill to go towards the safe and get damage on it. But in that last game, they were in the lead. They were in a great position. Just the slightest of missteps there from the Amber or the 8-bit, whoever you want to say, to be able to provide that double pull at the end did cost the game. And if not, we'd be seeing a much different scoreline right now.
Yeah, I gotta say and reiterate what I said coming off the back of that game. They really did dodge a bullet. I mean, there's no right or wrong way of putting it. That is kind of how I see it, at least. But Hard Rock Mine up next for both of these two teams in this series, and the bans are in Crow, Fang, as well as Cordelius, and 8-bit Ruffs and Carl banned out by then FA India. And I mean, that makes a lot of sense. They obviously felt like maybe this is quite a threat on it, and he is. 8-bit as well on Hard Rock Mine. You know, the drafting sense behind FA India is quite astute to the meta, and I do appreciate that when we see teams that are kind of like the underdog in these scenarios. Tara, the first pick for V&E Sporting, makes a lot of sense. I mean, both gadgets work fantastically well in this scenario, both support from beyond and the vision. With a map like Hard Rock Mine, there's so much that you can gain in terms of information on the back of a pick like Tara. And we've got to reiterate the fact that the hypercharged brawlers that newly came out yesterday in the most recent update are not playable. So brawlers like Rosa not going to be seen in that regard. And that would have been a fantastic pickup if they had gone for it. Emzo will be that insurance policy as a tank counter for FA India. And I really like that brawler on this particular mode.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I'm not convinced by Ems on Hard Rock Mine. I feel like if you can get in the position, if you can get control, then it's very good. But it's getting there that's the hardest thing with Ems on a map like Hard Rock Mine, I feel. Buster, on the other hand, it's more of the same. You know, if you get the position, you're going to be pretty good, but you've got a bit more HP than the Ems to be able to try and get there. That's the difference between those. I do like what FA India have so far, but I'm never going to say no to a Tara Rock.
You know, Trav, there's a couple of things that I know about you and things that I don't, but one thing for certain is that you never mind a Tara. And I think for good measure. I mean, especially now that she's in a much better place with regards to the meta. I mean, you know, I'm all for it. I mean, we've seen some really favorable changes that haven't really been direct impact changes for Tara, but like just little tweaks here and there with regards to gears and such that have really catapulted her much better in that regard. Daryl going to come in for V&E Sporting and Pam mid. I mean, I haven't really seen Pam mid for a long time. Max is the idea of choice for FA India, and I'm much preferring the draft from V&E Sporting here, I'll be honest. I don't mind the M's at all, and Max certainly can have some really aggressive plays to be had. Buster, yeah, I mean, it's always a good brawler in the current meta that we're seeing here today, but I mean, it is kind of my weaker of the game modes, I think it's fair to say, when it comes to that particular pick.
I do kind of agree. I mean, I don't really like Daryl on this map, but into a Buster, you're never going to say no to that either, are you, really? I do like what V&E Sporting have brought to the table here. At the same time, I like what FA India have too. It's the same as the Heist. I feel like it's pretty even. Obviously, the Max has that explosive pace that he's going to be able to provide to both of his teammates, and they're both going to value off so much.
Wow, already it's been a stalemate. I think Basco's going to probably need to swap lanes here for me a little bit when they have the chance, because against the, well, until he gets the roll, of course, and then the knockback will surely be there on the side of SKS, but already in the mid, this Marco's got a good amount of early damage in with the super to hand and follows up with the speed. I mean, Rama might be in a very bad spot here if he's not cautious. I'm surprised that we didn't see more of an aggressiveness actually from FA India in that perspective, because they probably could have come out with some gems there.
Yeah, they really could have. Rama. 4 gems over his head. Busco aggressing quite nicely now as well, but did provide the super there, but he gets a nice roll onto it. Forces out a friend zone, which I'm sure he won't mind in the long run, but maybe it still has this pull as well, and that's going to be pretty useful, especially when Marco's got these 3 gems and Rama can keep him low. If he can get the flanking position, then maybe he's going to be dangerous here.
Very aggressive comp that, for the most part, FA India are playing greatly well. Not start back again, and Bosco now probably wondering, you know, how many gadgets is SKS running? Is he running the extra gadget gear? Because that might be something which over time will whittle down, but having 4 as opposed to 3 would certainly be a great thing to have into that Daryl matchup. Rama again using that junk scrapper there just to keep down the shots that Don Pollo had to his advantage. 7-6, but so far, FA India are keeping this a very closely tied match.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, this is nice stuff now. Good roll coming in from Buzzco. Gets knocked back, catches himself on the wall, goes forward again, gets him down as well. Donpoyo falls. And now Rama should be able to pick up a couple of gems from the mid here. That's 9. And if he can get the next one, then it's going to be the countdown that can't be taken. Oh, Buzzco's going to roll straight onto the gem. Actually, going to pretty much give them it and give them control of the spawn as well. It's not the best of positions now for VNE Sporting. How quickly things changed.
So little in this. Marco has super as well. So just handing it over, which he does. Don't think quite connected though with SKS, and it would have been nice if he had done a rolling from Buzzco, as he knows he needs to try to deflate this. The reset is there. Donpoyo might go down here as well, and that will be something actually which might help FA India somewhat to have the gems all in one place. In the meanwhile, it's Mavis who goes in on the aggressive, gets SKS taken care of. 11 to 10, and that gem is a great time. Yeah, Donpoyo comes in, but the gem is dropped there as a result of Buzzco going in, and that might just be enough here. 10 to 12 though, it's still in favor of VNE Sporting. Marco goes in such low HP, and able to get the reset just about. Off the back of that gem, it's 12 to 12.
Nice positioning there of the Pan turret though. Going forwards, SKS going to go down, and that's another one spawning as well. This is going to be 14 to 11. Now India can't get it back from this mid. They need to be careful. They need to go aggressive. They don't know where they are either though. Maybe it's hiding down this left-hand side. Donpoyo pushing in. This is a great pinch. The slows there as well from SKS. They're pinching in, but the roll's perfect from Buzzco. Mebius cleans up the offensive side, and beautiful defense there from VNE Sporting to keep a hold of all their gems.
You got to give a lot of praise to how FA India are handling this. I mean, it's kind of rare to see a team of like an underdog kind of stature come in against, a very established team like VNE Sporting, who have had a great amount of success this year, both in the BSC and in the SPS, and stand the heat. I mean, it's just incredibly close. I don't think the score line really reflects kind of what we're seeing play out, but nonetheless, one more game for VNE Sporting, and they will be in a prime position to take things. Marco this down is still definitely a connection issue there. If I've ever seen one before, and a costly one at that. The gems are dropped, handed over to SKS, but this is not what you want to see if you're FA India.
Yeah, this is pretty disappointing for him. Still moving quite a bit laggy there, but a great pull in there from Poyo. Doesn't actually get the takedown, but Buzzco going to go aggressive, find the back line here as well. Tar Barrel still there slowing down, but maybe it's going to get pulled in by Donpoyo again, and he just keeps on getting these beautiful gadgets now in the back lines, and Rama's in a tough spot, has to just retreat, but another pull in straight into the hands of SKS and Marco. Maybe it's might need to pick up these gems here, or this might go quite south quite quick.
All available for Mabius. He needs to really land it now. And oh, what a defense! What an amazing super from Donpoyo! It just deflated it, just deflected it. I mean, that is a really quite a tough thing to handle and to land. The pixels really are unforgiving in those scenarios, but what a play from him. I don't think I've ever seen that interaction before even. Great stuff, but nonetheless, it is still FA India in the lead, but they are on the back lines now, and it's buying valuable time for VNE Sporting to get back in this game. Still the aggressive continues that roll. The left-hand side from Buzzco is perfect. Oh, it's there 2 for his time. Phase shift away. Rama's there for support, and it's still VNE Sporting after all that to come out on top.
I mean, that was gorgeous from Buzzco again. This Daryl is just perfect. The way he's playing it is really gorgeous. SKS going to try and move forward now, but 5 seconds on the clock. I just don't see enough time for him. The pull straight onto Donpoyo, but he does force out that super of him, and that's going to be VNE Sporting taking the second set in a convincing way towards the end, at least. It was back and forward, but the ends of the games were decisively towards VN.
A really exciting set, absolutely, for me there. I mean, just... You know, I'm really now starting to root big time for FA India. I mean, just simply from what we've seen, it just goes to show that, this is what the SPS for me is all about. In these qualifying stages, we say it going into the split open finals time and time again, this could be you, which is why we always promote the social media, Discord and going there, getting yourself signed up and competing, because it gives people like this an opportunity, a real stage to demonstrate their skill. And a team for me that I've not really had on my peripherals, I'll be honest, coming into the mix, and they're just showing us what they're made of. It's what it's all about. Again, no chance of you making it into the challenge season yourself at this stage in the competition, but head over to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. It could be you next time round. I mean, this scoreline, I've got to be honest, does not reflect the action that we're seeing. And VNE Sporting, I'll be honest, I'm just going to say how it is. I mean, they're coming out on top, but I think this should be a tied matchup, to be honest. Busco, for me, played some fantastic Daryl in that matchup for me. I think that did help considerably when it came down to it, and not an easy matchup either against the M's.
It really wasn't an easy matchup. He's still got those rolls pinpoint bang on him, and even when he had that friend zone, he caught himself on a wall many times, and that just puts him in a position to be able to just wreak havoc on the opponents, and that's exactly what he did. We're heading on to field goal next to see if VN can sweep this, or if India are going to be able to start a bit of a comeback. Bans being the Crow, the Cordelius, and the Nita coming in from VN Esporting. FA India get rid of the Nita, the Barley, and the Primo. First pick, the Buster.
Definitely one of my favorite kind of first pick brawlers to have in the current meta of Brawl Ball, and that's a good starting hand. And I think Gale kind of needs to be on the cards here for VN Esporting a little bit, just because if they add more tanks to the equation and then the Gale could be picked up by then FA India, could be tough. Pam, I certainly don't mind it. It's not my kind of first kind of pick idea in a game mode like Brawl, but the map does kind of cater towards it being certainly very viable in this scenario. Let's see what they want to follow up this with. And again, I think tanks going to come out of the woodwork if they don't show much sign of preparation towards it. The Cordelius is banned here, so I mean that tells me something in itself. Daryl going to come out. Kind of need to pair that now on the side of FA India with that Gale. I mean, it's going to be a very good deterrent or something else along those lines. But you know, you got to look at the fact that Spike is out of the mix. Hypercharge has then made that Brawler globally banned, as well as the Shelly. I mean, those are two heavy hitting tank counters already, and there's not that many left. Let's be honest.
Yeah, it really isn't. But this, I mean, with the Daryl again, you've got to fear for the Buster once more, and especially with that Pam also sliding in. They've proved to us that they can use it so well already. I don't doubt they'll be able to do the same again. Willow going to come through, but that Dyna still open, and that is a scary, scary thing for the team that doesn't manage to have it. It's worked the majority of the time. It was the Willow who came out on top in that previous game between One Trick Ponies and Team Queso, but this time Willow might not be as victorious if they do manage to take Dynamite, but they still have this third pick. They get it with the max, bit of speed along with it as well, and I don't really blame them for that, to be honest with you. If they do take a Dyna or something, it's going to be hard to hit when that max speed pops.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, for me, Willow is the brawler that's going to be able to handle the amount of HP on the other side of the field. That's the problem. I mean, certainly the mind control can get you out of some seriously sticky defensive scenarios, and also go on the offensive and give you some goals for your time. But the max kind of lifted the edge somewhat for me, because prior to that I was much more worried. But then again, double tank, Ash, and there wasn't really a big response of a tank counter in the opportunities that were there for FA India. So I'm kind of hoping that for their sake, they can really make this comp work. And it's looking to me quite a scary one to do just that. I mean, I don't know how you feel about this one. I'm liking VN Esporting's chances here, but the problem is we saw them play earlier today with that big tankier idea in the upper bracket stages against Humble. It didn't work out for them. So this time round, it kind of has to, if they want to end this one cleanly and move through the lower bracket stages on a 3-0 sweep, which I'm certain that they can certainly do here, but I don't know whether the FA India draft here was as strong as we've seen in the previous sets.
Yeah, I mean, Buzzco, look how aggressive he's going already. Gets hit by that, though, and he might be able to get the takedown, runs through him and gets the shot. This might even be a walk if they don't feed this Willow super here. Daryl coming around the left-hand side. Turret to tank some shots as well. Should be able to force this one in. A lot of utility was used for that, though. I feel like maybe a little bit of a walk still could have gone in if they didn't just feed that Willow a little bit more. Robotic Rats coming down, but quickly cleaned up by the Willow. Had to tank a couple, but in the end, VN Esporting scored the goal, and they're still in the lead now. Roll forwards and going again. Tar Barrel to slow it down. Another one through. Maybe it gets control, but that did help his health quite a bit, and now he's gonna be back in the mix.
All three members of VN Esporting still in that upper stage of the map. Base from Marco will serve to some avail, but gone down immediately after. Robotic Rats out for Buzzco, and still continuing the aggression there with the help of the healing station, but there's the mind control yet again. We've got to see that coming in time and time again, but at the end of the day, for me, like, it's just a matter of time before VN Esporting are able to force this one through. Speed from Marco again to get SKS into a better position, but it's left, maybe it's the left-hand side with the bull. You can't really do plays like that.
I mean, Rama's pushing up now. Roll comes in. Maybe it's trying to get him down. Actually, the gadget doesn't really work for Don Pollo there. A pass to the right and one to the mid should get this one cleaned up. Buzzco can walk that one in. Match point to VN Esporting coming up next.
Kind of what I was expecting to be honest. There was just no answer for the amount of HP on the side of VN Esporting, and they can force those scenarios time and time again. It's just a matter of time before it eventually will go in. Willow is that kind of character that's designed for like a save here and there, but when you're constantly up against the wall, it's just only going to go one way, and VN Esporting know it. This is the good opportunity to keep them on the back lines here and just then continue to aggress, wait for the respawn to come in, but the response is there from Marco, who's been able to obtain a super. It's got to keep them coming in. The speed really, for me, is FA India's best form of defense here, aside from the Willow, which can only do so much.
Well, pushing forwards now, Roll available as well, and Rama does have this Pam turret available too. Might be able to tank some stuff out, but Gadget available for him. He gets the pull in, does get slow into Rama as well, but he catches himself on the wall. The Willow's not even in the mix at the moment, using that using the mind control onto the Darryl, and now maybe it's going straight back in with another roll, and this should surely just be able to be a force in. Gadget used there as well, but maybe it's cleaning up now the pull in, but that's not going to be enough. The heals are there, and the goal is for VN Esporting as well. One more between them and the next phase of this lower bracket.
Really solid stuff, but now push coming in. Let's get with the shielding there, but Marco slow goes through the mind control, and so maybe it should be enough to force this one through, but there! It goes down, Don Poyo had it! He was taken care of, and that is going to be a defense now for VN Esporting, and that was a golden opportunity for FA India to capitalize on, and as quickly as that, you know, VN Esporting going straight onto the aggressive, closing the gap here, and it could all be over. One pass through to Mavis, that should be sealed. He goes from the aggressive instead, and leaves the opening for Busker to do it. There's actually going to be a defense. That's probably a bit of a miss for me from VN Esporting, but nonetheless, they continue to remain aggressive.
Yeah, still in the lead as well. Nebius coming back out of spawn, but now Willow coming in, wants to try and get this super, pass it forwards and use the super, but it's surely going to keep this mind control for a defensive matter, but they might not even get to that. The roll's available there as well. Marco just spinning on the spot. Don't know if he knows he's lost or what, because this is a goal from Nebius. Oh, the mind control just in time, and it didn't even roll in because he was on their team. Beautiful defense there, but I don't know if that's even going to be enough. Now pushing forwards a phase shifter, but he doesn't get it done. 25 seconds on the clock, and India needs something.
What are these interactions that we're seeing today from FA India? It's honestly incredible, but again, with 20 seconds remaining, they've got to have an answer, and it has to come now, or their tournament journey is over. Oh, the pass-through is almost enough. Sue's shot was a bit of a fumble there on the side of VN Esporting, but the defense is not. It will stand, and that'll be the set going their way and the match. Fantastic results for VN Esporting there as they go through to the next stage of our bracket.
I mean, it was well played by VN Esporting pretty much all the way through in all of the sets as well. Gem Grab looked a little bit sketchy, but the other ones a little bit more confident for them in terms of that. But Brawl definitely the most explosive set that they did have, managing to clean things up quite quickly. I feel like, you know, if they wanted to, they could have gone aggressive and scored another one quite quickly. But what's the point in that when you've got control and the game's pretty much already in your hands?
Such an enjoyable match, though, nonetheless. Probably my favorite, actually, of the day so far, because when you really break it down and look at things, that could have easily been one that could have gone to a fifth and final set. I think that the final draft that we saw there of Phil Gold kind of let it down just a little bit. Some of the players, though, nonetheless, did not. They absolutely stood the might of everything that VN Esporting had to throw at it. But, I mean, there could have been some better approaches to, you know, counteracting the HP. I think, you know, some of the harder hitting brawlers, really. I'm not sure whether B was banned. It would have been a good shout to maybe consider it going in. But, I mean, just a really valiant attempt. And again, you've got to give a lot of praise to FA India, because that did not look like a sweep in my book. I mean, that absolutely could have been one to go all the way.
Yeah, no, I feel like it was a lot closer than the scoreline gives them credit for, and I think FA India definitely played their hearts out. You know, they played really well, especially for a team who, you know, a lot of us won't be that familiar with, and a team who've kind of come from nowhere this qualifiers managed to make it through to even the open finals is a, you know, it's an achievement for those. I mean, sadly we'll be saying goodbye to them now, but it is going to be VN Esporting who do progress through this lower bracket to face off against one-trick ponies.
It's going to be a banger of a match, and quite a heartbreaking one of that, because ultimately both of those two teams really bringing in some big results in their qualifying stages in both splits, and sadly for one of them, they are going to be going home as a result of that next matchup, which will be our, I believe, our next matchup on stream as well. So we're going to be going next. So One Trick Ponies versus then VN Esporting. I mean, that is going to be a banger of a match. I think for VN Esporting, they're probably going to be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief, because it didn't go the whole 5 sets. They've got a bit of a chance now to have a slightly more of a, you know, a breather in that regard. But But One Trick Ponies, they're playing really, really well today as well. I mean, Team Kesso, though, in that previous matchup, I think rightly so got the victory. They are performing and have been for the majority of the past months since the BSC journey for them has been over. I mean, it kind of felt to me like they should have got that win in that regard, but they cannot be ruled out here.
Yeah, I really don't think the One Trick Ponies can be ruled out. I think VN Esports are coming in the favourites. I really think that they are the better team in terms of that. We had a bit of time off, maybe a little bit too much time off for a few of the members on One Trick Ponies, but I still think they are able to put up a bit of a fight. And obviously this is the qualifying match as well, so it's going to be really, really interesting to see who does come out on top and get that final, well, not the final, the third qualification to the challenge season. But we are going to head to a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy, where we are drawing slightly to a close. Second to last matchup still to come, and this is a big one, Sonny. It determines which of these next two teams will be the third team today to qualify for the season challenge.
I'm certainly glad to be back for this one. VN Esporting versus One Trick Ponies. Both of those teams could very well make it into the challenge season. Both would deserve this spot. Question is, who's it gonna be? And Ark, I do want your prediction on that one.
For me, I mean, as well as One Trick Ponies have been playing today and throughout the qualifying stages, I still feel like VN Esporting should be able to get the win here. Now, I don't say that lightly, because you've got to remember that One Trick Ponies are the number 2 seed. I mean, they had better performances in this qualifier than VN Esporting. There's no doubt about it, but I just have a feeling, and I feel like Buzzco, as we've been watching him out the course of today, has been showing his worth. I think in the previous sets, he really did land the mark. And going into today, I was a little bit unsure, a little bit uncertain. But nonetheless, let's have a look at One Trick Ponies first and foremost. One Grand Finals win in these qualifiers, which, again, not many teams could say. Two grand final appearances as well in Cups 1 and 3. So, I mean, they have had a very, very good run of things. But for me, at the same time, VNE Sporting have got similar stats in that regard and very little difference in terms of the points. But Emmerich, Gas, Equok, and Filippo today looking to cause a huge upset because VNE Sporting did, of course, make the Season 3 challenge stages. Whereas, One Trick Ponies did not. And this could be their golden opportunity to really make themselves known and cause a rift in what we'd expect to kind of see going into this challenge.
Yeah, honestly, the thing is, I've been looking kind of ahead today into the semi-finals. They did already have a chance to make it directly into the challenge season, losing towards Team Queso. In the end, it was a 3-1, so they still have some energy left, I do believe, now for VNE Sporting. VNE Sporting themselves got dropped down to the lower bracket with Rama, Basco, and Mebius. We just saw them play against FA India, doing a fantastic job there, winning it in the end 3-0, but there was also their fate against Humble, 3-1 in the end. They got dropped down to the lower bracket and now they want their revenge, they want their final spot. They did end up in the very first spot of the last season, of the challenge season itself at least. Didn't win at the Gamescom in the challenge season finals, but they still could have a chance to win the next one if they make it into the first season now.
It's going to be a very interesting matchup, in my opinion, because, honestly, these two teams in question, they never faced each other in the last split. I mean, literally every step of the way, and the qualifiers didn't face each other once, and the split 1 open finals didn't face each other at all there either. It was only really until the cup stages this time around where they did face off, and every scoreline went the way of VNE Sporting, both in the grand finals of Cup 3 and the 2-0 sweep, and both in the Cup 5 semi-finals, the 2-0 sweep. So historically, in the cup stages, they've had better results over One Trick Ponies, but it's how they perform in this series that is going to determine which team goes home and has their tournament journey end here, and which goes forwards to join the teams that have already qualified for the challenge season. Shooting Star is going to be our first map, and the mode, of course, being Bounty. Bans are in Tick, Nanny, and Piper bans for One Trick Ponies for VNE Sporting, the Grey, the Fang, and the Gene. An early draft to Kyle to the RT and the Mandy of One Trick Ponies.
It's the first time we're gonna see Shooting Star today, and of course with the bans we have implemented for today, 15 brawlers being banned out for today. We have Mandy and Ortiz still open to long-range brawlers that could come into clutch for One Trick Ponies. I did like their draft they have been showing us throughout the day. So did VNE Sporting. Just go with brawlers they feel comfortable with, and it seems to work out more often than not. Now going in with two very aggressive brawlers, which is something that we are used to see for them. Bonnie and Carl both with the option to turn things around even in the last few seconds. So even if One Trick Ponies might be able to get the early lead, VNE Sporting can still turn things around very quickly. They also can just snack up the blue star at the start with the Carl. Meg now coming in as well. They have a lot of control now with her, simply because of the amount of HP Meg is bringing to the table.
Wow, a Meg pick of VNE Sporting and Shooting Star. I mean, it's very, very much their characteristic of choice to do so. But I'm not a fan of Mandy necessarily. It's one of those brawlers that, again, can get some good results, and the super, it's a bit hit or miss. It takes such a long time to load up, and you kind of, a lot of the time, shooting in the dark and just kind of hoping to connect with something on the other side of the field. Cordelia's coming in for One Trick Ponies to try to eradicate Bonnie from the mix if she goes in on the aggressive, and maybe as well gain some great amount of value off the back of a Meg that gets too close, but is definitely going to struggle in terms of the range side of things. Everything on the side of VNE Sporting can evade that, and on an open map like Shooting Star, it's going to be a tough thing to make work. I mean, it's going to be much more of a defensive maneuver for One Trick Ponies to have in the back pocket than it is going to be an offensive one if it gets taken care of. I mean, that's going to be leaving your team high and dry, and a Mandy in the back spawn area is not what you want to have on your drafts to defend those kind of scenarios of aggression. But we shall see. I'm kind of preferring what I was seeing on the side of VNE Sporting, but One Trick Ponies, let's be honest, can certainly make this comp work.
They do get the pickup of the blue star right at the beginning. Mebius for Viennese Sporting, and they do take the lead for now. Now they can just rest back a tiny little bit from One Trick Ponies. We don't even have a thrower come in, as Sprout and Grum would have still been open. They still decided to go with that Cordelius just to prevent Carl or Bonnie to go in too aggressively. Now it's on the two long-range bowlers to get an early kill here. Filippo just trying to hold position and not feeding the opponents too much, and trying to defend his two squishy long-range bowlers he has on his side. Emmerich doing a fantastic job on the right-hand side so far. Rama already falls low, doesn't really have too much charge himself. Rama now on 3000 HP, almost enough for Emmerich to get the takedown with a gadget.
Yeah, I think Viennese Sporting now realizing they've got to start to maneuver around this a bit better, keep the pressure on and give away a little bit of HP along the way if it's needed in order to do so, but they can't really just kind of let this one sit. They've got the blue star, but against a team like One Trick Ponies, that's not going to be enough. They certainly know how to turn the game around right when it matters most. Now starting to move themselves forward as well, as the shots are connecting from Emmerich and Equark, and everyone doing their bit now. Felipe's in a good spot. Misconnection though from Equark, and that's kind of what I was saying earlier about Mandy's super. It's a bit hit or miss. The jump from Filippo, probably not too far away from the super, I imagine, because he's so aggressive in his position here, but now forced away. Bit of a misfire hook from Mavis. That's a rare thing to see. I mean, when does he really ever miss those? Vasco, though, doesn't hesitate to clear that one up. There is a mark above Mavis's head. No point in popping it, though, for Emmerich. He's just too high in HP. It's not going to do much of a dent.
10 seconds left on the clock now for One Trick Ponies to turn things around. They still have Viennese Sporting pushback all the way into spawn. Equark goes up against Rama. They do trade each other out. Lead is still on the side of Viennese Sporting. They do get another takedown. Filippo almost turning things around for his team, but in the end, it was the team that was leading from the beginning. Viennese Sporting taking this very convincing win over the very first game, having the control right from the get-go. Blue star on their side as well, and it didn't really seem like One Trick Ponies ever got a chance to go in a bit more aggressively. Didn't really get an opening, which they needed so desperately.
Great slow there from Equark onto Mavis, just escapes the situation. My word, that could have been costly, and somehow Viennese Sporting come out on top as a result of that takedown to Filippo. But whew, tough start on both sides there. I thought that would have been surely going the way of One Trick Ponies, but I mean, great observation from Equark, and it did land the mark, just didn't quite prevail into the stars. Nonetheless, it is again Viennese Sporting on those kind of back lines areas, and they whistle down Rama, and then everyone starts to falter in the defense. Could be some stars trickling through, but again, another missed super. This is why I'm not really a fan of Mandy, because ultimately you've got to kind of land those moments. She doesn't get super that often. When she does, it can annihilate the entire side. But if you're missing it time and time again because of how long it takes to wind up and therefore how easy it is to juke, it's not going to bring much back home.
To be fair, even if Equark hits his Mandy super, he doesn't really have a single target that he could take out with a single super. Mevis is one shot. Equark still decides to go for Bosco. Bosco drops out of his mecha. Do get the takedown onto Mebius there, and Viennese Sporting still in the lead here. Equark in a precarious position, falls here as well. Bosco being the star player so far, the MVP for me at least. 12 stars now on the name of Viennese Sporting. 40 seconds left on the clock, and One Trick Pony still in a good position. They sort of have control over mid, but so far not a single kill going towards their way.
Yeah, I think Viennese Sporting certainly feeling more confident at the moment. 25 seconds remaining on the clock, but they start to bring their act together on the side of One Trick Ponies. It can be turned around. Bosco's almost out of mech, and it'll be a terrible time to be finding herself in that default form. Rama goes down himself. That's going to be 3 stars handed over already, 12-5. A big flying hook in from Mavis, tries to get the stars away. As long as he's far away from the situation, he can go down right into the bottom of the map. And in this 1v1 between Filippo there on the top side of the map, it's not going to go in his side of things. He's like, oh my word. Rama comes in right at the end and almost ends the game regardless. But it will be a set going the way, quite convincingly so, to Viennese Sporting.
That looked very convincing already. When Sporting taking the momentum they had from the previous matchup against FA India, now also to this set versus One Trick Ponies. I did like the comp a tiny bit better, and it did seem to work out so much better. As you mentioned, Mandy couldn't really get off super onto the opponents. Filippo doesn't really have the range to go up against them. I've been talking about this before. You have to pick Cordelius just to prevent your opponents from going a tank as last pick. But Cordelius itself just not the best against the Meg, Bonnie and Carl. In the end, again, I feel like comfort picks prevail over seemingly meta picks.
Certainly for the side of One Trick Ponies, you know, there were some things that they could have maybe amended a bit better. I think they were just kind of hoping that they could sit back into the mid and just allow that range that they had at their disposal to, you know, have something of an upper hand. But Viennese Sporting were just playing a bit smarter. They were okay with getting that early first star and then just kind of sitting back themselves. And, you know, you kind of need that on your side if you're going to play that kind of style and approach, and you've got to have a little bit of aggression, in my opinion, to the side of your comp. And you know, Mandy, you know, we see it played a fair amount across other regions, not necessarily too much so in the EUR&MENA region. I think we've seen probably more of her today than we have pretty much for the majority of shows that we've done this year in SPS. And I think that says a lot in terms of how many brawlers there are banned for it to be one of those brawlers that suddenly becomes a viable option. But even then, you know, it's very, very hit or miss. I know Ecock's probably going to watch this back and give me some stick for saying it. But, you know, I'm always one that I want Mandy to pop off. I want that to be an esports meta option. I want it to be a balance change to make it so that we can see those like potential team wipes in all their glory. But it just hasn't happened yet for me in that particular brawler. Going into pinhole punt for Brawl Ball, let's see whether we see a bit more of an upper hand being handed back over to One Trick Ponies here. The first draft of Poker, which I do quite like. And then you know, the Poker pick today has been a bit underpicked, in my opinion. Bans being Buster, the M's, the B for One Trick Ponies, for Viennese Sporting the Buster, the Crow, and the Squeak, as they go with an early draft of Cordelius and Gale. 2 tank counters there.
On top of the many, many tank counters we already have banned out, there are some few added on top of it. Now Gale and Cordelius are still open. They're going to be picked up by Viennese Sporting, preventing One Trick Ponies to go 2 tanks alongside the Poker, which would have definitely been a great option on pinhole punt. I would say arguably also Ems is the best counter to the Poker on this map, so they have definitely been doing a great job of banning it out. Going with Stu now, not the greatest amount of damage output, but still offers a lot of possibilities, a lot of goal opportunities with this brawler, simply because you get your supers so quickly. Now what's the last pick? They still kind of have to go with a tank, even though they have the Cordelius and the Gale against them. Gonna go with the Terra. Has been picked before in Kaboom Canyon, also as sort of a other option to a tank. Let's see how well she's gonna do now into the Nita on the other side. That is the last pick. She's of course gonna have a great time into the Terra, not really caring about the pets.
Got to ask yourself the question, right, whether that was intentional from One Trick Ponies to really just kind of fluster Viennese Sporting into picking the Cordelius and the Gale. And if you look at Poker, you are thinking and you are worried about the prospect of follow-up tanks, no doubt about it. But, you know, I just kind of feel like, you know, would that be a strategy here to maybe consider? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, what I do know is that the Nita does scare me a little bit, though, and that could have been maybe a better shout for One Trick Ponies over the Stu, depending upon how it's played, of course. But Stu, never a bad brawler to have, certainly with that early their speed zone gadget to hand, going to give everyone a bit of a head start into the mid, and already the left-hand side being quite precariously open here as Ramen, low HP, might go down himself here as Eco tries to run it through, but does hand it straight over. Felipe now in a better spot to try and get the pass through, and it's just Busco and Members hanging on. Oh, the ball trickles in! Just the nick of time! And it's One Trick Ponies to get that early lead.
What a beautiful shot there from Filippo. He knew if he would get that Nita down and out of the way, he would be able to slot it in. That's the lead for One Trick Ponies, and I do love to see how they're absolutely aggressive they play into 3 tank counters. They all have a decent amount of damage output. They all have a decent amount of control, especially the Gale. But still, One Trick Ponies manages to just sneak through their lines of defense and get that early goal. Now they can either just wait this one out, get the ball into a corner, or they can continue to play as aggressively as they were doing already, and they do so. Eco gets a beautiful double stuck in there with the Terra. Now fighting against the Bear in the lower end, his teammate gets taken out at the top, but Viennese Sporting doesn't really look like they ever get into mid even.
This is the thing, you know, Viennese Sporting at the moment got to make the play, and as long as they don't feed into the Nita or Busco there, then it's just going to deflate a lot of what they've got in terms of push potential. More shadows going out for Equak. They will find Mavis as well and keep him trickling down, who'd like to try to land once his HP is back to being in a better place. A bit of a takedown here. Good connection to Emmerich going in now into the realm and should be able to come out on top here. He does, but he's going to come out. Oh, jumps over the wall. Not going to help him too much, but nonetheless, a bit of an unfortunate spawn back out of the realm. The ball in the pocket. And 40 seconds remain for Viennese looking to try to get something in, but look at how much they're depriving Busco. If Busco can get a bear in, though, it might help them considerably so.
Wonder Ponies, after all, deciding to play the safe game here. Cornering the ball now, just trying to defend it. Emmerich can't get off his poker. Super still survives that Shadow Realm. Gibson himself just coming out now. Equok in a precarious position there. Gets the heal from Emmerich. Filippo is low on the left-hand side, but doesn't even matter as 15 seconds most likely be not enough for VNE Sporting to still turn things around. Nibis, however, gets the ball now. Takedown onto Equok. Filippo and Emmerich, they only two to still defend a damage output. Brawler would have been what they would have needed. Stu and Poker definitely not it.
I love that confidence from Rama, just to sit static in the bush, knowing full well that it's probably better to remain a static object than trying to move into shots. And I mean, in the moment, against the clock, I mean, that is not an easy play to really make. You need to move forwards, and I think that was quite interesting to see. But now, maybe it's forcing then Emmerich into the realm, and that's going to be more HP to be able to cycle in on his side of things. Ball, though, in a precarious position. Filippo as well, playing that Stu, will be a great helping hand in these overtime scenarios. Now that Equok has now got the gravity as well. He connects it with two as well. Great value from him. He's able to cycle. He's going to get a third potentially here as well. Pass from Emmerich. Job sealed and done as One Trick Ponies take the first game.
That's what we love to see. Tara absolutely popping off here. I'm sure Trev is standing up in his chair right now. Tara on Equok, definitely well played there. The double suck in there in the end. One Trick Ponies gets the early goal. 20 seconds into the game, already in the lead. In the end, it was VNE Sporting slotting another one in just before overtime, and overtime then going the way of One Trick Ponies. I kind of have a feeling that this one might not even enter overtime. Again, a very quick goal, this time only 10 seconds. One Trick Ponies already in the lead.
Good stuff. Good response there from One Trick Ponies. Better than the last game, just to kind of really turn the screws in those early second moments. Maybe it's in the realm yet again with Filippo. Filippo just going to probably come out on top here. The mushrooms potentially helping hand down to Mabius, but I think running the other star power, hard to tell with an update patch change what's changed and what hasn't, really. Let's be honest. As Busker gets the ball through, this is a good position for VNE Sports, and they've got to hold this though and just really land the shots that they need. Equok is going to find Busker again with the gravity. Just the next time there's Screeching Solo to finalize things off. Filippo can try and get the ball clear, but he gets taken down in the process. Nonetheless, buying some time, enough for Equok to come back into the mix now.
Probably get taken into the Shadow Realm, and a second now. Meebus does get the shot off onto him. Probably also gets the takedown there. Rama tries to sneak in on the left-hand side, gets taken out in the end. 2v2 situation now. Emmerich tries to get his super there. Ball still cornered, but this could very well be a great opportunity for VNE Sporting. Just need to wait for Equok to get taken into Shadow Realm, and this is going to be Bosco's chance to slot that one in. Very well played by them. 1 minute left on the clock, and again, we are in a 1-1 goal situation here.
All tied up now. Ball pass forward into Roman, but that Shadow giving him a tough time, taken care of now. But far from out of the woods. No utility really on the side there of VNE Sporting to handle the situation. Now Mobius with a super, but the Screeching Solo of Emmerich takes care of him yet again. It's Filippo there with a great clear up into the mid, which is going to leave Busker in a 1 versus 2 scenario. Can't really do too much against the will of the mice of a Poker and a Stu just aggressing from both sides. Ball push forwards again, and just feels like everything that VNE Sporting have got in this defense just comes back at them eventually. If Mobius can get someone into the realm again, probably ideally Emmerich, then it could change things. And that's a miss from Equok. Probably the first that we've seen actually him miss this entire set.
13 seconds left on the clock. One Trick Ponies are on their way to the goal once again. Barry's still there. Bosco is as well. But those two players, 1.5, are the only two left standing. Maybe it's now coming out of spawn. And this is going to enter another overtime. Those two teams really don't want to give a brawl ball to the other team.
Really great stuff from Mabius there, and I'm surprised he didn't get the cycle off, but save of the line there from Equok, but it goes straight to the hands of Bosco, who scores it. Wonderful tying up done there by VNE Sporting, and this set still all to play for. It's going to be VNE Sporting potentially going 2 sets ahead, or it could be that time for the tie-up to be there as well for One Trick Ponies. It's all here to play for, especially when you consider that on the line. It's a spot in the Season 4 challenge.
The set could still be going either way here. It did seem to work out whenever One Trick Ponies decided to go full-on aggressive. They kind of need to find their rhythm again. Sporting already fallen back, not really contesting mid at all, just trying to get their supers. One Trick Ponies doing a fantastic job at not feeding them at all.
I think a much more calculated approach from both sides. Probably better from VNE Sporting when you consider the aggressiveness that we saw in the previous game from One Trick Ponies, who just went straight in and got the job done in 25 seconds of time. This is exactly what we need to see a little bit more from VNE Sporting, just a bit more of a calculated approach. Because so far, One Trick Ponies have done really, really well. Let's be honest, at just keeping VNE Sporting in their back spawn area. Look at this. A great amount of aggression from both Rama and Mavis on that right-hand side. EUR&MENA still stands, though. Rama and himself will do a bit of a battle in the mid. It's Rama that comes out on top. If Mavis can force Filippo into the round there, that's a miss that he can't really afford to have in that position.
Mabius was hesitating a tiny bit too long. He could have tried to score there, taking Filippo into Shadow Realm just as he shoots. He decided to go not for it. Now we have a 3 situation. VNE Sporting still with the pressure, still with the possibility to score this one. Eventually pass over from Filippo to Mebius. This is gonna be a goal. EUR&MENA not close enough to catch it. Still 1 minute left on the clock for One Trick Ponies this time around to turn things around. For the first time in this Brawl Ball set, VNE Sporting takes the lead.
Looking a lot better. Mavis goes for the realm onto Filippo. Not the best of people to do so with, but nonetheless does get the trade, as EUR&MENA will seal it with another screeching solo. We're going to go on to Rama here, break a little bit of that side, that left-hand side as the shadow comes towards Basco, taken quickly care of. But in the meanwhile, ball in the corner and a Bruce Bear available for Basco, forced onto the poker, which is a great place for it. You know, it's going to take a lot longer to eradicate without the help of your teammates. Unfortunately for them, Filippo was there to pick up, but like to get another. Filippo is creeping forward, trying to get that ball out of the pocket, trying to suckle those supers to get it towards his teammates. And look at the aggression.
Oh my God.
Take down a Basco as well in the process. And I think with Mavis being in the realm, it's not an ideal bit of time. There's a twister there down, but if EUR&MENA can get the pass off, he's going to heal himself. He does get the pass eventually. A walk in shortly and a tie-up with 5 seconds remaining before overtime.
I've got goosebumps all over now. What was that coming out of Filippo? Definitely a great Stu getting the ball out of the corner, passing the ball in the end to EUR&MENA. Well played by them. And now, again, we're hitting overtime. One time it went towards One Trick Ponies, one time VNE Sporting. We didn't have a single Brawl Ball game so far that didn't hit overtime. Who is going to take it in the end? Meanius jumping over that screeching solo. Well played. Despite of all this, both are falling. Bosco, the last man standing for VNE Sporting. This is surely going to be One Trick Ponies game and set as they are evening out the score overall.
It was a beautifully timed gadget there from Mavis and Nakadidis to really evade the screeching solo. But for me, that's what kind of was the catalyst in everyone falling down towards the end. And I think that the early approach was the right one. Play it slow and steady. I mean, ultimately, you can just see how quickly things can escalate. And I think that they might have had a better opportunity there for themselves if they just played that one a little bit differently or even took it to a draw. I mean, you know, when you consider that would have put VNE Sporting 2 sets ahead, you know, that's the sort of costly mistake that can really turn an entire series. And One Trick Ponies now, some valuable momentum going into this third set as we are all tied up and now very much in a position where this is a place that One Trick Ponies can start to control better and maybe even get the lead.
To me, it kind of felt like they could have protected that ball in the corner a tiny little bit better. Bosco was the only one defending it. Filippo getting it out of the corner. They kind of gave that one to him. In the end, it's a 1-1 situation. VNE Sporting on One Trick Ponies still with an equal chance to make it into the challenge season. Whoever loses this one, though, is out of the competition. It's also the second of 2 splits we ever roll. So we will have our final 8 contestants for the challenge season after this one. Now, I don't really know. Both of those teams, I like what they're showing us today. I also love that they're showing us some drafts that we, or at least me, didn't expect at all. Like, some of those drafts, Shooting Star was already going the way of short-range brawlers that we usually don't see on Shooting Star. Not a single thrower has been picked up. Looking forward to Double Swoosh now. Terra, Kudelis and Buster Band out from One Trick Ponies. Squeak, Buster and Ems from the side of VNE Sporting. I couldn't even tell you really who has first pick here.
Will it be VNE Sporting going with the Crow? not a bad idea to have in the side lanes, but definitely not kind of what I was expecting to see as that first starting hand. I think the bans make a lot of sense to me at the moment as well. Amber definitely going to be high up, I feel, in the pick rates now, considering just how many brawlers are banned when you combine in those that have hypercharge being out of the mix today alongside the Sandy and the Otis. Sandy would have been a great shout here, actually, but causing some issues with the game at the moment and will be crashing, unfortunately, all players involved in the match if played currently. So no Otis, no Sandy, and any hypercharged brawlers out, as well as the Chuck as well. It eradicates so much of what's potentially possible here, but Gene going to be the starting hand, no pun intended, or I mean, I'm not going to lie, it kind of was, for the mid of One Trick Ponies, which I quite like, but I do kind of prefer the bow mid actually over that, simply because once you place the mines down, it just kind of makes, you know, a brawler like Gene very much available to be seen. Gale, I think, is not a bad idea to be had here, especially when you're going to be banning out the Cordelius in the eventuality of tanks. No Rosa, though. Rosa just recently got a hypercharge anyway, so it does minimize somewhat what is going to be brought in. But Pam Lane, I mean, I really love that. Surely going to be a Stu mid for VN Esporting, and likely to be Rama on the Stu. He's a very, very accomplished Stu and can do some incredible things. But a third and final pick here for One Trick Ponies could sway me somewhat if it's a good one.
So much area control coming out from both those teams, and so much vision gear with all 4 brawlers picked up here. Stu, the only one not really having any sort of area control, but the perfect answer towards the Gene on the side of One Trick Ponies. You can just dash out of the way whenever he tries to get on your gems. We have Carl now coming in as last pick from One Trick Ponies. A sort of aggression they were still missing, but also not the best pickup, I feel like, towards a Pam, which can easily just get rid of any of your ammo and get the takedown very quickly onto Carl, especially if she has her turret. I do like both comps this time around. Once again, I feel like, again, Stu might be a very risky option here. They did try to go with it before, and I don't know, I still feel like it doesn't really have the damage output they need. It did work for One Trick Ponies on Pinhole Punt, but now on Double Swoosh, it's all about holding that mid control for the whole duration of the game.
Well, no early speed zone. It is going to be Rama on that Stu, which I'm quite excited to see how he fares with it. Already going super on the aggressive and just cycling very, very nicely. So with the gas to heal to keep himself very much in a healthy place of HP. Felipe just trying to just buy some little bit of time on the left. As Basco's going super on the aggressive, but it's those flying hooks that are definitely a big, big threat. Equat and Emmerich working well together with the helping hand of that healing puff star power as well, which is going to be quite valuable. Equat almost burning down there. You can see how just dependable he is on it. Stay within the mix against that. Maybe it's on the Crow, but 2 gems to the 4 and a great pull coming in. Basco was punished for that one.
Rama is playing that so well, honestly. He knows he can just Basco do his thing on the left-hand side lane. He did get pulled in the end, but Basco did have a great amount of control on the left-hand side, as long as he keeps his bush. Now, finally, One Trick Ponies does manage to push into that side of VN Esporting, finally manages to get some control and get some gems themselves, but every single time Equok was trying to push in at the start, Rama was there to help out his teammate. Now they do manage to get some sort of mid-control back. One Trick Ponies still standing mid there, slowly but steadily getting the lead themselves.
Nice there from Filippo. I really appreciate the way that he went about that situation and didn't overspend his time in a perilous spot. But VN Esporting are starting to cook a little bit more now and timing this appropriately as we're going towards the stage where One Trick Ponies are taking the lead now. Healing station for Basco is going to work out really nicely on that left-hand side, and Equot just trying to work his way around it as Filippo goes down, making it that 3 versus 2, which Emmerich now has got a lot of pressure on his shoulders to be able to land one of these pulls. Can't really go for Mabius. It's got to be Basco who's being, you know, behind that healing station in such a great spot. Can't really go for Rama. It's a really tough matchup for him to really land a magic hand, but meanwhile they are holding on. They need that one gem in the mid though, and that could go the way of VN Esporting, especially now that Equot goes down.
VN Esporting can still get the reset, especially, now, as they do get the takedown onto that Gale. And they now take the countdown themselves. Still open for the taking, also for One Trick Ponies. They only need to pick up one more gem, and Rama, the last man standing, tries to get it still. This is an absolute madman, trying to go for it, despite himself being the last man, still able to carry out those gems. Emmerich falling there to Mebius. This is gonna go the way of VN Esporting. Beautifully played.
Fantastic from Rama there, really. I mean, just goes to show how valuable he is on that Stu pick, just able to escape the situation. But, I mean, One Trick Ponies played great that game. I mean, the amount of value they were obtaining off the back of the healing buffs with the Gene, it was just constantly needed and there. I mean, just really high, surely, in terms of statistics on that front. And, you know, Filippo as well played out of his mind that game, but it wasn't enough at the end of the day. And just goes to show again that Gene is bringing a great amount of utility to his teammates, absolutely so. But to land a pull, it's got to be at the right time. And when there's a lot of utility on the side of VN Esporting down on the map, it just minimizes your opportunities to what you can really do. 3-2, bit of a slow start to things as Equok now was the first to fall on the right-hand side, and that will definitely cause a bit of a shift as VN Esporting will heal up and start to push back a bit more in an affirmative way.
Kind of the same story unfolding itself once again as soon as Equok does manage to get some sort of control on the right hand side, sneaking into the grass of VN Esporting. Rama helps out Mebius there on the right hand side and immediately gets the takedown. Great pinches overall, I have to say, from the side of VN Esporting. Even Bosco sometimes helping out on the right side whenever he has a spare shot. Mebius now is super already. Rama has so as well. They do get to take that onto Filippo. Emmerich's hand doesn't find a connection. He's completely pushed back all the way into spawn. Equok in a very precarious position himself between Rama and Mebius. Filippo finding an open window there, trying to go in aggressive, probably falling now once again. He's so low health. Emmerich manages to heal him, but only one more gem, and VN Esporting has the counter.
Again, Filippo just playing so well, but not getting rewarded for it as now the countdown goes the way of VN Esporting. And I mean, it's just gonna be Emmerich and Filippo really there for this one, and Rama's hiding his way through the bushes. Speed zone down now, and he's gonna be hiding behind that in the eventuality of a magic hand, which doesn't show its face anyway. Nice teamwork there on the side of VN Esporting to make this set a lot cleaner and a lot more convincing on their front. Going now ahead into the next ones, it's going to be 2 sets to VN Esporting, just the one for One Trick Ponies.
Absolutely love to see that playing out from VN Esporting. The pinches were just there whenever they needed it. They went all in on every single time. They did need some control. In the first game, it looked a bit less dominating than now in the second one. In the first one, whenever One Trick Ponies did take over the mid control, they just decided to go in fully aggressive. Sometimes it did pay off, and this time around it did. So VN Esporting taking this one in a very impressive 2-0, now taking over the lead as well, 2-1 overall in sets. It could already be a match point in the next one.
I feel like, for me, VN Esporting played that just a lot better, you know, and it wasn't that One Trick Ponies were playing bad. No, it really wasn't. You could see just the amount of plays that they were bringing to the table and the opportunities that they were trying to create for themselves. And yeah, I love the way that Filippo was just using the pickaxe around a lot of those corners and just getting a lot of value for his time. And you know, it was just simply that, you know, VN Esporting timed their runs better. And when it came to those gem steals, they were able to pull them off more convincingly. So, I mean, just small margins of error is all we're talking about here. And to be fair, that makes a lot of sense when you consider what's on the line. You can only afford small margins of error on either side of the coin. And, you know, if you're not able to bring things back, if you are that team which is making smaller mistakes more frequently, it can be very costly. I think One Trick Ponies could certainly take this to a 5th and final set. I mean, they are that team, and I think the way that they performed in Brawl was very convincing in that regard. But as we go into Hot Potato and Heist up next, this could be the last set of One Trick Ponies and their tournament journey coming to an end here, or it will go to the 5th, one way or another. Let's see, as the bans are in Barley, Cordelius, and M's bans for One Trick Ponies. A Rico, a Crow, and a Chester ban for VN Esporting, which I don't get at all. But again, the hypercharged brawlers that we've had added to the most recent mix from the update yesterday have now been globally banned alongside the 6 we already had. So, but I still don't know whether that's been enough to bring Chester forwards. I don't know really here.
Yeah, I mean, 14 brawlers overall are banned out today, so Chester ban, why not, you know? I just feel like give the players of One Trick Ponies something that is a bit more thankful. They did have a Carl last round that did open up a few windows, but it just didn't have the best of matchup. I feel like if they would have had a brawler that could went up against the Pam a tiny bit better, it would have worked better. Let's see if they can win this draft and if they can take it to the 5th and last set in this one. Willow is going to be their answer to the niche. I do like throwers on this map. I do like the Daryl here as well. They already have a lot of damage output with those two brawlers. Question is now, will Win Esports team take the bait, go with a tank counter, or will they just go with tanks themselves to just go for a full base race? They already have the Bruce coming out. If he lands onto save, this is going to be a very quick match.
I do quite like Willow on defense now on this particular map. I was not really too sold on it for a while, but it can get some great results. You know, it really can. It can just save the game even. As the Carl coming in for V&E Sporting. Not really kind of what you'd expect to kind of see, but with today's bans in play, I mean, I can understand it. And it's one of V&E Sporting's kind of best brawler picks in the hands of Mavius. I think a thrower, though, wouldn't be a bad shout. Dynamite, for me, has always been pretty good on Hot Potato. It's going to definitely take away a little bit of what Needs can do in terms of hiding behind cover, but Buzz going to come in as well. I mean, that is certainly going to get more value off the back of the Daryl connection. If you can go for that, or take the Willow out and just eradicate it from the mix. Either way, I quite like this comp from V&E Sporting, and one final chance for a defense from V&E, from One Trick Ponies. Might even be a Gale in the event of a hard counter to the Buzz, but you never really know at the moment. It's just such a bit of a wild place in terms of picks and bans, isn't it?
Definitely is. V&E Sporting didn't take debate at all. They completely ignored it, not going with a tank counter, but picking the boss themselves. Also the Carl that does get kind of countered by the Daryl. Let's see how well V&E Sporting can do with their comp. One Trick Ponies decide to not go with another brawler to deal more damage. They decide to go defensively, play this one a bit slower. I don't know, in recent times I felt like more often than not the team with a more aggressive comp will win heist. So I kind of have to side with V&E Sporting's comp here. I don't know how well the Gale is going to do, despite both cancelling out the boss and the Carl's super. I just don't feel like going with the defensive option here was the right way to go.
Yeah, it's kind of wild that I predicted the Gale, because I don't know what else they can really do at the moment. I mean, the Buzz is going to be a problem no matter what, and when you look at just kind of how many hypercharged brawlers would have been really viable in this scenario, they just can't really go for. It's kind of like almost they were, I don't want to say outdrafted yet, because I'm certainly very much all for the idea that One Trick Ponies can make it work, but let's see. At the moment, some early taps. Felipe's already got super, by the way, so mind control very much available. He's going to be going for Buzzco here, getting damage on the save. That's so interesting, isn't it, to see like how that Buzz pick is actually going against him already, and Buzzco gets taken down. Felipe today is playing out of his mind. The safe down 50%. In the meanwhile, maybe so getting some good consecutive pick out swings. Rama's got Bear as well. This can be over so quick unless we see a solid defense.
We do have an early lead already from One Trick Ponies, but all of a sudden V&E Sporting are now the ones attacking. Bruce Bear comes down into safe, and there is the lead for V&E Sporting. As quickly as One Trick Ponies took it over, now V&E Sporting took it back from them. Rama just trying in mid to get another bear. His two teammates already have a super, just wait for him to have a super as well to push in all together. Great strat there. Equa does get the stun onto Bosco, probably falling now, he is. And Emmerich with the roll onto save, gets some more damage onto save. Bosco trying to go in once again. Emmerich falls there, but still One Trick Ponies with a very tiny lead.
So little winner though, and it's all going to come down to these final moments. Bosco goes in, finds Emmerich as well. They'll be close to cycling. In the meanwhile, the defense does stand. One Trick Ponies, though, are in a bit of a spot. They can't find Rama now. Felipe does find him. And maybe it's just kind of super proof he really wants. Just Felipe there with the mind control. Rama's on his own safe, though, and that's the problem. He's going to be going for Telson to Mavis, and he gets it as well. Comes out of it, though, and now in a bit of a tough spot. Yeah, that's a great bear for defense, but meanwhile, shots still continue to land. Just enough time for Eric to come in and get some more, but 3% remain. And in the meanwhile, Buska's on the save. He's getting damage, and maybe some Rama now following up behind it. This could well go the way of V&E Sporting, and it does! What a turnaround!
3% was all that was left of the save for V&E Sporting, but they did manage to pick up this win over this round, making this next game already our match point game. Can One Trick Ponies prolong this one into a 5th and final set? I would love to see it, honestly. At the same time, V&E Sporting played this one to perfection. Filippo has been on save. Every single time we did see him pop up his name on screen, he was there doing some damage, but it just wasn't enough.
Unbelievable stuff, honestly. Just so little in it, isn't there, really, between these two teams? But yet again, that same thing that we've seen time and time again with the scoreline doesn't really necessarily reflect what we're watching. It could easily go and still go to the fifth and final set. Rama clears up the mid. There's only 4% difference between the two teams. There's a little bit of an early shred of damage on both sides. But Vasco's got the stun available. Emmerich looking for an opportunity to go in. Splipper dives into the ground, survives on there. Rama though with the bear on defense yet again, but the gadget will not connect this time around, and might be a tough position to find himself in. He's able to cycle another bear for his time, but meanwhile he's leaving the damage for his teammates and they're out getting that damage in now. Great stuff from both there, Mabius and Basco.
EUR&MENA team now seems to completely ignore the rollish Wanter ponies, just trying to get as much damage on to save in as less time as possible. Rama with the Baron to save. Mebius still standing, getting some more save damage, getting the takedown onto Equark, super on to save. This is already a great lead for EUR&MENA team. 9% is all that is left of the save of One Trick Ponies. They need perfect defense now. Rama again on save, gets hit by Filippo. Super Basket trying to go in there. This could be a lost hope for One Trick Ponies.
It really could. With that final percentage down, it is done. VN Esporting, fantastic result for them today, and one that they will be very, very much proud of. What a result. They are going to be joining the likes then of Humble, Team Casso, Foot Esports, SK Gaming, Nouns Esports, and Zeta Division in the challenge season. But One Trick Ponies didn't give it to them easy at all. They really did bring some fantastic flair and fire to the mix. But it just wasn't quite enough at the end of the day, and I think a thoroughly deserved victory nonetheless by VN Esporting, because, I mean, when you look at their performance, they've been very consistent in the SPS, and I think when you look at back in Season 3, the #1 seed going into the Challenge Finals, you know, it would be a very strange season to not have them there.
You know, in the end, I do feel like whoever went with the more aggressive comp did take out the win on this one. One Trick Ponies, they had such an amazing Brawl Ball set. Whenever they decided to go very aggressive, it did work out in the end. That Gale pick probably wasn't it there in the end. They tried to hold on to their spot for dear life. It just wasn't meant to be today. But honestly, for their first ever showing up in this tournament, they had a great performance throughout, right? Every single time we saw them on our screens today, I felt like they had what it takes to make it into the top 8 of our region at the moment. And they just missed the spot by like a hair. And yeah, it wasn't meant to be. Now we have our 7 of 8 teams. We still have 1 spot left, Ark.
Exactly that, and we've taken a look back at the bracket for today as well to see how we got to this stage of the competition. We can see which of those 2 teams are going to be up next as well, but very exciting stuff, very close games all day long. Let's be honest, despite the scoreline saying maybe a different story here, but first victory of the day was definitely down to Humble, who, I mean, they had a very tough bracket, I'm not going to lie. I mean, able to get the victory with Reply Totem as well in that 3-2 scoreline, who we'll see as our final match for today. Reply Totem versus Kebab still to come. For Team Casso, again, a very good performance from them, knocking out FA Proxima in that upper bracket down to the lower bracket, and then One Trick Ponies next to fall to them. And you know, again, they've been really impressing me recently with their performances. They've been very consistently so. You know, it's very odd though, isn't it? Since they kind of didn't quite make the BSC's World Finals and Last Chance qualifiers, they just kind of excelled beyond belief here. But again, our next match, our final match for today, still to come: Reply Totem versus Kebab. And you know, I've got to say, I might have a little bit of an idea as to what the curse might be. I think it might be me, Sonny, because looking back, it's always been me casting their matches of which they've lost every single time. So I'm going to step aside. I'm going to leave this one to you and Trav, and maybe it will bring them better luck in that regard as we go to a very short break. But you do not want to go anywhere, guys, watching from the streams, because this match is so, so crucial. Reply Totem have struggled to get into the seasons ever since they've won Mobile Masters. This is now make or break for them. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. 3 of our tickets to the challenge season have already been given away. 1 more remains, and it's going to be Reply Totem or Kebab going to be taking it and moving on to the next phase of our competition. I'm Trav, back again with Sunny, and luckily for Reply Totem, they don't have Arc. Well, they don't have him jinxing him this time, Sunny.
Yeah, let's wish them good luck, but also Kebab. Both of those teams actually would spice this whole season up a tiny little bit, simply because for now we have the same exact teams in Season 4 as we already had in Season 3, apart from, of course, Nouns Esports coming over from a very different region, now wreaking havoc also in our region, EMEA here. Now, Totem didn't make it into Season 3. That did, however, turn out to be the winners of Challenge Season 1, Challenge Season 2, Tokyo Masters. So they kind of were missing in the last one. Kebab is one of those teams that has just been coming into this. And yeah, in the end, making it on the 7th seeding. And they could now very well make it into the challenge season itself as well, which I would love to say, honestly. Underdogs are always welcome. And again, both of those teams would be some fresh wind into the season.
Exactly, underdogs are always welcome, but it just feels weird to yet again not have Reply Totem in that challenge season. You know, as you said, they've won 2, they won Masters, they've dominated this region for so long, and then they just kind of dropped off. They weren't in SPS throughout Season 3, and obviously they were disappointed about it. We were disappointed about it. The community was disappointed about it. Everybody was. But it is Joker, Maru, Mori, and their coach role on the roster. They've been playing beautifully throughout the BSC this year. Haven't seen too much of them in SPS, as we have just said, other than obviously winning the biggest event of the year so far, Masters. But after that, they kind of dropped off a bit.
I mean, what they've been showing us today already, very convincing stuff so far against Humble, at least. In the end, it didn't work out quite. They lost to them 2-3, so a very close matchup there. It could have went either way. Reply Totem could have already claimed their spot in the challenge season, finally dropping to the lower bracket, just as Kebab. They did end up losing to One Trick Ponies in a 3-0, then sweeping themselves 3-0, and yeah, they're now in the semifinals against Totem, both of them still about to claim their spot in the challenge season. Team that does not win this, however, sadly, we have to say goodbye to that one, but so far, just heading into this set. Trev, first map is going to be Shooting Star. What are we thinking about this draft?
Well, I mean, so far we're starting things off on Shooting Star, bands being the Tick, the Nanny, and the Piper. I like those bands. That's pretty much the comp to go when it was kind of blind picks and just straight into each other. Fang, Grey, and Jean band out on the other side. Another very good 3 bands. Carl was the first pick, then we followed up with the RT and the Bell. I like the range that Reply Totem are bringing, and obviously Kebab just kind of wanted to go for something a bit more aggressive, something a bit more, you know, not unorthodox, because it's very normal on this map to play Carl, but I think they need to go those aggressive brawlers, kind of take it to Reply Totem, play that aggressive form of Brawl Stars we love to watch, but then they're going to even things out. They're going to bring it back a bit, play a bit more range, and go with the Mandy.
Mandy again. Ark definitely wasn't a fan of it in the previous match, now picked up by Kebab. I do feel like against the Bell it's not too shabby. At least Mandy has a target now that it can take out with a super. RT is going to be a tougher one to take that one on, and they do themselves now have some aggression in their hands as well. I feel like this comp definitely a bit more balanced than what One Trick Ponies were showing us here. Meg and Carl, in addition to the Mandy, they will have so much control with the 2 long-range brawlers, and then the Carl, of course, to catch the blue star at the start. Totem showing us, or trying to prove us once again, that they are the draft masters, trying to show us something new here. Willow is definitely not something I would have expected. Grom and Sprout would have still been open, but they decide to go with another thrower.
Yeah, I mean, that surprises me well. Willow is just not something that we expected to see coming into today on a map like Shooting Star. As you say, I feel there's just a couple of better throwers. You know, Tick band out the way, and there's still Grom and Sprout, as you mentioned. Like, Willow just seems to be like, you know, the 4th best option, and there's still 2 of the better options above it. But at the same time, you know, I still think it can be decent. Diving down, the Carl's going to go towards you, super on you. It gives a bit more defense, and obviously the mind control can defend against the Carl a bit better than some of the other throwers as well. But getting into the game, we'll see who is going to be going towards that challenge season and who's sadly going to be going home.
With the blue star picked up already by the Carl in mid, Kebab has the lead so far with that one. Now getting pushed back a bit into spawn, but that shouldn't hurt them too much, as they can just try to play it passively, can try to get their supers. and hold on to that control they still have, just hiding behind those walls. Meg already close to falling out of Mecca though. Yuffie's one shot there as well, getting tapped up by Maru. Great shots coming in there now also by Maru from the left hand side. Well, pushback really all the way into spawn now, but still no kill from by Totem.
Yeah, I like this positioning now from Totem. Joker slotting around the right hand side, and that's the mech gone as well for the Meg. Now, just keeping this control, waiting for the opportune moment to go forwards and try reclaim some of these stars, but it's the Meg who's just trying to get that super back, get back into that mech form, but Mori's position is beautiful here, especially against the Mandy. She doesn't want to be in close proximity to anybody at all, but Joker, you know, he moved around the left-hand side when he had such a strong position on the right. It surprised me, but they do hit down air onto Yuffie and manage to kill him.
Yeah, he falls with a that lead goes towards Reply Totem. I actually feel like Demandi could have gotten the kill on Tomorrow if he didn't hit that shot onto the mecha just in the nick of time, protected him through the star power, giving him that shield. 30 seconds left on the clock now. We still have Reply Totem with a lot of pressure, push back Kebab all the way into spawn, but Kebab are the ones that still need a kill. It doesn't really look like they can catch up to Reply Totem anytime, and now they do need 2 takedowns to still turn things around.
Yeah, well, now going forwards, the spin was there, but the mark is going to be missed. Adaski just coming forward, but he actually gets mind control back over towards Yuffie, and he's going to get the kill onto his own teammate thanks to Joker controlling there. The swipe's there as well, but it's just not enough to reclaim this lead. Reply Totem going to take this first game, and it wasn't convincing, but they did look in control for the most part, regardless of them having less stars for quite a bit of it.
Totem taking the first game. Despite having the blue star, Kebab wasn't able to hold on to it for too long. Reply Totem playing a very, very clean, pushing them back all the way into spawn and getting the takedown that they needed. Not too many, it was only 2, but it was enough.
Well, Yuffie getting hit again. The mark was in for on him for a little bit, and now instantly out of that mech there again. And now Joker did throw a gadget towards him. Cole was just trying to get some kills on the right, but actually going to get taken down himself. And now Joker feeding back the mech quite a lot. Not enough just yet, though. But another gadget used by Mori there, bringing Yuffie quite low.
Yuffie's one shot can't be taken out by the gadget, though. Mari doesn't have it available. Or the Casking must be only one shot away now from another mecha. As soon as he gets it, Kebab can fight back and get some sort of mid-control back, but Reply Totem knows that they just play super aggressive now, trying not to feed her the Casking, trying to get that single takedown they need to take over the lead once again. 1 minute left on the clock now. The Casking does get the mech super back. Mandy super coming in, hitting Mari. Not enough to get the takedown though. Still only the blue star dividing 2.
Yeah, another gadget there used by Corwas on that right-hand side, and now just trying to get some follow-up shots. Joker in a wonderful position as well. Can get the mind control in that closing seconds and, you know, assist his teammates with a bit more damage by controlling the Meg or something like that. But at the moment, he's burning down, and now probably just one shot away from coming out of that mech. He does get burnt down. Shots connect, and very, very low. But look at this right-hand side domination from Mori and Maru right here, pinching down onto Corwas, but they don't even really need to do that. Now Yuffie's going to go aggressive, try and get a few shots, but the nest egg does hit another one as well, and the third to keep him slowed down. That should flip the game if he does go down, but they can't find the kills. Just keeping him there to fly back out, and the super from Corwas as well gets the kill beautifully onto the left-hand side.
It was so super risky there from Yuffie. They did have the blue star lead still. He decides to go and gets another takedown. And this is going to be a tough one for Reply Totem. 6 seconds left only. They do get a takedown onto Corvas. Ardakaskin doesn't find the connection with his mecha in time. And with Yuffie falling in the very last millisecond, Totem actually gets to set. But how close was that?
I mean, that was just ridiculous. Totem managing to clutch up in the closing seconds, getting that team wipe. Beautiful stuff from them to flip the game around. I mean, they had a few opportunities throughout the entire game in itself, but in the end, they had to bring it down to that last closing seconds. It was so close. Kebab almost bringing a game back for themselves, and it results in a set for Reply Totem. And to be honest, I think it's deserved, especially after that first game. They seemed quite heavily in control, but in the second one, Kebab looked a lot better. And honestly, I maybe see them getting a set a bit further on down the line.
I would have just actually loved to see Yuffie get something out of that situation. He did get a kill where it mattered most, getting an even greater lead than what his team already had. And it didn't even change a thing. Totem still get the takedown in the very last second. This hurts to see, but with that we have Totem coming out at the top already. 1-0 up in sets now. It's a lot closer than what I expected, if I'm completely honest. Kebab shouldn't be contesting Totem this much, right? Totem the first seed, Kebab only the 7th one. At the same time, we did had, I think, 7th and 8th seed in the first split qualifying. So everything's still open. Kebab could still turn things around, as they showed us here in the second game. They have what it takes to beat Totem.
Yeah, I mean, they really do. And the Totem, they didn't look bad by any means, but Kebab just looked really strong, if anything. I think they played that really well, picked their moments, but there was a few mistakes, a slight over-aggression at some points as well, I feel. But, you know, I think occasionally that's kind of warranted, definitely relieved a bit of pressure when it did happen. I just felt like Totem should have cleaned him up when he got a bit more aggressive there throughout that mid-portion of the game. But at the end of the day, they almost got the win. It was so close for them, but in the end, Reply Totem did come out on top, taking that first set. But it definitely wasn't as convincing as I expected it to be. I expected Reply Totem to come in, quick 3-0 sweep and move on. But now I'm kind of feeling like Kebab may be able to get a set here or there.
Just to remind ourselves, maybe you didn't catch up on all the cups. They did win towards Team Queso and also against Na'Vi. Kebab has actually been the team that has caused Na'Vi to only become 9th place. They were fighting with them for the last few places in the open finals, and if Na'Vi would have won Kebab in the very last cup, they were here instead of them, or FA India, I think it was. So just looking back at this, I do feel like Kebab could make it happen, and today even winning against Totem would make another addition to a very great story of a great underdog.
I mean, that's the thing, right? If they're able to beat Na'Vi, who have just qualified for the World Finals from the LCQ, they're a very solid team. And although we may not have heard of a few of these players, they may be kind of flying under the radar a little bit for a lot of the people who just watch the high-level competitive. They're incredibly strong players. They've just proved themselves right there in that first set, and that's only the first signs of we've really seen from them throughout today. And I think they're a team who may be able to upset Reply Totem if Reply Totem just don't keep their composure, and I feel like that's something they've got to do. In that one, they did. They managed to clutch up in both games. But in future, they might just let it go, and we've got to see Kebab taking advantage of that.
I definitely feel like even if Kebab ends up not winning this one today, we might be seeing them again in the near future. So far, nothing's over yet. Kebab can still turn this one around very much. Pinhole Pond is going to be the next map. We're going to have a Stu double ban. Gale and Nita banned out by Reply Totem. We did talk about it before. They do love to play the B here. Also, the Dynamike, which might be coming in again as he's not banned out. Buster and Squeak banned from the side of Kebab. And now we see a Byron, which, to be honest, I don't mind. At the same time, we haven't been seeing him today as much, probably for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the biggest Byron fan, to be honest with you. It can provide some good heals, some tanks, which they might want to bring down, but I still feel like there's better healing options now for some tanks along the way as well. We're going to go with the M's on this Pinhole Punt map, and I don't hate it. I don't love it. I feel like B is a very good option for Reply Totem. I don't think they've been punished by having 2 picks against them now. I feel like they're still pretty happy with how the composition's gone so far, and obviously now Reply Totem have got their 2 picks. I think they're probably going to excel quite heavily here.
I do like the M's pickup here. It offers a lot of mid control, especially on a map like Pinhole Pond. Again, it's just all about control over the bushes in mid. So they do have that with the M's. They also prevent Totem to go in with a lot of aggression, but there it is. I was about to say we still have a lot of options that just offer more range than an M's. And B and Crow are 2 of those. With the Crow, it's also going to be a lot easier for the B to hit shots, even more so. And now the Mortis, a last pick. I do love to see that. We have a lot of aggression now coming in from Totem. Can they make this Mortis work though? Against the M's at least 4 times, as long as M still has gadgets, it's going to be a tough one, but the longer this match will go on, and they can definitely prolong it with a Crow, Slow and the B, Totem's going to have such an easy time.
Yeah, I mean, they've still got 1 pick left though. They can try and counter out this Mortis, but with the Gale banned out, the Buster banned out, they're going to go with the Tara. I don't hate it. It's going to be provided quite a lot of supers thanks to this Mortis, but you know, if they do stay off it, then they're going to be all right. I feel like Tara's actually fairly decent against all of the opponents here with 4 support from Beyonds. It can be pretty solid overall, and you know, tanking the B shots, tanking the Crow shots, and Mortis. Obviously, you don't really want to use the support from Beyond against Mortis unless he's kind of like running away, but I think Tara's a very solid pick from Kebab here.
You just love Tara. You would say that any time. But yeah.
But, like in reality, against a B and against a Crow, it's going to do well, right? Like...
Yeah, again, as long as the Ems and the Terra still have their gadget, they're gonna do well into Mortis and also the B. But as soon as they're out, I feel like Reply Totem is such an easy run through, especially if they manage to hit overtime or going in aggressively, getting the takedown onto Corvaz. Casting the last man standing now, also falling. It's only Yuffie that can, of course, with the knockback gadget, defend on his own. But with the mid control now completely going towards Reply Totem, this is already looking like a tough situation for Kebab.
Oh, I mean, Maru's just completely evaded that super there coming down from Byron. Now some shots coming through. Mori's going to get the connecting blows as well. That should be a pass from Maru straight to Joker and a goal from Reply Totem. Beautiful stuff early on from them, and Maru's aggression really showing through here. He's even burnt through a couple of these knockbacks from Yuffie, and when the friend zoners are gone, it's going to be even more domination, I feel.
No, I don't mind the comp of Kebab. They have a lot of area control, but they just left too many brawlers open for Totem to still go up against them. Too much range with the Crow and B. You see how Joker's just completely wreaking havoc, tapping them left and right, getting 2 kills already. Maru trying to go in. Yuffie, the last man standing, getting pinched by Maru and Joker. And again, Reply Totem taking the mid control just with ease.
Well, Mori just trying to find some shots onto Adakaskin there on the left-hand side. Keep him low, but he's actually doing a good job of healing up now. Maru going in, gets splashed on though. Can't get the bats off, so the heal's not there. Byron finding some shots onto the B, gets the takedown there. Just Mori alive now, and the pass forward straight to Corvas, but he's not going to be able to defend this. Surely that's going to be goal, but actually he doesn't get the shot off as Maru dashes. Great defense from him, or was it a big mistake? The pull's coming through, but actually connects with no one either.
Nice try by Adakaskin, didn't work out in the end. He is again the last man standing. Ball is cornered and only 45 seconds left on the clock for Kebab to come back from this one. They might be able to still get this one if they get a great Terra super. Corvaz at least has his Byron super. They might be able to push in aggressively with it. At least pull the Mortis for now. Yuffie out of gadgets though. Now can't really do anything against Maru anymore. Is all about Adakaskin and Corvas now. They do get the takedown tomorrow. Yuffie still survives. Joker's the last man standing. Can they get the ball out of the corner? Corvas falls. This is over.
I mean, that was beautiful from Joker. What a defense. 1v3. Got 2 of them down. Deflated the push entirely. Massive plays coming out of him there. Just sad that he couldn't get the third, to be honest. Just to finish that one off, that'd have been really nice. Not that it wasn't anyway, but brilliant plays from Joker on the B there. And domination from the Mortis in the early game got them that goal. And now just 1 game away from being 2 sets up, and I feel like if they get this second set, that's just beyond repair for Kebab.
I think it's safe to say it comes a bit down to draft. Totem is also playing it very, very clean. Joker hitting those shots. Maru making the Mortis work even better than we have already expected. Even if Yuffie still has gadgets, he just goes in aggressively, dodges the incoming supers. Trying to go for an early goal here already. Corvus is there for the pickup though. So far, no goal, but it's only been 15 seconds and Totem again with complete control. Really doesn't look good for Kebab.
Yeah, it was a nice rattled hive there from Joker to get the kill onto Yuffie, and now Maru going in. I don't think he even got a shot onto Maru there as the Byron, but may have been aiming towards Joker anyway. Maru now just charged up his Cold Snake again, just trying to push forward with it, but Yuffie gonna get a lot of value off him being in this, but actually they get the kill anyway. Joker with the rattled hive, beautiful from him. A heal available from Corvus there, got the super, but slow from Mori. He's going to be a lot more powerful than that. Gets the kill now, and he's just going for Byron over and over, trying to burn through Yuffie's knockbacks, and it's just working perfectly. They don't need a goal right now if they're going to get one in the end.
Playing against Maru's Mortis honestly just looks very upsetting to me at the moment. Even if Yuffie has a super and the gadget available, he still decides time again to go in aggressively. 2 takedowns there from Totem. Corvas, the last man standing, gets the takedown onto Joker. Super coming down from Adakaskin, actually manages to defend this one. This was a very close call to Kebab so far. Still evaded every single goal opportunity from Reply Totem. Now getting the ball on the side of Totem themselves. 1 minute left on the clock and everything could still turn around. They do now have a super available. Barley, Byron and the Ems. Corvus gets a takedown 2v2 situation, mid control with Kebab.
Oh, beautiful shot from Joker there, past the support from beyond to get the Tara down. The gadget from Corvus there, make sure he gets the connection onto Joker, but now Maru's going in, gets 1, almost getting 2 there. Corvus still got a heal in hand, but actually can't even use it on the Mortis. He's too fast with it. Mori passing that forward, and Maru went for the ball, but didn't find an opening through the trick shot. Could not find that goal. They're still in control. I mean, a B in overtime is not going to be too bad anyway, especially with the Crow by its side.
Joker and Mara now again pinching Yuffie. He does fall, or the Cascade just waiting this one out, you know, with a super. Fight Totem at least can't score this one anytime soon. As soon as overtime hits though, Joker with a super could be slotting that one in quite quickly as the walls are falling in 14 seconds. Now Mari also just waiting. He has a super available, does fall in the end. Great pinch coming in from Kovas and Yuffie.
Yeah, I mean, no gadgets left from Mori to be able to get the slows, but some good shots should come through. Tara super available as well. Joker needs to start connecting some shots now. Maru's going to go in. No knockbacks there. Beautiful from Maru as he gets 2. And this should be an easy slot in. Arcadian cannot do anything. And that's going to be the second set for Reply Totem after some beautiful, beautiful control all game long. All they needed was that one play, and it worked out fine.
2 up already now. Totem looking into finally getting their spot back. Not making it into Season 3 has definitely hurt them. They look mad. They're showing us some great plays. They do stick to comps, which they have been playing all evening long. That B coming out on Brawl, definitely no surprise to me, but it did seem like a little surprise towards Kebab as they're just playing so many short-range brawlers. Byron didn't really come into clutch and didn't have as much value as they were probably hoping it to have. Terra kinda had its moment, but also didn't really have the range to go up against the comp by Totem. All in all, I think it's safe to say Totem had this already in the bag with the draft.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, the Mortis just didn't really have that many counters left. Obviously, they didn't have that last pick, and the Tara just wasn't enough of an answer for it. Even with the knockbacks that we saw coming out of the Ems, he just dashed straight back onto her and didn't have another one to go for a good few seconds there. So it was really nice. And then even when Ems could defense against him, he just went for the Byron. And they just didn't account for that pick, I feel, throughout their drafting process. And, you know, I instantly thought that B as a first pick was a lot better anyway, and they weren't really punished by having that second and third pick.
I can't emphasize this enough as well. We have 14 brawlers banned out today. It's as many brawlers as we had never had banned out in any single tournament ever since we do have so many brawlers, at least. It brings out brawlers like Dynamite again, Mortis and competitive. I do love to see that, and it does seem to go towards the way of Totem. We did talk about it before. It kind of shows us which teams are the most flexible as well, as they didn't have a lot of time to scrim with this meta, I'd say. Probably changing for the challenge season. We hopefully have info on that very soon. Totem, we see it 2-0 up now. Double swoosh might already be the very last set, so I do hope to see an amazing draft come out of Kebab now.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but feel like this is Reply Totem's set to win. Double Buster ban, Stu and Crow, and then Amber and Cordelius on the other side. But a grey first pick, I do like that. TP availability to break it up, whether they go for Grand Piano or the Walking Cane, works the same way. Well, doesn't work the same way, but it breaks just as nice either way you go. We'll see if Reply Totem have a good comeback to this grey. They've got 2 picks coming up now. Crow being banned out of the way, it doesn't really leave that much scouting ability left. Jean's always pretty good to get that vision gear through, but they're going to go with an Ems as their first pick.
I do like to see that, a lot of area control. I do also like the grey pick up there from the side of Kebab. It could be eventually also played on lane in case Totem has the perfect answer for it, and they actually do. I do like to see the Max coming out from them. Max and M has also been one of those age-old comps we've seen time and time again. Great synergy whenever M's is sped up with the speed gear, of course, on top of it to round it all off. M's is going to be so good on this map. Grey can't really hit any shots onto the Max itself, so Kebab could still go with another mid now against the Mech. I would actually love to see something like a bow come out, even just something with a lot of damage output with a bit more spray. Lola is usually the pick that you want into a Max. It's just going to be the answer. What do you think about that?
I'm not 100% convinced by the Ashe, especially when you're playing it into an Ems who's just got such good spraying ability. The knockback, the slow, everything can pretty much weigh up against the Ashe in that matchup. But literally, he just runs it down, and even if you do have a decent counter against it, you're still going to be fine. I like the Pam. I think the Pam's a very solid pick, whether you play that down the lane. I think it's very, very solid. You throw a healing station when you've got control. When you don't, you can play it defensively. I think it's a very versatile pick, and it covers the lane really well as well.
We did see Pam quite often today, not only on a gem grab double swoosh, but also on hot zone. She just offered so much area control. The answer for Totem is going to be a long range brawler, which is quite surprising to me, but it will work very good against the Ashe. So we have 2 Ashe counters now from the side of Totem. He's not going to have the best of times. We will have some sort of aggression from Kebab though with the PAM. Maybe that is the key they need to get some more gems than Totem and prolong this one maybe into a 4th.
Yeah, well, Nita is obviously going to be the last pick of Reply Totem there. Bit of max speed, going to be able to get in range of these brawls and get the bear, and then the bear is going to be the one doing the majority of the work. But we'll see if Reply Totem do close it out, or if Kebab are going to be taking this to a 4th set. Starting things off, we've got 2 on the left-hand side, and both going to be getting sprayed down and revealed by the PAM.
Yuffie on the right-hand side trying to go in aggressively, as Totem didn't really put anyone on his lane. He can just try to play as aggressive as he wants, trying to get a super in the long run. He does get taken out there, 3v1 situation, as also Kurwas was falling. Articaskin only up 1 gem so far. They need an aggressive play onto Joker here, otherwise this is going to be very tough for them to even come back into mid.
There's the walking cane, but not really getting a lot from it. Pulled pretty much the wrong person who doesn't have the gems there, but the phase shifter away from the shot. Nice from him. TP from Yuffie there, trying to get in range of Mori, but if anything, he's kind of just fed him quite heavily. Joker gets another speed now as well and pushing forwards. Just TPing over and over, just trying to get some heals off, but a slow there from Maro along with that speed. Beautiful from him, and that's 7 gems. And a walking cane miss now as well by Articaskin.
Joker with 8 gems now and ready. Oh, only needs to pick up 2 more. Countdown will be incoming for Totem as well. Kebab now needs to go in aggressively, otherwise this is going to be over. The Caskin tries to go for the Ray trick, doesn't manage to get the pull onto Joker all the way across the map, falls even. Now Kurvaz and Yuffie try to go in aggressively. They need to take down onto Joker, 10 seconds left only. As Yuffie is falling, Kurvaz is the last man standing, and the last opportunity for Kebab to still turn things around. Match point from Reply Totem incoming now. They do get this one again in a very dominating fashion.
I mean, that was all Reply Totem, really. You know, I liked the thought process of going for the walking cane TP back to get that kind of gene pool feel about it, but in the end it just didn't work. It almost connected and that would have been beautiful, but just didn't pay off the way that they wanted to, and now it's match point to Reply Totem. This is the game that can get them to the challenge season for the first time since season 2, or it could be the game where everything starts to flip around for Kebab.
Again, Totem playing it all on the left-hand side lane. They completely ignore Yuffie on the right-hand side. He's still falling back a lot. Doesn't really know if Maru will come on his lane or not. Marina actually coming and deciding to go for the Ashe on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, Kurvaz is falling. 3 gems already in the name of Reply Totem. And Joker with the speed now, giving it to Maru. Looking like he's having a great time in mid there. Doesn't really want to go away.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't really had too much stress in there. Chill pill used by Yuffie on the right-hand side, and I think that kind of just cost him his life there, if anything. See the walking game straight onto the bear as well. I'm not sure Mori's going to complain about that too much. 6 gems in the hands of Reply Totem and 2 to the side of Kebab, but a lot of pressure coming in. Maru's going to get the slow off as well, and Mori pushing around this side, but Joker's getting quite low now, has to back off, tries to heal up a little bit, but Mori coming in once more. Kurvaz goes down before he even gets the turret to heal him, and Mori survives that one out as well.
Whenever the Caskin does have a great super, he can't really use it as his 2 teammates are always down, and if he goes in alone, he just gives the gems towards the opponents. Now 2 gems are still in the spawn of Kebab. He decides to just leave them there as this is finally opportunity for him to go in aggressive. Another great gadget, missed walking cane, not finding any connection. We have 10 gems on the names of Reply Totem, Maru or Joker. Both would be enough for them to take it.
I mean, Kurvaz, so you just TP straight back into a Bruce Bear stun, and that does not pay off for him. Reply Totem going to take the win and be victorious here as they move on to the challenge season. Kebab sadly not going to be going any further through the competition this time round, but commiserations to them as they did put on one heck of a performance. But Reply Totem are going to be the ones who take the victory and move on to the next phase.
Totem finally back into the Snapdragon Pro Series. Congratulations to them. They're joining Team Queso, Humble and VN Esports team that snatched away the last 4 spots of the challenge season. Would have been a weird one once again if they weren't there, and they took it even in a very convincing fashion. 3-0 sweep. Still, commiserations to Kebab. They gave it their all and it was very close, just a hair, and they could have qualified for the challenge season as a very new team to the Tier S competition. So still, they can be proud of themselves.
Yeah, well, there's a little bit of a look at the bracket, see what the teams did to get to where they ended up. Humble did take down VN Esports again, Reply Totem in an incredibly tough bracket to make it through to qualification. Team Kato went through FA Proxima and One Trick Ponies to get their qualification, but on the bottom side, VN Esports did just take down One Trick Ponies, and Reply Totem took down Kebab for their wins and their ticket to the challenge season. So a big congratulations to those 4 teams, who will be joining the 4 teams from split number 1 in our challenge season in just a couple of weeks' time. So I'm really excited to see how those teams are going to be performing against each other and how the split 1 teams will fare against the split 2s.
And with that, we are welcoming 2 new teams to this season. For Totem and Nouns Esports are the 2 that haven't been playing in Season 3 and now are playing in Season 4. We don't have any huge underdogs teams, I feel like, on the split on the Season 4 anymore. It feels like we have 8 very, very strong teams that are on the same level all in all.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be an extremely good challenge season, to be fair, as you said. You know, they're all seem on a very similar level. The 4 teams who qualified through the first split were so strong, incredible teams, and I'm excited to see how Nouns Esports fare against the rest of Europe. Obviously, we kind of did only see them against a couple of teams in that first split, so I'm excited to see how things play out for them and for the split 2 teams, whether or not they'll be able to keep up with the might of the split 1 teams. Well, Sonny, I'm going to ask you for a few closing thoughts before we cut things off.
Today was another amazing match day. I have to say we had a lot of close matches where I didn't expect them, and a lot of sweeps where I was hoping for them not to happen, honestly. My heart honestly broken today. All 3 of the underdogs didn't quite make it into the challenge season, but you can all still be very proud of yourselves. I would have seen you there. Now, I'm just looking forward for the challenge season, honestly, as we are going to see each other in real life once again, which is always a treat, Trev. Of course. But yeah, I'm looking forward. The 8 best teams have made it in the end into the challenge season, so I don't have any complaints.
Well, that is going to be it. Congratulations to the 8 teams who have made it to the challenge season. We'll be seeing that in just a couple of weeks' times. Big thank you to ESL once again, to Supercell, and to everybody behind the scenes making the cogs turn. The production team, it's been absolutely incredible. Once more, big congratulations to the team who made it. From me, from Sonny, from Ark. We'll see you soon.
Got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have a spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have a spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.